Like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way in, bro. Y'all really gonna have to the mental strain, boy. Y'all, hey, y'all, man, hit that super chat because the mental strain that Mr. Z had to go through, which I'm gonna share with some of you. Well, those of you that listen. Whew. All right. This video is for all of us black men in the diaspora who are subscribed to Mr. Z, obviously, who are part of the Black Manosphere, obviously, but this is specifically for ADOS FBA black men, right? So let's get into it. Are you sure your number one obstacle is going to be the white racist left and the white racist right? Are you sure? Are you sure? Because woo, okay, you know what? We're a minute in. Let me just play the most heated part first, and we'll get into it. It's by the way, it's gonna get real ugly, everyone. It's going to get real ugly. For those of you that already clicked the link, right? Woo, oh my God. Um, you know, Miss Paris Milan. Shout out to Angry Man who calls it a Maybelline Muppet. Y'all, I'll just let her hear. I'll just let her say it herself what she thinks, and hopefully you guys can hear this. Let me make sure that yeah. Okay, so hopefully you guys will be able to hear this. Let me get this ready. Y'all already know Mr. Z and his shoestring budget, right? Okay, so y'all let me know if y'all can hear this.
Should not qualify for reparations. If you have a multitude of kids, you're not taking care of them, and you got broken home after broken home, you need to be X'd off the list of eligibility for reparations. There's so many of these men that have podcasts now bashing black women. If you're building content and monetizable platforms on the backs of bashing and degrading black women, you then have relinquished your ability to qualify for reparations. If you got your passport and you're not even in America, you for dang sure don't need to qualify for reparations because you're not even in the country anymore. Why would you qualify? That's a conflict of interest. You also get online and bash us. You say how other groups of women are better and this is better. Okay, well, great. If those other groups of women are better, you need to not beg the white man for the reparations that you don't qualify for. The pro-black, if you have a non-black woman and you know like to talk that blackity black, but then go home to a white woman, sir, that is your reparations. You don't qualify. Okay, those are my opinions. There's plenty of black males like the Michael Jordans, like the Eddie Murphys, etc., that have wealth. As a collective of white women divested away from white men, Byron Allen, another one that like to talk about, buying this network and buying black and buying this and that. Okay, cool. You're still married to a woman that ultimately the reparations is going to go back into her hands. So if you already are in these marriages, and I don't know if this guy is still with her. I heard he got divorced. Y'all clarify again below. Y'all know I like to get the accurate information. Y'all tell me if he divorced her. But if you have any proximity to a white woman, I don't think that you qualify for those reparations because the white woman is your reparations. Okay, she's gonna help you. See, this is the difference. When a white woman marries a black male, the black male benefits from her social standing in society. She does not benefit from his. So because he is set to benefit from her whiteness, he already got his reparations. So therefore, I don't believe that he qualifies. And especially if they have biracial children, that is a whole debate within itself. You don't qualify, in my opinion. Another form of reparations that the black male has already got. They went to the Supreme Court to cuss our A's out in rap music. That was the reparation. They fought to codify that First Amendment right to call you a B, a H, a thought, and whatever else in the book name that because they create a new name every other decade. To degrade us for clout and change, you don't qualify. If you ever pimped a black.
Yep, yep. And by the way, the person that she was speaking about that she don't know if he's still married to the woman. She was speaking about Robert Smith, right? So Paris Milan is essentially saying the Black Manosphere people that are ADOS FBA aren't deserving of reparations. Passport bros, y'all are not deserving of reparations. All of y'all that all you rappers or aspiring rappers that ever said the B word or call a black woman a thought or call any woman a thought because they'll just say you called a black woman a thought. Y'all are not deserving of reparations. Oh yeah, get real ugly. Yeah, Paris Milan said all of y'all ain't. Another, black men are not deserving of reparations, period. Oh yeah, we there now. Oh yeah. So before ADOS FBA men gotta go fist to cuffs with all these non-black, anti-black racist Latinos and Asians and definitely white folks, you're gonna have to handle the Paris Milans. Paris Milan. Yeah, we there with it. So in other words, this is Paris Milan putting out what, some type of form of black woman respectability on black men, and black men are going to have to go through the Paris Milan litmus test of whether you're deserving of reparations. And she told you most of y'all ain't. She said it. Right? So does it make any sense now why you got black women going against Barack Obama's little puny $100 million my brother's keeper? Huh? You see where we are now? And y'all don't even want to read through those comments. Oh boy. Oh boy. You literally got black women saying, yeah, black men are going to spend their money on Jordans and 40s. Who let the white racists in the room? This is not even just regular conservative. This is white racist conservative talk. Black men are going to spend their money on Jordans and 40s. 40s? Who even? What are we in the early 90s? Wow. So y'all heard that. Dear ADOS FBA black men, and just all black men, but definitely ADOS FBA black men. If I'm not mistaken, Paris Milan is ADOS FBA, right? And you see the way she's speaking. If you have a white wife, you don't deserve reparations. If you're a rapper or aspiring rapper, you ever say the B word, you call a black woman a thought or any, you don't deserve reparations. If you're a passport bro, you don't deserve reparations. If you engage with the black manosphere, if you black manosphere, you don't deserve reparations. Mm-hmm. Yeah, you Rolling Stone. This is the woman you elevated, Rolling Stone, which by the way, she low-key bragged about on this video also. Dear Rolling Stone, this is the woman you interviewed. Right? She's speaking for black women, right? She's doing a good service for black women, right? Sound like a whole neo-Nazi. Huh. So Paris Milan creates this video because apparently a brother made a post that said, me and my friend were talking or something like that. He said, and my friend said that, if black men get reparations, essentially a whole lot of white women are going to be flocking because a lot of them are just with white dudes, obviously for the status and the money, right? And if black men get money, there's going to be a whole lot of white women that's going to be choosing. And a whole lot of black women, not all, but because there were some that like, oh, you know what, I understand that, actually that makes sense, but a whole lot of black women got into their feelings about it, and they twist up his words to make it seem, and he kept on trying to clarify, I am not saying that we're going to go after white women, I'm saying they're going to come after us, right? And you can see, if you listen from the beginning, you hear Paris Milan purposely misinterpreting what the guy said, purposely, right? And other people on that comment thread, other women purposely misinterpreting. Oh, see, that's all y'all care about is the white women. And no, y'all are purposely misinterpreting what he said. He clarified, and she said it. You see him saying this. You see him. He's trying to clarify over and over and over again, right? So, in other words, what they're really saying is that what needs to be done is that the US government should give reparations to black women, and black women should hand that money down their daughter's line, the women's line, to solidify black women's power. This is a backwards way of saying no, black women should be solidified in their power position in the black community. They're just using victim talk to say it. Once again, black women. Black feminism, everyone. Use victim talk to gain power. Just call a thing, Paris. We need to be solidified in our power position. Give us the money. We won't ever give it to our sons. We'll pass the money down our daughter's line. And the men are just going to have to get it how to get it. By kissing our ass. By kissing our ass. Huh. So you and it's interesting because if you read through the comments, you'll see people bringing up, and please, y'all, don't engage with those women. Just read and observe. Do not engage with any of the women in the comment section. Just read their delusion and just continue. But they bring up Goldman Sachs in the comment section, and the government need to do like Goldman Sachs and just give the money just like Goldman Sachs. Um, knock knock. Who's there? Ed Blum. Goddamn. Y'all talk. I guarantee you 75% of black women don't even know that Ed Blum is coming after all those NGOs, all those nonprofits, all those corporations and companies that's doing anything specifically for black women. Y'all don't even know that, do y'all? Oops. Oh yeah, that which y'all are talking about might get shut down. Probably will get shut down. Goldman Sachs. Y'all don't even know if Goldman Sachs is gonna be able to give all that money. Let's see. I told y'all it wasn't gonna be black men that come and crush y'all. I told you it was gonna be white men. I told you you're gonna be in the way of white men trying to regulate white women, and they're gonna step on you. I said it. And especially that the left puts black women up as their moral mascot. The conservatives like Ed Blum, oh yeah, black women, watch this. Right? You take for granted your position. You take for granted the left's ability to defend you. You take it for granted. And now you got Paris Milan literally saying, don't give it to black men are not deserving of reparations. Why? Because you got this little NGO money and this little money coming from Goldman Sachs and whoever, and you don't even know if it's still coming. You don't even know. All right. And Paris Malone also says,
this is an example of why I feel that a lot of them do not qualify for reparations. The way in which they utilize the internet as a medium to terrorize black women. And let me not just say, oh, just dating interracially is terror. No. Like some of them stalk black women online, some of them harass black women online, then will try to pull up on black women in person. It starts with these posts that they be making where they're overly obsessing over us and trying to degrade us online. For example, when I pop out with my snow buddy, just know I tried my best with you colored ones. And these posts that they be making me go on viral, child. Not only is it just one individual person, because sometimes people try to do that too. They'll be like, oh, it's just one black man. No, there's literally groups. There's online Facebook groups that they have dedicated to bashing black women all day. And a lot of these Facebook groups are monetized. This is actually not a white man. This is a black man that's cosplaying as a white man online. The rate of black men marrying white women will keep increasing because black men simply want peace and quiet from white women that's easy on the eye. White women support their men, black women stress theirs. White women would never sing me.
yep, yep. You hear that? Yeah, everyone. Yes. Hmm. So all of you that are part of the black manosphere, you don't qualify, right? If you subscribe to BGS, if you follow BGS on Twitter, if you're subscribed to BGS, you don't qualify. Bernard Riley, you don't qualify. The Raj Report, you don't qualify. Hmm. Yeah, y'all heard what I heard. You do not qualify. Obsidian, you do not qualify. Angry Man, you do not qualify. Right? Rogue's son, Charles Faulkner, y'all don't qualify. All of y'all that subscribe to them, that's ADOS FBA, y'all don't qualify. Once again, Rolling Stone, this is who you decided to highlight. AB Media, you don't qualify. Big Kev, you don't qualify. Kevin C, you don't qualify. Black Uru, you don't qualify. Art New Style, you don't qualify. Right? Ed, you don't qualify. Right? According to Paris Milan, none of y'all qualify, and all the people that subscribe to y'all don't qualify. Huh. As the reparations conversation heats up, look at Paris Milan running interference for white racists. And in her comments are black women just celebrating. And I'm like, wait a minute, y'all really think you imagine this. You're watching C-SPAN and you're watching as black women debate why they should get reparations and you as a black man shouldn't. You as an ADOS FBA black man shouldn't get it. Imagine watching that on C-SPAN. Imagine watching the Paris Milan acolytes debate why black women should get reparations and black men shouldn't. And start talking about rap and hip hop music and baby daddyism and all this other stuff. You imagine the spectacle. Imagine the spectacle. Imagine white folks sitting at home eating a popcorn, watching reparations get torched because black women advocate talked about black men like dogs, and the Supreme Court said, "Well, in that case, we just won't hand it out to nobody." Imagine that. Imagine a bunch of black women talking about colorism and black men dating out and black men not paying child support and black rappers and black men that married black men like Byron Allen and all these other black men, Robert Smith and all these other black men that are married to white women like Jordan. And imagine watching the absolute spectacle, right? Imagine the spectacle of watching the Paris, because you know Paris Milan not the only one on that. You know Lexus Exes agree with that, right? If she's ADOS FB, I'm not sure, right? And if you go through it's only like I don't even think it was a handful of black women. That's like whoa, 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 whoa. Okay, on this one, as long as you black ADOS FBA, you should get reparations. And I saw a couple of brothers engaging with the with Paris Milan's comment section. Do not engage with her comment section. But there's only a handful of black women that sounded like they had any sense of how this would actually look and work. All the others are just eating it up. And actually, some of them sound even worse than Paris, believe it or not. Right? You imagine reparations is heating up as a conversation in America right now, and you have this woman who, from my understanding, is FBA ADOS, who's arguing that black men, the vast majority of them, just shouldn't get reparations, and then using, and that's why I keep on saying to the brother Obsidian, these people are not lefties, bro. You hear Pierce Milan's arguments? Not even just conservative, falling off the table, white racist conservative. So far right, she fell off the damn table. All the respectability politics decided by black women. You imagine? What else did Paris have to say?
Most black women are not owing child support. Why do you owe child support? It needs to be garnished out of the reparations check, and also they need to be sterilized. If you cared that much about not having child support, you wouldn't create no babies, so you don't care. There's black women.
Yep, you heard that. When I said we're in Auschwitz, which y'all think I'm playing when I say that we're in Auschwitz? Paris Milan said you need to be sterilized. Paris Milan said you need to be sterilized. Reparations should be garnered out of your check and you should be sterilized. Remember, this is the woman that danced on Terry Nichols' grave. She said, when I said we're in Auschwitz, when I call her a neo-Nazi, I'm not just saying that to say it. She said sterilized. This is not Hitler-esque. Who needs Planned Parenthood? Who needs it? So on one end, you got Ebony K. Williams looking for sperm, Ostefko looking for sperm, and then on the other end, you got Paris Milan saying black men need to be sterilized. If you owe child support, you need to have that money garnished out of your reparations check and you need to be sterilized. These are the people, FD signifier, Diallo, Jason Miles, Pascal Robert, M. Toussaint. These are the people, Eddie, right? These are the people, FD signifier, foreign man in a foreign land. I know you're not, you Bahamian, but still, consciously. These are the people that you keep on acting like they don't exist, and it's black men, and we're antagonizing. Kim Foster, right? Kim Foster say we're antagonizing, right? Black men are antagonizing, right? That's why Paris Milan sound like this. Where are all the black men that sound like this, Kim Foster? Where are the black men talking about sterilizing black women, Kim Foster? Right? Because y'all always want to make it seem like it's equal. It's our response to all of your sexism and misogyny and colorism and texturism and featureism. Where are the black men talking about sterilizing black women? Paris Milan said sterilized. That's where we are now. And she stand by this one because she didn't delete this one. It doesn't matter. I saved it anyway. She's leaving this on her channel. And from my understanding, it got like 75,000 views. This video has like 75,000 views. And remember, Paris Milan, I would guesstimate that her audience skews younger. So you're probably talking about a whole lot of women under the age of 40, really under the age of 30, 35 maybe. All you younger millennials, all you Gen Z, that's the women in your dating cohort. listening to Paris Milan talking about black men that owe child support should be sterilized. Who needs the KKK? Who needs them? Who needs the alt right? Right? Who needs Nick Fuentes and Richard Spencer? Who needs them? David Duke and them. Who needs them when you got Paris Milan? Right? What? Where are the black men that are this level of sexist, Kim Foster? Where are they? Julesy, where are they? T-Nor, Khadijah, find me the black men that are talking about sterilizing black women, Khadijah. Cat Black, find me them. FB Signifier, find me. Because it's not just you. Paris Milan doesn't just represent herself. You know they're gonna go try to find the craziest brother in the black manosphere that might have said something wayward. No, read through Paris Milan's comments. What else did Paris say? Oh yeah, it's horrible. It's bad. It's bad.
Black women willing to pay her father's child support that he owed, and she got it wiped
Oh
out.
no, we played that already. Yeah, we played that already. We played that already. That's the sterilized black men one. Oh yeah, Mr. Z got clips. We got clips. We got clips. Right. What else we got?
No amount of lashes, no amount of hair can change the fact that as a male, it is a hard pill for you to swallow that you are property in this society and you have done absolutely nothing about it. And in my opinion, a lot of y'all do not deserve reparations and you owe a debt to the black woman. As quiet as kept, I feel the black male owes the black woman reparation. All the things that you all have done to contribute to black, like to hear them even think that they're a threat to the white man is crazy to me, because historically the reason why our image has been defiled so much is because the white man has known that the black woman will revolt. She's going to create a movement. She's going to get some stuff done. The black man is just kind of like, well, if I can't get this white woman to jump on proverbial BBC, then it's not worth my while. He's able to look past that fear.
So according to Paris Milan, first of all, yeah, white people are threatened by black women. That's why they have black women all in their spaces, right? Okay, that part. Number one. But number two, according to Paris Milan, there was no civil war where black men were fighting on the side of the Union for freedom. There was no civil rights movement that cost Martin Luther King, Malcolm X, Medgar Evers, Fred Hampton, name them. They just all the brothers that go with no name. It didn't cost those black men their lives. Nope. No civil rights movement. Nope. No assassinations. No assassination attempts. No destroying of characters. Nope. No destroying of careers. None of that happened to black men because they were fighting to benefit all black people in America. Nope. As a matter of fact, all people of color in America, if we're going to be honest. Black men have done nothing, according to Paris. Once again, y'all, 75,000 views. So according to Paris Milan, white folks know that if they give it, but black women are going to do something, something's going to get done. They're giving money to black women now. What are you talking about? If they were threatened by you, Paris, why would they have y'all around? What are you talking about? Number one. Number two, Paris might have never heard of, you know, Martin Luther King before. Clearly not. Right? Paris never heard of Martin. Paris never heard of W.E.B. Du Bois. Paris never heard of Booker T. She never heard of none of these people. Carter G. Woodson, she never heard of none of them. Baldwin, she never heard of any of them. Nope. Khalid Muhammad, none of them. Nope. Wow. Huh. So this is the ADOS FBA black woman telling you that, in her estimation, the vast majority of black men, ADOS FBA black men, are not deserving and should not qualify for reparations, right? And this is in the middle of the reparations conversation getting heated up, especially with the repeal of affirmative action. Paris Milan decides to say this right after the repeal of affirmative action, y'all. With Ed Blum just going around anything that smelled like it benefit black people just on their ass. And Paris Milan decides to put this out now. Dr. Umar Johnson, what can you do with a woman like this? These are the people that you keep on telling black men to ignore. It's not that serious. Our black queen, right? Our sister. Paris Milan said sterilized. We are officially we oh look, Cynthia G's here. So we talking about aborting black babies and sterilizing Negroes, right? And KW Don says Mink Slide said single black mothers should not get reparations. Shaking my damn head. The black misandrists are dingbats who should be avoided at all costs. Who needs William Shockley William Shockley when you have Paris Milan and Sin G? I know who you mean by Mink Slide. Mm-hmm. Hey, I got nothing to say about that dude, right? I'm not ADOS FBA. That's up for y'all to decide, right? A timekeeper, you might have got it right. You might have got it wrong, right? I am so sorry, FBA ADOS man. I'm so sorry to younger black millennials and Gen Z black men that these are the type of women y'all have to date. And who are you that married Paris Milan? What the hell? Who's the Negro? I'm sorry, you're African, so you don't think of yourself as a Negro. That literally, you literally let Paris Milan. She probably got an office where she records, and you know your wife. Yeah, you're not ADUS FBA. Okay, fine. You know your wife is in the next room talking like this about black men. Okay, fine. You're not ADUS FBA, and they are. You know that, and you let that slide. Whew. Oh boy. Right? You listen, you know Paris talks like this. Whether she's putting on just for the money, the YouTube money or not. You listen to Paris sound like this, brother. You happy that she's giving you that YouTube money, or she helping to pay bills or whatever she okay, let's say you the baller. She's storing that money. You're okay with her sounding like this? saying black men that owe child support should be sterilized. You're okay with her talking like that? Whew, oh boy. Hey, bro, I don't know what world we live in, but oh my God. And let me play this clip for y'all again. We'll give my commentary, and then I'll invite people up in a minute. Wow, y'all get them likes and super chats and comments and oh my God. Hey, every once in a while, when y'all hear Mr. Z sound like he's out of breath, it's because you know you know it in theory, you know this exists, you know they think it and feel it, and you know they say it, right? And it's not that it's not that it it does bother me, but it's not new or surprising. But when you're reminded of it every once in a while, you're like, oh yeah, I forgot, right? She said sterilize. Woo! All right, so let's play this clip again for you guys that came in recently, and thank you, Kev C, for the super sticker. Thank you for the super sticker, right? And Lion, thank you very much for the cash app. Thank you for the cash app. Whoa! All right, everybody. For those of you that came in a little bit later, let's play this one for you guys again, and then I'll play the sterilized clip for you guys again. Woo! All right. Because I want ADOS FBA to understand this is where we are now, and all of us that are not 80, we're black, but we're not ADOS FBA to understand when you're in contact with brothers and you see them have a certain way of speaking about ADOS FBA women, don't just assume that these are some weak, fragile, bitter men, right? Like FB Signifier said, they're not resilient enough, right? They lack some resilience. Understand that in many respects, like they're interacting with Paris Milans. They're interacting with Paris Milans, right? So let's hear what Paris Milan had to say again.
To your appearance. Collective of black men do not deserve reparations. There are some individual black men that should qualify, even that's up for debate. These black males, I feel, should not qualify for reparations. If you have a multitude of kids, you're not taking care of them, and you got broken home after broken home, you need to be X'd off the list of eligibility for reparations. There are so many of these men that have podcasts now bashing black women. If you're building content and monetizable platforms on the backs of bashing and degrading black women, you then have relinquished your ability to qualify for reparations. If you got your passport and you're not even in America, you for dang sure don't need to qualify for reparations because you're not even in the country anymore. Why would you qualify? That's a conflict of interest. You also get online and bash us. You say how other groups of women are better and this is better. Okay, well, great. If those other groups of women are better, you need to not beg the white man for the reparations that you don't qualify for. The pro-blaze. If you have a non-black woman and you know like to talk that blackity black, but then go home to a white woman, sir, that is your reparations. You don't qualify. Okay, those are my opinions. There's plenty of black males like the Michael Jordans, like the Eddie Murphys, etc., that have wealth. Has a collective of white women divested away from white men? Byron Allen, another one that like to talk about, buying this network and buying black and buying this and that. Okay, cool. You're still married to a woman that ultimately the reparations is going to go back into her hands. So if you already were in these marriages, and I don't know if this guy is still with her. I heard he got divorced. Y'all clarify again below. Y'all know I like to get the accurate information. Y'all tell me if you divorced her. But if you have any proximity to a white woman, I don't think that you qualify for those reparations because the white woman is your reparations. Okay, she's gonna help you. See, this is the difference. When a white woman marries a black male, the black male benefits from her social standing in society. She does not benefit from his. So because he is set to benefit from her whiteness, he already got his reparations. So therefore, I don't believe that he qualifies. And especially if they have biracial children, that is a whole debate within itself. You don't qualify, in my opinion. Another form of reparations that the black male has already got. They went to the Supreme Court to cuss our aides out in rap music. That was the reparation. They fought to codify that First Amendment right to call you a B, a H, a thought, and whatever else in the book name that because they create a new name every other decade to degrade us for clout and change. You don't qualify. If you ever pimped a black.
Yep. Yep. Hey, bro. Wow. Wow. Rappers don't deserve reparations. Black men in the black manosphere don't deserve reparations. Pro blacks with non-black women don't deserve reparations. Um, passport bros don't deserve reparations. Black men, you don't deserve reparations. Period. Right? I'm not joking. You let Paris Milan talk, and I promise you, she would say, yeah, women, black women should get reparations, and we should pass it down the female line. She's really arguing for black women to have the power position indefinitely in the black community, but she's using victim talk to get to that point, right? Because we've been so put upon by black men, we should get the money, and then we'll just pass it down our daughter's line, the women's line, right? Yeah, yeah, that's where we are. That's where we are, people.
Black woman willing to pay her father's child support that he owed and she got it wiped, but I don't believe that most black men deserve reparations. Most black men have done nothing to help the community. They're not going to a lot of the things that they've received in their life, they've already got their reparations. And in my opinion, the reparations really needs to have a focus on black women and children because black women every single day is being taken out of the hands of a lot of black men. Black women need to start refraining from even having children with a lot of these black men so that you could limit your access to them. Because let's keep it above, and this is what one of the Soledad brothers said. He said when he was born, he felt like he was already in chains in his mother's womb. And that's because the reality is because no amount of lashes, no amount of hair can change the fact.
Yep. So there ain't no point in, yeah, we're done with that for a while. We're yeah. Yeah, we're done with that. Yep. You need to be sterilized, black men. You need to be sterilized. ADOS FBA men, you need to be sterilized. Dear ADOS FBA black men, you need to be sterilized. And you don't deserve reparations. Hmm. Yeah. Oh my God. This is some of the oh boy. I my apologies. My apologies to all the brothers, the FBA, ADOS brothers, even some of us non-ADOS FBA brothers. I am sorry to disturb y'all peace. This beautiful, at least in South Florida, it might rain. Right. Saturday night, right? With this absolute, I don't even know what word to use for it. This is horrible. Not good enough. Not strong enough of a word, right? Paris Milan chooses this point in time to speak negatively about black men and speak about who's not deserving of reparations, right? Wow, right? Wow. What I mean, when you hear things like that, what goes through the FD signifier's mind? What goes through Dr. Umar's mind? What goes through their mind? Y'all have coddled them so much that they think they can talk like this. They talking about sterilizing black men. And then you had a brother in the comments, copping please, saying, yeah, I understand you. I raised black children and da-da-da. Yeah. Uh-huh. And all that pandering gets you a Paris Milan. All that black women are infallible in relationship to black men gets you a Paris Milan. That's how Paris Milan exists. And y'all remember, Paris Milan has like 350,000 subscribers. 348, like 350,000 subscribers. She just put that video out, what, yesterday? Day before? It already got 74,000 views, 1,400 comments, right? When I say these people are dangerous, when I say these people are neo Nazis, when I say we're in Auschwitz, I'm not making that up. I'm not being hyperbolic. I'm not exaggerating. I'm definitely not over exaggerating. You can see the steps. Shout out to you, boys, for bringing us Paris, damn Milan. Homegirl is a whole neo Nazi now. And KW Don says, and thank you for the super chat, BWs are going to get things done with the money like what? Spend $1,900 on dinner with white folks? Shaking my damn head. Yeah, right? Exactly. Exactly. And if y'all don't know what KW Don is speaking about, in my community chat somewhere is a screenshot I took of when Paris Milan posted a dinner date I guess she went on with her husband that was some damn near $2,000. And I kind of made fun of her and said, you a whole rapper. Because this is rapper stunts. Bragging about your $2,000 date. Right? I don't even know where you start because if we're serious, if we're having a serious discussion about ADOS FBA finally getting what's owed, finally America righting some wrongs, financial wrongs that was done to ADOS FBA, going from slavery, Jim Crow, the fact that Reconstruction was never seen all the way through, etc., etc., 40 acres and a mule, etc., etc., right? Making up for redlining, making up for things like what happened in Tulsa, Oklahoma, etc., right? Rosewood, etc. If we're finally having that conversation and then Paris Milan, for some clicks and some views and some YouTube money, decide to try to torpedo the whole reparations movement. Well, what black men don't deserve. You imagine being so myopic that you think this is a good time to talk about what black men don't deserve? Right? And y'all talk amongst yourselves. Give me Mr. Z 1 second. Y'all talk amongst yourselves. All right, we're back. We're back. We're back. Sorry for the commercial break, but we're back. So I'm gonna bring y'all up and give me a few minutes. Let me try to see how quick I can get to my destination, and then we will bring y'all up. But I thought it was very important to cover this because, yeah, Paris Milan is over here talking about sterilizing Negroes and who's not deserving of reparations for what is essentially respectability politics dictated by black women. You know, so what Paris Milan should said, if you wasn't kissing our ass, if you weren't kissing black women's ass, then if you ever got into an argument with a black woman or a black girl, if you ever made a black woman or a black girl feel any type of discomfort, ever make them feel any type of uncomfortable, you're not deserving of reparations. What are you on drugs? Right? That's what Paris Milan is saying. Yeah, we're in that world. Yes, we are. Right? And my apologies to everyone under the age of what, 35, 30. All of you brothers under the age of 30, this is what you have to date. You imagine, like I was saying earlier, you imagine being that myopic, right? You imagine being that myopic. You decide this is the time to talk about who's not worthy of reparations and then brag about being interviewed by the Rolling Stone. And shout out to you, Rolling Stone. Y'all elevated the profile of this woman. Talking about black men needed to be sterilized. Who let Elizabeth Cady Stanton in the room? Who let the white racist feminists in the room? No wonder they were against my brother's keeper. There's a segment of where Paris Milan is speaking, and she's speaking about bonnets and some of the brothers going in on bonnets online and whatnot, and Paris Milan makes a comment like, this black woman conceded the point and said, yeah, I have my white husband or something, my white boyfriend, and something about, but she said this black woman conceded the point. What I said already, I told you they see it as a war, dear black women. Women like Paris Milan see this as a war, and they are okay with watching you suffer in their war. You're a pawn in their gender war, in their jihad against black men. They're okay with watching you be single for years, for decades. They're okay with watching you not have any men. Meanwhile, Paris Milan's husband is praying a pretty penny for her while you struggling single alone. She said concede because she sees it as a war. She knows some of y'all see it as a war. Oops. Boyce, you bought her to us. You bought her to us, Boyce. You didn't vet her, did you, Boyce? You just saw dollar signs, huh? Huh. I said it before. Paris thinks she's better because she doesn't use profanity. She spits out this vile, putrid, disgusting, rhetoric, and she thinks she's better than someone because she doesn't use profanity. And these are the people that black men have to deal with, right? These are the people that black men are told to marry. Shout out to the Nigerian brother, whoever you are. You decided to turn this person into a wife. That speaks about other black men publicly this way. And if I'm not mistaken, I think Paris Milan has a brother also, doesn't she? Yanni got brothers. If I'm not mistaken, I think she has one or two brothers. And Paris has a brother. And you see how they talk about black men? Chrissy has a brother. Y'all see how they talk about black men? Whew. And my apologies to everyone for, playing this. I'm going to play it one more time for good measure. Give me a second, right? God damn, y'all don't know how to drive. Y'all really don't. Don't know how to speed up or slow down. Just in the way. I'm sorry, y'all. Yeah, so, you know, it's just the worst. And these are the people, but, and I said it before, these are the people that get interviews. You see how white society works? It's magic. These are the people that get interviews. These are the people that white society elevates, right? What did they say about Paris Milan? Didn't they say she was like a voice for black women or something along the lines? Right? Yeah. Paris Milan. The woman that talks about sterilizing black men and that black women shouldn't even date these men. Because white men and Latino men are chasing after black women like that, right, Paris? Paris, you're in California. All the white guys and Latino guys, they're running four flats for black women, right? They're offering their fidelity and their money and their time and their resources and their manhood and their masculinity to black women, right? Because black women got all the options. Okay. In this white racist country, oh, I forgot. Y'all don't really see it as anti-black and white racist. Y'all see black men as anti-black, right? Black men are the real problem. Ain't that right, Paris? Sterilized, everyone. Rappers shouldn't get reparations. If you got a white wife, you shouldn't. Any non-black wife, you shouldn't get reparations. If you ever use the B word, you shouldn't get reparations. If you're a rapper, you shouldn't get reparations. If you're part of the black manosphere, you shouldn't get reparations. So we're no longer in the place of either you're ADOS or you're not. And if you're ADOS, you get reparations. And if you're not ADOS, you don't get reparations. Nope. If you owe child support, garner it from your check and sterilize you. That's if you even get reparations. It's interesting listening to all these people who speak as if it's black men trying to divorce themselves from black women. And they completely ignore, I don't want to say they don't hear it, they hear it. They ignore the Paris Milans who have divorced themselves from black men a very long time ago. Paris Milan and all the comments in her comment section they're exactly what we've been hearing from these particular type of black women for what, 50, 60 years? Easily? Easily? Right? But the black community ignores that because your sons are the problem, right? Your sons are the sexist assholes, right? We just ignore the black women that talk about sterilizing black men. Yep, that's it. The Cynthia G's talking about aborting black male babies. And Dr. Umar hears her say that and then offer her forgiveness that she didn't even ask for. That she doesn't want. Oops. So in other words, we're always going to hold black men accountable for what they do. We're going to hold black men accountable for what black children do. We're going to hold black men accountable for what black women do. We're going to hold black men accountable for whatever anything that goes wrong in America that got anything, even if they're not in the room. We hold black men accountable for the Veganator. We hold black men accountable for Chad Wheeler. We hold black men accountable for what happened to Asia Maynard, what happened to Lawrence Smith Fields. We hold black men even when they have nothing to do with nothing. They're not even there. Right? Chris Milan says, even in your death, you're nothing. She said that. I didn't record it. She said it. Because when you die, you have to be embalmed by white folks. Your body is in a white mausoleum. So she says, even in death, you own nothing, you are nothing. Her words. Straight Nazi. I said what I said. And I've proven it multiple times. That's why I record what they saying. So no one can say Mr. Z's putting words in their mouth. Y'all heard it. Right? The question is, how blatant does Paris Milan have to get? How blatant does she have to be? Right? She said what she meant. She said it how she meant it. Right? With 350,000 subscribers, and this video already has 75,000 views. 1,400 comments of women just backing her up, agreeing with her, and speaking, yeah, black men aren't deserving. It should go through black women. Some of which are speaking about their non-black spouses. They don't even see the irony and the hypocrisy in that. They don't care about the irony and the hypocrisy in speaking about your non-black spouse. While you say black men with non-black spouses don't deserve reparations. Because remember, when black men date out, they date it because they date out because they hate black women. Because they're sexist, misogynist, colorist, featurist, texturist, asshole, black women hating men. But when black women date out, it's because they had no choice. Don't you get it? They tried with black men, but black men were so horrible, had so much character flaw, were so poor, were such losers, were so mean, were so colorist, were so texturist, were so featurist that she had no choice but to date out to the white man or to the Latino man. Let's not even mention the Asians. I think one of the sisters in her comments talking about being married to an Asian dude. That's good for you. Let's look at that interracial marriage rate between black women and Asian men. Oh, look at that. Don't even register. Sample negative. Quarter of a percent. Right? So we'll play these things one more time, and then I'll let y'all up. And we got a little bit of time. I can let people up for a little bit, but let's read this from Better You first, right? When you go harder in the paint than Nazis, yay diversity. Hey, right? When you go harder in the paint than the Nazis, oof. F this dingback. I feel like I lost IQ points. She make Goebbels sound like Clinton, but she wants Paris Malone wants to bring us to heel also, right? Paris Malone wants to bring us to heel also. If we're gonna be honest, that's what she's on also, right? Let me see if where's the because I think I played it. I'm trying to see. No, that's not the one. Let's see if I can find the right one. Right. Let's start with the neo-Nazi talk from the jump. Right.
Most black women are not owing child support. Why do you owe child support? It needs to be garnished out of the reparations check, and also they need to be sterilized. If you cared that much about not having child support, you wouldn't create no babies. So you don't care. There's black women willing to pay for
So
child support that he owes.
yeah, yeah. Reparations need to be guarded. Excuse me. Yeah, reparations need to be garnered from your. Excuse me. Your child support needs to be garnered from your reparations, and you should be sterilized. Y'all heard it right. You heard it right. Right. And last but not least, let's play this one more again, and then I'll let people up. Give me 1 second.
To your parents. Collective of black men do not deserve reparations. There are some individual black men that should qualify, even that's up for debate. These black males, I feel, should not qualify for reparations. If you have a multitude of kids, you're not taking care of them, and you got broken home after broken home, you need to be X'd off the list of eligibility for reparations. There's so many of these men that have podcasts now bashing black women. If you're building content and monetizable platforms on the backs of bashing and degrading black women, you then have relinquished your ability to qualify for reparations. If you got your passport and you're not even in America, you for dang sure don't need to qualify for reparations because you're not even in the country anymore. Why would you qualify? That's a conflict of interest. You also get online and bash us. You say how other groups of women are better and this is better. Okay, well, great. If those other groups of women are better, you need to not beg the white man for the reparations that you don't qualify for. The pro-blaze. If you have a non-black woman and you know like to talk that blackity black, but then go home to a white woman, sir, that is your reparations. You don't qualify. Okay, those are my opinions. There's plenty of black males like the Michael Jordans, like the Eddie Murphys, etc., that have wealth. As a collective of white women divested away from white men, Byron Allen, another one that like to talk about, buying this network and buying black and buying this and that. Okay, cool. You're still married to a woman that ultimately the reparations is going to go back into her hands. So if you already are in these marriages, and I don't know if this guy is still with her. I heard he got divorced. Y'all clarify again below. Y'all know I like to get the accurate information. Y'all tell me if he divorced her. But if you have any proximity to a white woman, I don't think that you qualify for those reparations because the white woman is your reparations. Okay, she's gonna help you. See, this is the difference. When a white woman marries a black male, the black male benefits from her social standing in society. She does not benefit from his. So because he is set to benefit from her whiteness, he already got his reparations. So therefore, I don't believe that he qualifies. And especially if they have biracial children, that is a whole debate within itself. You don't qualify, in my opinion. Another form of reparations that the black male has already got. They went to the Supreme Court to cuss our A's out in rap music. That was the reparation. They fought to codify that First Amendment right to call you a B, a H, a thought, and whatever else in the book name that they create a new name every other decade to degrade us for clout and change. You don't qualify. If you ever pimped a black.
Yep, yep, yep. Yeah, everybody. Yep. Right. Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Mr. Z working overtime. Right. And Toya says, shout out to you, Toya. And Toya says, I'm going to hold this L for women tonight. Ah, but you're conceding, Toya. You're conceding. You're supposed to be in the war. Right. So let's bring a couple people up.
Oh,
Y'all, yeah, y'all go ahead.
You know,
We got about 25-ish minutes. Y'all go ahead.
I got less than that because I got to start streaming about 10 minutes. But
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Betty.
But no, you know, I thought you were being extra cruel. You know, this is a while back. I thought you were being, you know, I thought you were crazy when you said these heifers sound like neo-Nazis.
Mm-hmm.
But they sound exactly what they sound like.
Can I pose a question, please? Because
Go ahead, Mr. Smith.
I haven't hung out, Mr. Z, with you in a while. There's so much going on here. What the hell did I just hear?
You just heard a young lady. If I'm not mistaken, I think she still might be under the age of 30.
Correct. You just heard an airhead.
Yeah, well, you heard an airhead, but a lady. I want to say she's either 30 or 29-year-old young lady with 350,000 subscribers.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Talk about sterilizing black men who owe money on child support. Talked about if you are a rapper and you ever said the B word, if you ever called a black woman a thought, if you ever said any, you shouldn't get reparations.
Hold on,
if you have a white woman, you shouldn't get reparations. All of that.
There.
Now wait a minute. Wait a minute, Mr. Z.
Wait, better you and I'm not better you. My God, my brain is okay. AB and then Mr. Brian Snow and then AB. I mean better you and then Namer came up and then Kevin C. All right, y'all. Remember, we gotta go quickly because y'all go ahead.
Just real quick. If you're gonna sterilize rappers that said the B word, wouldn't that mean you have to sterilize?
No. She didn't say that part. She just said sterilize black men who owe who owe child support. Garnish their reparations with the child support that they owe on child support and sterilize them also. That's what she said. But rappers that use the B word shouldn't get reparations.
Rappers that use the B word should get reparations. Wouldn't that mean Nicki Minaj, Cardi B should get reparations?
Why are you trying to be logically consistent? No, black men.
I know.
Right? Can I
Go ahead. Snow.
Oh yeah, Mr. Snow, you got a white wife? No, you don't get no money. No, you don't.
I want to ask a question.
Even though I've beaten a deadly disease, beaten back blood clots, I've had family that have supported me, since they became my family. You know what, Chris Bass?
What in the all types of blue hell?
Wait, I didn't do it right. Let me try it again. I didn't have the volume up. One more time. Chris Bass, please ask this for me.
What in the all types of blue hell?
Really?
Bro.
And to honor the Godfather.
God damn it. You can't make this shit up. You really can't.
Bro.
So
y'all heard what y'all heard.
So what about the black women that owe 50 grand in student loan debt?
Reparations would pay it off. They would get their money, and you would have to kiss their ass to get whatever few dollars that they decide to give you.
So if you're a rapper and you've used all kinds of cuss words, so y'all know I use words for a living as a broadcaster, okay? So that means that means the late great Richard Pryor and his family wouldn't get any. That means Eddie Murphy and his family wouldn't get any.
Wait. Problem number one: Richard Pryor has kids with who?
Oops. Ooh.
Oh, there that goes.
You see?
Case rested.
You see what I'm saying?
Yeah.
One more time.
God damn it.
Eddie Murphy got kids with who?
Right. Well, his wife is super
the last one.
Oh yeah, white kids. Nope. Yep. And guess what? So that's a no go.
But here's the thing that got me though: the last comment about black men being property even when they die. So, is there some sort of special VIP section that black women go when they pass that I don't know about?
Why are you looking to be logically consistent, Lance? I'm just saying.
I'm just asking.
We can't help it. We're men.
Is there a skybox or something? A VI? Is there something I don't know about?
Listen, why are you trying to question your God about her logic, bro?
Did Bell Hooks get some sort of special?
Oh damn! Damn.
Bro, like, at the end of somebody need to forward this to Yvette Carnell and to Tone Talks and be like, before any look, the reparations argument is barely really getting off the ground, and you already got interlopers sabotaging. You already got people in the group and I'm not ADOS FBA, I'm just reporting the news. But Paris Milan is ADOS FBA, and she's already sabotaging on some gender sexist thing. And this is a woman, once again, that the Rolling Stone interviewed, calling her a voice for black women.
Oh, dear.
I'm sorry, what?
Oh, yeah. When that was last year or the year before they interviewed her.
First of all, I thank God I was in the hospital. B, I thank God I was out of the hospital and concentrating on my family. And C, repeating my question, they said what?
You heard right.
Chris Tucker.
God damn!
Hey, at the end of the day, go ahead, AB, and then we'll have Better You, and then Neymar, and then Big Kev. Go ahead.
Yeah, you mentioned this is what the Panther African wants us to come back to, but I've lost just about all respect for the Panther African because this motherfucker is now trying to save Silky Hana.
Oh yeah, I saw it. Look, at the end of the day, like, she's married to a Nigerian, so that's not FBA concern anymore. Shout out to all you Nigerian brothers. Oh boy. Oh boy.
AB, repeat your sentence. Who did
the Panther African? The Panther African, Dr. Umar, is trying to save Silky Hana for some odd reason.
Steve Harvey.
Oh hell no!
Stephen A.
That is blasphemous. That is blasphemous.
It really is
How
blasphemous.
dare you? How dare you say such a thing?
Mr. Paul Allen.
Are you kidding me?
And
yeah, he's trying to make
it off, the late great Jack Buck.
And we'll see you tomorrow night.
Yeah. He's trying to. No. Before I go, he's trying.
Go ahead and then Better You.
No, I'm
he's trying to make
fine.
Silky Hana. I can't believe I'm about to utter these. Put these two words in the same sentence. He's trying to make Silky Hana a black queen. I'm sorry, that shouldn't be in the same sentence. That shouldn't be. Never be in the same sentence. I can't.
Hey, and you know, it's interesting with the Dr. Umars. They do that, and they think they do anything but make young black men have contempt for all of the hotep pro-black space.
Yeah.
Because that's all you do, which you say is black men should be held accountable, right? And these women should be. This is not even grace. This is being a mark. This is not grace, right? And go ahead, Better You.
Yo, this. First of all, I don't took all my goddamn crowns and shit. But...
you needed it for this one.
I guess the bedside Baptist open for business this morning.
Not yet. Bedside Baptist don't start for another few hours.
You know what? I'm the minister of war for the Crown Republic tonight. Goddamn it!
Oh man.
Mm-hmm.
You cannot.
Well,
you cannot divorce one sex from another. That's like cleaving the head from a tail of a coin.
Yeah.
And let's just entertain this bullshit for what it is. Let's say, all right, you want to pass wealth down through women's line. What about women like my mother who only had sons? How the fuck that work?
Nope, no reparations for you.
Nope.
Because she ain't have a black daughter.
She better give it to one of your cousins, your girl cousins. Better give it to a niece.
And just to think about, and even to think about when we talk about a lot of times in terms of relationships, a lot of data shows that one of the biggest impediments is debt and income.
Yeah.
And you want to further exacerbate that by not uplifting the whole of the race?
He said debt, not death.
Hey, you didn't read through the comments. One of the women said something like, I really want to say sister. Thank God I didn't. One of the women said something like, black men are gonna spit it on Jordans and 40s.
Yeah,
she said 40s. Like we somewhere in the early mid 90s.
Before I go on, Z, I gotta ask you a question.
Oh, go ahead. Go
ahead. Why would I lose brain cells trying to argue with Paris Milan or anybody in her chat?
Don't argue. Just
don't argue. Just read the comments just to know that this is real. These people are real. So even if Paris Milan is just putting on, she's creating this rage porn content for views and money. Cool. The comments are real though.
It got 4,500 likes. And all those comments got over 500 likes. Like comments like that, what she said, or it should just be given strictly to black women or black women with children.
Yeah.
All those comments got over 500 likes. I saw them for myself. But you know what? This is a great thing. So now you can't deny the misandry. This is amazing. This is great. Because now black men are not crazy.
Hey, you can't.
You know what?
Real quick. Let's let actually, Nemes, it is your go. Go ahead.
Yeah. You know what better you? In fact, we should quote the great Patrice O'Neill. Whenever he saw any time a woman on the Blackville show started acting a fool, he was like, stop the presses, let it go. This is tremendous. You know what I'm saying?
I don't know.
So my question is this, first of all.
I don't know what to say to this. It's just craziness. Go ahead.
It's not craziness. It is a sense of entitlement. It is her being delusional, in twist words, because remember, when communicating with a female, y'all have to understand it's not what you say or how you say, it's it's all about what she heard. And the bitch got selective and wants to say things in her context and her logic, which is not logical even. It's all delusion. So don't communicate with them. Get the fuck away from them. And it's fair. And by the way, how do we know, as far as reparations go, to all the FBA folks, ADOS folks, like I once said, if you guys want your reparations, you have to fight for it. Even then, they may give it to you, but they might try to screw you over one way, because whatever they give you with one hand, they're gonna take with the other.
And it'll be easy with someone like Paris Milan,
because
standing next to you.
Because she is an enabler and an accomplice.
Informer. Anyway, fucking agent. If she's not a government asset or an agent, or you imagine this is the time when you want to come out the mouth like this. You're literally talking about It's like it's borderline. It's like this got to be comical. Like where's the laugh track? Where's the audience? Like this lady is literally talking about sterilizing dudes.
Mrs. Z, look at it this way. Do you remember? Was it last year, year before last? A bunch of guys were talking about kidnapping a certain governor in Michigan. Those white supremacists.
Yeah. I remember that. Mm-hmm.
It involved a bunch of informants instigating the whole shit. They set him up to do that shit. That's what this individual could most likely be, if she is such a guest. She's just here to stir shit up and create the environment for would-be whatchamacalls to do some shit.
True.
It's all a trap.
Bro.
Which brings me to ask a question here.
Go ahead. I'm gonna get Kevin C after this. Go ahead.
Okay. So all the motherfuckers who are trans, like if you are a black female that identifies as a black man, that means you're not entitled to reparations.
Good question.
And what about all the trans women out there? Are they entitled? Because I identify as
all
female,
the trans men. Yeah, that's a good question.
The trans women, everything.
That's a good question.
And by the way, here's another question. If you are a gay brother, a gay black man who has Well, most black men wish a white boyfriend or husband. So does that mean you're not entitled to
You're definitely not entitled.
reparations?
Yeah,
What
no.
if you're what if you're a black
Wait,
lesbian or
name it,
black
name it,
bisexual?
name it. But yeah, no.
Sorry.
That's all of those are no. All of those are no. Go
Okay,
ahead,
thank you.
Kepsi. Yeah, go ahead, Kepsi.
Yeah, so this is very interesting in the sense that I look at it like this. This reparations conversations has brought out a lot of anger and animosity in people. Never once did I think at any point I would have to consider how black women would feel about it as it relates to what black men may or may not get. Reparations may or may not happen. That's a debatable thing, but just you got the non-black people who are railing against it and all their reasons for it, and then you have literally the same women and the women in the same racial group railing against it specifically for black men. Now I understand it's not going to be all black women, but the fact that it's even a topic of the conversation is ridiculous, and it just goes and shows the emotional aspect of just how certain women are thinking. And then keep in mind that for whatever reason, women just ignore the statistics. Okay, so all of these guys who are these so-called baby daddies, all right, we already know that we already know the 54%. We already know the 33% of black men who are married. Most of these guys are not the problem. And then if black men can't get it because they're married outside of the race, then shouldn't that same logic apply to the black women? I mean, it's just
You're
it
looking for
just
logical
Kevin, why
consistency,
are you
yeah.
Kepsi.
trying to? Let me borrow Mr. Z's question. Why are you
Mhm.
trying to be logical here tonight?
Right?
Well, look, if you just took away just her gender and her race, those talking points, it could be any supremacist saying any of those things.
Yeah. Well,
Which
she
True.
is.
that's essentially that. And notably, men and other racial groups don't have this problem. I know they have their issues and problems. They may or may not be more pronounced because all women, all racial groups of men have their issues with their women, but we have a particular set of problems that just other men don't have to deal with. To include everything else that's thrown on top of that. So yeah, saboteurs. You got what snakes right in the grass while
Yeah.
you're fighting off all
Hmm.
the rest of the the wolves and the alligators and the bears and everything else. But yeah, I'll
Yep.
go ahead and stop right there.
Mr. Z, I got a special sound for you.
Go ahead.
It sounds like this
Stop the cap.
to all of what she said.
Bro, it's absolute insanity. Let's see
All right.
who is
Let me step out of the way. Thanks for letting me up, Z. I appreciate you.
no problem. All
I
right, y'all.
seriously enjoyed that video, bro.
Well, it is entertaining.
like
Oh
like
man.
I don't have much to say. It's like, yo, I agree to the, guys that hold child support, automatically have it taken out and given to the mother, so you start paying that 10%
Yeah.
back. So
Yeah,
it's
well, the
just
thing
like,
is, though, it's not even that many men, though. It's not even that
Yeah.
many black men.
I know.
They run around acting like it's like 80 and 90% of black men. It's like it's always the same 10%. The
Well,
same
well,
10%.
bro.
Kevsey, what happens when you start smelling your own fart? When you're so used to hearing and projecting and putting out there negative stereotypes about black men that you actually bought into your own lies, and so you think it's 90%.
So, Mr. Z, check this out,
Yeah,
bro.
go ahead. Mhm.
So we know how many black women don't put their man on child support because they know he doesn't have the money. So my thing is, we know how women work, bro. She's gonna look at that and she's gonna be like, "Let me get that 14 years, 8 years of rear child support taken care of real quick." She
Bro.
gonna hit the courthouse, But shit, that's just part of the game. So that's something I'm not, guys shouldn't worry about. But the ideas behind what she's saying is like borderline, like if black guys get money, they divest, which we know that somewhat is true when black guys are educated or have money, they're more likely to, divest to other
Yeah.
cultures to some extent. They still primarily marry black women, but if they actually put out the real data, it'll look like a lot of black guys marrying African, Caribbean, and Latino blacks when they, go up in class or income. So but they all identify that as black women, but black women don't identify that because my grandma don't. She doesn't identify that with my wife. You know what I'm saying? So
Bruh, it, look, I look at people like this, their timing, what they're saying. I don't even know if dangerous is the word because I think when you're, it's not just okay being anti-reparations. You're not even coming at it from one of those weird ass like black conservative immigrant angle. You're saying black men shouldn't be are not deserving of reparations. Then you give all of the racist stereotypes, and that's something else that she said, right? She said it's not and I didn't record that part. She said it's archetypes. It's not a stereotype, right?
yeah,
So these are archetypes of black men. It's not stereotype. So you understand where we are. We are watching black women like Paris Milan sell out black men to the point where they're saying all these racist stereotypes ain't racist stereotypes, they're archetypes.
well, we understand that coming from the left how that shit works. So
Yeah.
they're talking about the deserters of patriarchy. So white women roll with that shit real quick. But I mean, like, there's nothing you can do about this. We're in some political spaces, and when it comes down to it, we seen how certain movements have pushed certain arguments, and then it gets tangled in the weeds. So it's just something people need to continue fighting for, and everybody wants to be the head. You can't really negotiate who's going to be the head with black women because they're going to select who they want. You know what I'm saying? So it always boils down to that type of shit. But what she's saying is dangerous, and it's kind of petty to say that, oh, black guys are going to try to assimilate white women, which we already know. Like, if there's a middle class black guy, a good population of white women will try to take them
And
on
that's
anyway.
all the brother was trying to say.
Yeah.
That's and she purposely was being obtuse and purposely trying not to understand what he was saying. Literally, and he kept on trying to clarify in those like yeah, and the people, the women that were purposely trying not to understand what he's saying. He said like, I'm not saying we're gonna chase after them. I'm saying they're gonna chase after us.
Yeah, because it's when you hear the failures of most interracial marriages, it's him having a hard time assimilating into her culture because that's where most of the network comes from, or him being too pro-black and saying he can't succeed, and she sees that he lacks certain confidence outside of a certain environment. So it's usually those two things. It's rarely the conversation of he's cheating on her with three other white women or some shit. So.
Yeah.
It's just stupid shit.
I got
never listened to her.
I got a question I want to answer to all of the brothers on the panel.
What's going on, 18th? Go ahead.
Shout out to you, Mr. Z. What's going on, brother? Shout out to my brother Kevin C. Better you, all of the brothers on the panel, because I've been hearing this foolishness and this ignorance, and I would be lying if I didn't say it didn't piss me off to the 10th power. It makes me sick to my stomach, and this is nothing new. When you look back on history, and you look back on when black people was first getting out of slavery, how they was trying to get the right to vote, and how you had women within our community that was rallying with white women against black men on voting.
That's exactly what it reminded me of also.
Yeah, this is and they're trying to actually get voting rights to get everything the structure together. I can't speak for any brothers on this panel but myself, but Lord knows if in the hypothetical world, if we was to take over something and we would be dictators, Paris Milan will be hauling ass out the country by midnight.
Bro,
that's all I'm saying.
So I guess she would be going to Nigeria with her husband because
Paris Milan, Chrissy, Mahogany Pink, Lexus Exodus. We'll send Toya to their home with letters saying that you all need to leave the country. I'm not saying what's going to happen. I'm just saying I think it'll be best for everybody that you all just leave. I'm sorry. This type of rhetoric is no different than a neo-Nazi. And me personally, I don't want to negotiate. I don't want to speak because they adversaries. A lot of these women are adversaries, and these are the type of women that they're so mentally downtrodden and Not Paris Milan. See, Paris Milan and Chrissy and all of these women are a different case. See, they know that a lot of
They doing
these
this for the
women,
money. A lot of it.
they're doing it for the money, and they know they can easily manipulate their audience.
Yep.
That's the rat. That's basically the rats.
Yeah,
It's all about that cheese.
When you look at Chrissy in the beginning, right? I forgot Rashida Strober. Remember, Rashida Strober was the one that said,
yeah. But that's the that was the one that really she really is the one who started the whole colorist conversation.
Yeah, she did.
Online.
And here's the thing. Because I remember in Chrissy earlier videos when she said she never really experienced colorism like that. She said she never had an issue getting a man. And if you notice with Chrissy, she says that's the end of all her arguments when she says, "Oh well, I never had a problem with colorism, but you're talking about colorism. You never had a problem with biracials. Your friends are biracials, but you're rallying all of these people against
her niece and nephew. I think her brother got kids from a non-black woman, right? If I'm not mistaken.
But you know what she said in one of her videos? She said that she actually goes up to her niece and tries to have her niece speak to her niece against dating black men. Like, do you really want to date men like your dad? Do you really want to date a man like that?
Are you out of your fucking mind,
bro? I've told you these people. They are monsters, bro. I don't even like talking about black people like that. These people are the worst.
Yeah, and we'll never be like these people are a cancer, man. I'm sorry, these people are a cancer.
They are here. Sorry, what's up, 18th? But here's a question somebody should be asking, and it's a quote the philosopher, the Roman senator Cicero. Cui bono, which means who benefits or for whose benefits is all this?
Yeah,
not immediately, but also indirectly or in the greater scheme of things.
Absolutely.
At the end of the day,
she's just a tool. Whose tool is she?
Yeah, this benefits white people, white men the most.
And I just
because they don't have to pay out. Go ahead.
I wanted to add something really quickly, like to what Neymar was saying. When you look at the history, when you look at the history, like for instance, let's look at the natives, right? When you look at the history of the natives and how certain natives participated in the slave trade, certain natives was allied with the Europeans, going against other natives. A lot of these people of these Europeans, as far as the white elite, are some of the most master manipulators that you can ever think of. To the point that everybody thought they was getting something out of it, and then you look up and there's nobody left.
Yeah.
And that's
Trell Billy said, and two Keisha talking about sterilizing you, Trell.
Yeah, I mean, this is practically eugenics that she's talking about.
Yeah,
this
is eugenics all day, every day. This is eugenics all day, every day.
What's the name of the woman who was known as the eugenicist?
Wait, say that again.
What's the name of
Margaret Sanger?
Yeah, Margaret Sanger. Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
So who's the Chrissy that y'all talking about though?
Chrissy is the colorist chick, the one that's always talking about colorism.
What's her YouTube?
Literally Chrissy. And she'll have like her avatar thing will say Chrissy's way. That's what it's saying now. That's what it says now. And the person that bought her on sorry, Sarge Willie Pete was the one that bought her on the scene.
I said it from the jump, Mrs. Z. I said it from the jump. I said, and then Sarge, I don't know what's much.
They had a falling out. They had a falling out offline, and then they kind of they didn't really mention it, but kind of tacitly, both of them kind of mentioned it online.
She was interested in Sarge, and he wasn't. That's pretty much what it was.
Yeah. Nah, bro, come on, stop it. And then I agree with you, by the way. And then but after I seen her picture, bro, I'm like, bro.
But is that really her? Because I heard that wasn't her.
Maybe. Even if maybe, but if that's her, it's not your skin tone, Chrissy, bro. Stop it.
Here's what I can say. Z.
Yeah, go ahead.
I just need to correct you about something. When you talked about those of us who are from the eastern side of the continent.
Mm-hmm.
First of all, it wasn't just the Arabs we had to deal with. It was also the Ottoman Turks. Because remember, at one time, the whole western part of the Arabian Peninsula was controlled by the Ottoman Turks. Even
You're talking about the Ottoman Empire way later, or you're talking about
the Ottoman Empire, and then later then when Egypt, and then during the collapse of the Ottoman Empire, the 19th century, you had an Albanian who declared himself king of Egypt. His name was Muhammad Ali Pasha. His son and his dynasty, the last king, King Farouk II, who was descended from him. He was actually, they're all come from an Albanian, and that was a monarchy that was destroyed by the young officers of military junta in Egypt. But I digress. But the Arabs, for their part, when certain tribes, especially in Kenya and Tanzania and whatnot, when it came to dealing with the Arab slave trade, you had only three choices. It was fight back, convert to Islam, because if you convert to Islam, that might give you some reprieve, because Muslims, they could not enslave Muslims by their rationale, or you had to do both, because there were some who became Muslims but realized it was futile doing it, and they fought them anyway because they understood the hatred and the greed that came with the slave trade. And then some of us, like my own ancestors, they had to fight us, but they couldn't fight us back. Why? Because we're from the highlands. It's like fighting about the Scotsmen when you're a lowlander. We had the higher ground. You gotta climb your way up.
Let me add a little something real quick. So we have to be for real. We have to be for real. The moment that let's say if black guys don't get reparations right, the moment black women get reparations, they're gonna take away welfare 100%, and they're gonna have to buy a house, and all their money's gone. So looking at the prices of houses, 200 to 50.
You just proved my point, brother.
400K. So it economically doesn't change their position. They're gonna have to, they're still gonna be within the same hierarchy, just with more money, so they get to express themselves of more who they are. That's why I don't date broke women. I never did. I want to know kind of who a woman is when she has a little cash. So so even if we all got money, their position doesn't change.
Well, the whole point behind not actually, distributing reparations is that it does change the outcome for people who get it. It actually is an infusion of, finances, and then on top of that, there's some. If you do it right, then you can actually double, triple, and quadruple and quintuple it. Like if you do everything right, then you get something out of it. So that's the whole point of actually denying it.
I know that.
My argument always goes back to 1865. Just pay the folks who were newly freed, give them their reparations and their land, and leave them alone. And that's never happened in the history of the United States. So I mean that's the whole point, is to make sure that one specific group is denied everything as much as possible.
I agree. I wasn't talking from that perspective. I was just talking from why they don't want us to have money. But their position in our hierarchy doesn't change at all. It doesn't.
They don't want us to have money because they're afraid of, they're not going to come out and say it, but they think just like white men think when it comes to black men. They are afraid of black men getting in position. They have literally adopted a white supremacist mentality when it comes to black men. But the funny thing is, when they find themselves in situations of racism, they're crying to black men for help. They literally look at black men as nothing but tools and attack dogs that they can use against other groups, other people. And when you even look at how they think, they think like they have literally adopted a dominant, like as far as a masculine mentality, even when it comes to black men, as far as they think that they're running a show. Like, listen to what Paris Milan said. What did she say again, Z? About, like, she said you shouldn't even have. Who are you?
You shouldn't even have. She's saying y'all shouldn't even be dating most of these black men, or y'all shouldn't be dating these black men. Something along those lines.
Shouldn't even be eligible. Who are you? Who put you in?
Rappers and rappers shouldn't be eligible. Passport bros shouldn't be eligible. Yeah, bro. She had a list.
That's the thing, bro. Like, I've been on leftist protests and everything. Believe me, they love putting their brother on the front line, bro. I had to retire out of that shit. But
who else do anybody listen to? Who be listening to white women? Who listen to white women on protests? Yawn.
No, nobody. And
come on, man. Nobody listening to no Asian men or Asian women on no and everybody know it. Low key, everyone know it. It got to be a black person, preferably a black man.
when we're in their spaces, they like to talk about they talk for about 2-3 hours, and then they ask you if you have anything. It's just like, yo, I had something like in a whole hour and 30 minutes ago. You know what I'm saying? I don't got nothing.
And I wanted to say, I'm sorry. Go ahead, Mr. Z, brother.
Oh, I was just gonna say, like, kind of piggybacking off of it. I think she actually does touch on something substantive, which is if we get reparations, like, are we prepared for it as a people? Because I really truly feel that without proper preparation, and this is not on something like, oh, we're gonna squander it on Jordan and Jays or anything. It's just to say that I don't think we have the infrastructure in terms of built businesses and institutions to properly absorb it. I really, one of my greatest fears with reparations is it would make white people richer than they ever been.
Kind of, sort of, but I believe like
basically that's the same thing that happened with forced desegregation, right? You know, all the black institutions go away, and then now you got to go to the white institutions and everybody else. Yeah, you prevent the actual construction of an extension and reinforcement of any existing institutions, and you can't build any new ones. So where are you going to go? Now you got to go to everybody else, which their stuff is already in place. So yeah, that is a. You're right. I don't see it as much as a wasteful argument as much as that's part of the argument as well.
I got something to have everybody think about. I think it grows the racial wealth gap within the black community. I think it grows the intra-racial wealth gap because I think there are going to be black people that are perfectly situated to take all that money. I think the genius scammer niggas like what's his face Jay Morris and them, they're going to be able to scam people out of even more money. I think the intra-racial wealth gap grows exponentially because the people that their customer base was always black people, but it's just that black people ain't have no money. They're about to get super rich. I do think you're gonna have the exploitative non-black folks, of course, right? Like we already factored that in. But I think the intra-racial wealth gap becomes astronomical because, believe it or not, the intra-racial wealth gap is larger than the interracial wealth gap. So the wealth gap within the race is larger than what the black-white wealth gap is. A lot of people don't know that or talk about it. So there's that.
So by the way, sorry, I got to chime in. I think it was either Big Kev or Better You who proved my point when they said about, if they give y'all reparations, that means they're going to take away your quiches, everything. That's why I said about, they give you something with one hand, they take with the other. Because that's the price you have to pay. That's why they don't give you a fair shake. But think about it this way. Even if you were to get reparations, they're going to tax the hell out of it. That's how they screw you all over. The IRS, anybody? And nobody's that smart enough to deal with that shit. I remember just like I remember explaining some things about, what was it, that one soccer player who was able to, avoid child support and everything, alimony, because everything's in his mom's name. But it's like from the movie, Shawshank Redemption. Black women, are they going to put, if they get that money, do you think they're going to put it in like somebody else's name or some shit to protect it from being taxed? I think not.
No.
They're not that smart. They're not financially. They're not going to be financially. They're not financially literate like that. And plus, Mrs. Z said there's going to be some scammers who are going to try. Trying to make like bandits with the money.
And I'm not about I do believe that there should be education programs directed and by black people for black people. I want to see no white folks in that bitch. And this is a non-ADOS person speaking about this, but but I don't buy into the whole black people ADOS shouldn't be getting reparations until they're fully financially literate. Like that's just a bunch of BS talk for just to keep black people from getting reparations in the first place, right? So I do that because the people that's gonna spend their money on dumb shit, they're gonna spend their money on dumb things, regardless of what we do, regardless, right? You could send them to any type of financial planner. They want these type of things, and they're gonna spend their money on these type of things. But the people that's really about their business, they just never had the money to kind of see their dreams through. Those people are gonna be okay. Those people are going to be okay. Those people are going to find like minds and create businesses, and they're going to be all right. But the people that want to spend their money on rims and stuff, Yeah, thank you. I agree with that. Yes, I
Yeah,
agree with
that's
that.
going to be the majority.
I agree with that.
Because you got a majority that are responsible right now. The ideal thing would be to get the money, then actually build out black enclaves, and from there build in and reinforce infrastructure, and then expand from there. That's ideally what would happen. But the thing is that I mean, you got women that in a lot of ways are just So look, it's traitorous behavior, so you can't trust them, and you don't know what may or may not come out of it. So it's just it's a problem. I mean, when you get to the point where I understand the rhetoric with everybody else. If you're not black, then you just naturally believe all the negative stereotypes. Now you got some black women talking about, oh, that's not a stereotype; it's an actual archetype. So I don't know what you're supposed to do with women like that. And then, as far as I'm concerned, the non-black men are not coming to get these women fast enough. Like they got to come get them.
But here's the thing, Kempsey. When that reparations come, y'all think white men are scammers and schemers now? It's so interesting hearing Paris Milan speak like this. How did I not bring this up earlier? Y'all think white women gonna get us? Pfft, all right, boy. It's gonna be a whole lot of black women going missing. It's gonna be a whole lot of black women married to white dudes for 2, 3, 5 years, right? And
Yeah,
then
the money goes
something
away, then he
happened.
goes away. Yeah.
No, KFC. I'm not talking about him going away. I'm talking about her disappearing.
Yeah, that
If you know,
that
if you
happened
catch
with
my drift.
It's the same story with the Native Americans, right? You know
Yeah.
the Osage out west, where they came into they got put out on essentially a reservation. They came into money, then all the white men showed up, and then the women started disappearing, the families started disappearing.
Exactly. Me and my girl talk about that all the time because me and my lady we were speaking about all these indigenous women that go missing, and it's not the indigenous men.
Yeah,
Right?
there's
Not
actually
just indigenous,
that movie's
it's not
coming out
just
next
indigenous
year.
women too.
Yeah, the movie's coming out on that, by the way. It's
A
got
movie's coming
DiCaprio
out
in
on
it.
that?
Yep, it's got
Yeah.
DiCaprio in it. Yeah.
And
Oh,
I think everybody talking about these white women and these Latinas gonna be playing black men. All right, and once again, when you believe your own hype, you think you're not subject to the whims of these dudes. All right, like I keep on saying, y'all remember Kid Rock got a mixed kid, Machine Gun Kelly got a mixed kid. I'm just saying.
To just piggyback on what you said about missing Native American women, it's not just in the U.S. This shit is also going on in Canada. They've
Yeah,
been talking about that for years in Canada as well. But also, let's not forget, south of the border, you've had a lot of Latinas just disappearing. But they find their bodies usually in
yeah.
in killing fields and whatnot. So
Yeah, little
this
known fact
femicide
is
shit
that
is nothing new.
yeah, so
Hmm.
little known fact, you hear all this stuff about the black women, every 5 hours, right? It's
Yeah.
literally it's
Yeah.
a real fact down in I won't say the country because I don't want to get in.
Hmm.
I'll just let you guys do your own research, but yeah, like it's a known fact at the national level. That's how much of a problem it is, and it's
Hmm.
really and it's truly and it's a recorded thing. This thing about a black woman goes or is harmed or terminated every 5 hours or whatever it is, whatever is it 4 hours, 5 hours? It doesn't matter.
It's
It's
every
just
like
not happening.
5.5 hours type
Yeah, but
talk. Yeah.
there's other countries where it's really happening, and it's a
Yeah.
discussion at the national level and at the international level. That's how bad it is. So it's just that's another talking point that's just basically easily debunked. And even I'll put it to you like this: let's just say
Hmm.
for a second that we're true. Let's concede the point.
Hmm.
Okay, so what is the NAACP, the National Urban League? What is Kamala Harris? What is all these black organizations? BL, what are they doing about it? All these what are the
They
feminists
don't
doing?
want to have that. Here's something. This is
What
the
are the
problem
feminists
that
doing about it?
they
Where's all these people with all this concern for black women?
they don't want to have that real conversation. I remember watching Crystal and Karazin one time, and she was like talking like she was lamenting. She was like, "Well, it was a episode of
She was talking
101
about
East where they spoke about the harassment that some of the was it Japanese women that got to go through with Japanese men and whatnot, and they have to have their
no,
own
no,
special
that sounds
carts
more
on
like
trains and whatnot.
getting groped on the
Name it. Let me
no,
know.
no,
train.
no, no. That's India. That's India. That's India.
Yeah, yeah. And she was speaking about that, and I remember thinking to myself, you don't actually want you don't want like first of all it wouldn't be 101 East because obviously 101 East, but you don't want Al Jazeera to do like a special thing on black women going missing or black women and this stuff because they're gonna often find it's white dudes. Number one, number two, because she was talking about like domestic violence, DV, and everything, and I'm like, do you really want them to do investigation on DV? You know how ugly that's gonna look on black women real
Yeah,
fast, real.
because the numbers come up actually, worse from the women versus
Yeah,
the
and
men
that's what I'm
side.
saying. Like, yup,
And
and
you
that
have men
once
who
again,
don't even report it, by the way.
that's
That's
why
the
I
other thing.
say
It's
you
really
smell your
underreported.
own farts. You
And
you
then
have bought
then
into your
then it's
own
going to come
lie.
out against the children and what's happening to the
Yep,
children, and
yep.
like it's going to escalate. They'll be like, "Whoa, wait a minute, we probably shouldn't have done this."
And once again, when you have, it's one thing to lie to other people. It's another thing to lie to yourself. And then it's a whole other thing to lie to yourself and then believe your own lie to the point that it causes you to be delusion, right? To have delusion, to be
Delusional.
delusional about your own, your own lie. And I think that's where we are now. We're in a place where these people have believed their own hype so much that they're begging the non-black people, the rest of society, to investigate things that's actually going to turn out to be bad for them.
Well, so
Here's the
Right?
thing I would like to say also.
Let them eat cake.
Yeah.
Thank you, Marie Antoinette. Even though it
Yeah.
was proven she never said that, but
Yeah.
Yeah.
I will say this: even let's say if eight of those folks get reparations, do you imagine the ripple effect that's going to have on the rest of the Western Hemisphere? I mean,
Oh
look at
yeah,
the
no,
Caribbean
it's a
islands.
wrap. Oh, it's a wrap. Britain's
That
gonna have to pay up. France is gonna have to pay up. Spain and Portugal have to. And Spain and Portugal are not the Spain and Portugal from 400 years ago. They don't got
no.
it,
but
right?
but
So
here's the thing. Here's the thing. I remember I had that. Remember that one time we had a discussion on Charles's Hangouts because I brought up what happened was when David Cameron was Prime Minister of Britain, he came to Jamaica, and then Jamaican Prime Minister formally requested reparations. He said, "No, you ain't having it." But you guys forget those countries already set them up in a way where the last thing they'll be thinking is reparations because they got them good. They got them crippled by IMF and World Bank loans,
oh
development aid.
yeah, oh yeah, oh
So
yeah,
how
oh
the fuck?
yeah.
So who the fuck are you to ask for reparations when this is? And let's not forget, because this shit is so fucked up, especially in the case of African countries. Why do you think the Chinese have been welcomed in as liberators? It's not just the Chinese or the Russians for that matter. And the Chinese, they're calling in the debts on some people. I'll give you one example. Look at Ethiopia, because I remember Professor Black Truth brought up about Ethiopia. The only thing right now they got is this huge dam on the Blue Nile, just a few clicks from the Sudanese border. It's called the Great Ethiopian Renaissance Dam, GERD. And the prime minister, he's going to all to many countries as possible. Why? Because he's trying to secure bank loans and whatnot, trying to offset the debt that the Chinese are trying to fuck them over with. Wagner Group in Russia, they're in cahoots with certain factions, with certain military juntas, and in certain groups like the one in Sudan. So everybody's trying to indebt Africa and trying to take advantage of it that way. Just like how they've been taking advantage of the Americas. You don't hear the Asian countries asking for reparations because they're up to their eyeballs in IMF and development aid debt and shit.
Yeah,
So what the fuck are they gonna do?
look at the, I
Latin
really look at
America,
this.
same thing.
Yeah, I really look at this as a dangerous precedent to start setting. First of all, it's not really a precedent because they've been talking like this. What am I saying? Right, but is this at this juncture? And once again, because you got to remember, like, the people that be talking this reckless are pretty good, right? Paris Milan don't need reparations. She married to a well-to-do Nigerian cat, right? That got her going to $2,000 dinners. So it's perfect. She has no issue torpedoing reparations for all black people, right? She
Did
has
you
no
say she's
problem.
married to a Nigerian?
Yeah, she has no problem torpedoing reparations for all black people, right? So
Oh
she could
man,
torpedo. So wait,
imagine
name
the
her, name
hell
her. Let
she
me
went
land. Let
through.
me land. Let me land. Let me land.
Sorry.
Please, thank you. So
Sorry.
she has no. So torpedoing reparations for black men, which inadvertently, because I there's always a possibility, right? I'm not going to feel it's impossible, but the likeliness of the
Mm-hmm.
U.S. government saying, yeah, we're going to give to black women, but not black men for the reasons black women say, you imagine, but So they just wouldn't give any reparations, right? And that would be perfectly okay with a Paris Milan because she's good, right? And
Yeah, because they
that's
just come up with something to offset it for the women, and that way that essentially cancels it out. And so you go, look, you already wrote the men off, so they can't get it. We give it to the women, and now whatever it is we did to offset that cancels the whole debt. We're done with it. We don't want to talk about this anymore. We're done.
and you imagine, and that's why when I'm reading through the comments, Kev, I'm like, what in the it's Paris Milan was already bad enough, but then when you read through those comments and you just watch so let me get this right. Y'all heard Paris Milan say that black men that owe child support should be sterilized. And like I'm reading through the comments and I'm looking for one black woman that's like, okay, maybe we went too far with this. And I don't see one. I'm like, this is why, like, as bad as the US is, as bad as some of these Western countries are, like this is why we have like air quotes democracies, right? And this is why you have like things that are up for votes, and because you imagine if people like this ran countries, right? You imagine like this type of weird ass like gender racist authoritarian rule, right? I can't even call it rule of law. It would be like rule of these kind of weirdo type women. You imagine if these women ran countries?
Well, they just always be in rebellion. That's all. They'd always be in rebellion, always be in revolt. They'd always be concerned of a takeover or something to that effect. The only reason we don't really, one of the reasons it doesn't exist right now as bad in the United States is that, black folks essentially, and black men, I'll just say, black men primarily, did the work to make sure that a lot of that negativity ceased. I mean, you had the civil rights movement, the Black Power movement. Before that, you had all the rebellions and the revolts and everything else. Like black men have been a problem the entire time. So at some point, they're like, you know what? We're gonna have to let these people just live. We can do everything we can systematically to deny them, but we got to figure out a way to just let them live in peace to some extent. Otherwise, they're just gonna keep fighting us, and essentially, there's still a fight.
Bro,
go
ahead. No, go ahead.
Think of it this way. These YouTubers, look at their demographics. What are they mostly? What is the socioeconomic situation of mostly their followers and whatnot?
From the East Coast.
Yeah.
No, I said the socioeconomic situation.
They're really, a lot of them are down bad.
You want to answer? Broke bitches.
Okay.
Wait, I didn't hear your question. Ask the question again. I'm sorry, I was kind of preoccupied.
He was saying wealth, like their net worth.
The net worth of their core demographics. Their followers.
Oh, like the Paris Milans and stuff like that?
Yes. Who are the people who subscribe to them?
Oh yeah, they're for the vast majority, they're younger, under the age of 40, working class black women, poor black women, lower middle class black women. Like it's not most of the now I'm not gonna say they don't have the ear of one or two ballerific black women. That's not true. But for the most part, you're talking about women under the age of 40, 45. Definitely for Paris, I would argue Paris's demographic probably skews under the age of 30.
Yeah.
Under the age of 35, right? Under the age of 30. Yeah.
So my thing is, imagine what would happen if black women would start getting reparations. So when Paris was saying that shit, she's just putting out wishful thinking. But if that actually came, but she's not serious about it.
But see, here's the thing.
Wait.
But she's speaking to women that are serious. Yeah.
Let me land. I know, but this is some hopium shit she's putting out there. So imagine if people actually got that shit, just like that, her subscribers would be gone because they'd be like, Kanye, you can't tell me nothing. I got my money, I got the bag, you can't tell me nothing.
Yeah.
So and these people bank, like a lot of YouTubers, grifters and whatnot, they bank on these people being stuck in their situation, so they could exploit.
Yeah, no, that's true.
Brother,
I see where you're going. I see where you're going. This.
You don't know Black American women, bro.
Well, consider. Hey, Leon, you're right. I don't.
No, but here's here's the thing, because I see where Neyma's coming from, but I definitely know where Leon's coming from. First, what Neyma is saying is like all these women are pretty much poor as shit, and so they're angry at black men because black men ain't make them rich white women. So if they get if reparations was 250 or something like that, right? Let's say it was 250, right? And now they got this 250, and now the relationship with black men and black women may ease up a little bit because now we got a little bit of money we working with, right? Now that doesn't mean there's not going to be strife and still arguments and all this other stuff, but it ease up the tension a little bit. And where does Paris Milan's subscriber base come from then? Now, what Leon is saying, you don't really know ADOS FBA women because a whole lot of them will still be subscribed to her because they need to get that energy off. They're for a lot of black women, their anger and rage at black men, it goes deeper than just the money thing. It goes deep. It's like America's favorite pastime to talk crap about black men, and there's a lot of black women that's in on it, right?
Hey, it's like YouTubers. YouTubers are like reality stars, man. When you think about it,
yeah,
these people need somebody to live vicariously through. That's why they watch their favorite. Or hell, this is the phenomenon of soap operas, or if you're Latino, telenovelas.
Well, it's the energy. You're right about that. They need what Paris is engaging in is getting all of those juices flowing with black women, all that anger, all that.
Get them riled up.
Think about it. You're talking about women. Some of them are college educated. They're 25, 30, 40, 50, $60,000 in student loan debt, right? They have very little, if any, relationship prospects. A couple of them are socially awkward. Some of them are virgins, and like Paris Milan speaks to them. Chrissy speaks to them
as a female.
right?
Wait. Mr. Z, how do these females? How some are virgins? You tell me they can't get on these suck a man's dick?
I don't know, bro. Wait, chaos. I don't know what world y'all be. I'll be trying to tell y'all that some of these, like, I get it. A lot of brothers think all these black women are just hoeing. That's not true. There's a whole lot of
some are getting dick, man.
Chaos, bro. Are you listening to what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Y'all swear all these black women are hoeing. No, half of these black women are that socially awkward. They 26 years old virgins, bro. 27, 28 years old virgins. Or they're celibate as shit and they've been celibate for 5, 6, 7, 10 years.
And I push back. There's no such thing as celibacy if they got fuck. They got toys. They still play with pussy.
Okay. Chaos. I hear what you saying, but y'all niggas be so hard up on a particular narrative about black women. Y'all don't be hearing the fact that they frustrated as shit because yes, they are celibate. Yes, it's by choice. Yes, they play with their toys, but the bitches is crying themselves to sleep at night.
You gotta
go ahead, because I know Kev C was trying to say something, and then we'll get 18th later, and then we'll just go around after that. But go ahead. I think Kev C was trying to say something, and then 18th later. Leon, go ahead. Leon, and then 18th later. Go ahead.
You have to understand that a large population are black women fuck niggas out of necessity. So it's like that's the only thing they have access to. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
So it's like that or choose not to have sex. So those are the ladies walking into a guy's house and you got roaches and dirty dishes. And
hysterical.
And everything is dirty. You know what I'm saying? I know they're subjected to that shit. But what I wanted to add was when you brought up student loans, and I know this country, bro. You're gonna have the lady with 150K student loan debt, and they're gonna cut her a $50,000 check and say, "Hey, we paid off all your debts." They're gonna be the ones fucked up. They're gonna be fucked up, bro.
And the IRS is gonna tax whatever's left.
Bro, I don't think that IRS will tax reparations if they ever get that out there. I don't think it's a tax.
You know what's messed up? I just wanted to add something, Mrs. Z.
Go ahead.
Because when you spoke about the socially awkward women, right? Mm-hmm. How many of these women you think are socially awkward because they started listening to Chrissy at 16,
Ooh.
18?
Hey, you imagine
they had no experience. First and foremost, a lot of them they don't qualify for a lot of other groups of men, or they just not around those type of men.
Yeah.
And Chrissy has literally, or Paris Milan has literally, or even what's her name? Pink Pill have literally
Crystal Curzon, yep.
Yeah, has literally invoked fear of them dating black men to the point now they don't even know how to socialize with black men. And also,
you took that thought right out of my mind, man. Stop digging my mind.
What do you think about the women that's been ran through by white men? What do they stand on the level? Like, do they come back? Do they hide that?
Many of them, if we know, there is no coming back for most black guys. You just persona non grata. Number one.
Well,
Number two, we have to wait. Who's trying to speak?
I was gonna give the answer for you. To once someone gets slut up by a black man, if they're a non-black person, that is the end. They've made the decision to put their mouth into the black man's phallus. So now the white man said you are damaged goods. Go be great.
Once you go black, you can't go back.
Yeah.
You gotta go great.
I think black people should adopt that too. I think black men should adopt that when it comes to these sisters too. The second I smell white penis past. Oh no! Oh no!
Once you go white, you out of sight.
It's not about the white penis. It's about white children. So there's a lot of women with white children, but outside of that, I mean, like you can't really govern who. My thing is like, I don't want to say some guys think in the worst case scenario, but when people are stable, you get the real reality of who somebody is. So I don't even think. I don't think half of these motherfuckers would be as bad as we think they are, bro. Because they don't have leverage over it unless you give them a kid and they can start,
You know what? I just thought of something. I just thought of something here. Since we're talking about, those who've been, run through by, by white dudes and everything. Because I remember, what's her face, Yanni?
Yeah.
I remember listening to one of her clips. The one where she's talking about decentralized administration. The second one, she mentioned she's a survivor of SA and everything. Imagine how screwed up some of them are if the perpetrator was white.
Oh, you mean when they got touched, Namer, like touched in that wrong way,
violated? They've been, as adults.
Yeah,
that's my grandma's, bro. I know enough.
But you know what irks my nerves, man? You know what irks my nerves with a lot of.
Because imagine they can't even come in because they were scared to death. They were scared straight to avoid black men by their mothers. And once they got
a lot of them are
scared
men, straight to avoid black men by YouTubers.
That too. Some before in the past were told to stay clear of black men because they would talk down about black men in the past, dude.
But you know what?
Old grandmas were not.
You know what
I'm trying to say. Or 13, 18. Hold up. My thing is this.
That's like my grandmother. Basically, it's like they look for more brown-skinned brothers that simulate, in proximity with whiteness. So they look for that dark-skinned black guys back then. They used to shame dark-skinned brothers back then. They would try to find, guys like my dad with brown, red hair and shit. You know what I'm saying?
Or green eyes.
Yeah. No, he had the colored French black people hair and shit. That's what most black women were looking for during that period of time because it came from slave culture. You know what I'm saying?
You mean like how Brother Malcolm had that red tint in his hair?
Yeah.
I wanted to go backwards a little bit. Let me go backwards a little bit and address something that the 18th letter was speaking about earlier, which the crystalline kerosins and the Chrissies and how their rhetoric on young women, what it's done to the dating scene and these people's mindset. So Chrissy has been on YouTube, if I'm not mistaken, for 7 or 8 years now. Crystalline Kerosene a bit longer than that. And so 7 or 8 years, if you're talking about a 28-year-old, that's when they were 20. If you're talking about a 25-year-old, that's when they were 17, right?
18.
If you're talking about a 24-year-old, right? If you're talking about a 20-year-old, right? These are young people. Their parents gave them their first cell phone when they were 10 and 12 years old, maybe even 8. 10 and 12 years old. They got their little heart broken when they were 12 years old. Found Chrissy, been listening to her for 8 years, for 7 years.
On those Obama phones.
You see what I'm saying? So you imagine.
I've ran
into
real
quick, 18. Real quick. Let me land. You got it right after me. And so you imagine the way they think, the way they sound, and our young brothers are dating them. and they've been listening to Paris for the past. I think Paris has been online for what, 6 years, 7 years now, 6 years, maybe 5, 6 years, right?
Longer than that. Longer than that.
Yeah. You're probably right about that. So
Because
they've
remember,
been
she
listening
went
to
rogue.
Paris.
It wasn't like that first. Yeah.
Yeah, you're right. So they've been listening to Yanni. They've been listening to Paris. They've been listening to Chrissy, Crystal and Karen. And if we go to Crystal and Kerosene, that's a decade plus. You see what I'm saying? So that's why I think these people are so dangerous, because I agree with the 18 letter. You've been listening to Chrissy for this long. You can't date anyone, let alone no black man, because quiet is kept. You ain't making it work with the white dudes neither.
No.
You're not making it work with the Latino dudes neither, and quiet is kept. But you definitely ain't making it work with black men, because you have a very crazy neoliberal assessment of men, because you've been listening to these weirdo ass black women for 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 years. And you have delusional. The prime example of that is Kevin Samuels. The chick that was in her 20s dating a brother in his 20s that earned $75,000 a year, and she thought he didn't make enough.
Mm-hmm.
That's what years of listening to Chrissy gets you. That's what years of listening to Paris gets you. That's what years of listening to, Yanni got worse over the years, really over the past 2-3 years. But that's what years of listening to them gets you. You're dating a dude that earns more than what 2/3 of men will ever earn in their life in America. And you think that he's in his 20s earning 75 and he's not earning enough because you've been listening to Chrissy too long. And I'll pause right there. Go ahead, 18.
Well, because there's certain factors too that we're forgetting about as well, Mrs. Z. One of those factors are that these women was on this, because now everybody, you heard Paris in the clip that you played complain about men creating podcasts. Once it was once monetization changed YouTube, Chrissy and Paris and all of them, like, shout out to the brother Accountable Commentary. That brother, I love that brother's channel. Channel strictly for black men. Like he pointed out in his channel that a lot of them took the talking points from the pink pill. They took the talking points from Crystal and Kerosene, and they used those talking points to further their channels growing, because now monetization with YouTube had came in, where it wasn't about how many subscribers, it was about the views that paid the money. So they was on this wave first, because remember, before even Kevin Samuels, it was, and of course you had OG BGS, you had Sergeant Willie P, but for the most part, they was like these hundreds and thousands of views that they was getting. It was a whole sea of them that was bashing black men with no responses, or little to no responses, with the divestors and everything. And the messed up thing about the subscriber base that Chrissy and Paris Milan and them have, even when they question what they're saying, due to the fact that's all they know, they come back to their live streams for reinsurance. Which is that's the thing that's messed up about it. So even if it's like, well, I've seen women on there that said that they had a good black man and they was gonna dump him, and they dumped him. Like they dumped him because they just didn't trust them or anything like that. These women are sick, and the funny thing is they don't care about black women at all. All they care about is lining their pockets. You covered that, Mr. Z, about them pushing you off the cliff and grabbing your pocketbook.
Grabbing, and I think what makes this worse is so many of our elders, they still in the era of the internet's not real. They're still in the era of, like, you know what I'm saying? So like when you hear,
can I add this really quickly? Can I add this really quickly? Also the fact that the funny thing about that situation is we don't even factor in the black women that know that this rhetoric is out there. They may not necessarily agree, but even the black women that don't agree with this are afraid to stand up against these other black women.
Bruh. The sisterhood, this particular, because the second, you know what they're gonna start? Well, look at the marriage rate. Which other, black men are so great. Look at the marriage rate. Well, if black men are so great, then why are we so poor? Look how many of single mothers, and then so
because the funny thing is,
real quick, 18. Let me learn with this, because this is what we have to stress too. A lot of our elders sound like Steve Harvey. A lot of our elders sound like Dr. Umar Johnson. A lot of our elders sound like FD Signifier. And what ends up happening is that gives the Paris Milans and the Chrissies so much room to run and to grow, because we're being told the black male rhetoric is serious. We got to take it serious. We got to go after it wherever it goes. This sexist rhetoric from the black men, it's serious. It's dangerous. And the Chrissies get to grow because everybody thinks it's a joke. The Steve Harvey, first of all, the Steve Harveys of the world don't even know this shit's real, right? But then the FDs of the world tell us we're not resilient enough. That these women is literally Paris Milan with 350,000 subscribers talking about sterilizing Negroes. It's not real. It's not that serious, right? Now, when we know that black women are more likely to get hired than black men, we know that there's more black women academics. We know that it's 60-40 splits for college enrollment for American men and women. It's more like 70-30 for black men and black women. So they're more likely to be professors. They're more likely to earn college degrees. They're more likely to get hired. They're more likely to be politicians. And yet we have a whole generation of young people now, of young women, black women, listening to Chrissy, listening to Paris, listening to Yanni, listening to Lexus Exodus and Mahogany Pink and Crystalline Kerosene. And so as bad as Xer and Boomer black women were, how bad are millennial and Gen Z women going to be in the next 5-ish, 10-ish years, 15 years, as they really start to get some of those political positions? Because your oldest of millennials they're 42 now, so in their 50s they're gonna really got to have those positions like that. How bad are millennial and Gen Z, who are going to be in their mid 30s in the next about mid 30s in the next 10 years? How bad are they going to be with decades of listening to Crystalline Kerosene and all the rest of these? Go ahead.
I just wanted to say this real quick. I'm gonna let Better You go.
Okay, 18th. No, wait. I don't. It was a Better You or Big Kev? I couldn't. I think Big Kev. Kev C. Okay. 18th and then Better You. Go ahead.
I just wanted to say, what the funny thing is, the programming is so ingrained in some of these women that even if they know the way that they think is wrong, they don't know how to operate but the way that they've been operating for years. Mm-hmm. That's the sick thing about it, because it's like they're afraid. They want a man. Some of these women want a man, but they're afraid because of the fact that they feel like what a man is they're gonna have to meet standards that they never wanted to meet. They're gonna have to do things that they never wanted to do. It's just like when we saw the videos, if anybody saw the videos with the brother Dennis Sperling on that one woman that went to the DR trying to get that man. You know, the passport sisters are taking L's left and right.
Yeah. I keep on asking, and maybe 18 later, the cute sister that went to the DR dude then played her. She brought him back to the US, got her pregnant. I think they might even got married, and then he cheated on her. I think he brought the other chick to the US after. I can't remember, but she told her story in like multiple parts. I think it was like a 7-part series that she told it in. And I'm like, bro, you got you look like that, and you could have ended up with one of these brothers over here. You got played by the dude from the DR. All right, you deserve it.
You got plenty of white girls get played like that when they go to these places, yo.
Yeah.
I mean, there's a documentary I remember watching. It was about Canadian women going to Cuba and such, and and they get played like that certain times. That's why you got to worry about, because you got a lot of white women who go to these like these islands in the Caribbean for sex tourism. Mm-hmm. They do the same thing when they go to places in Africa.
Yeah, let me read this real quick.
Oh, sorry.
So no placeholder. Thank you for the super chat. It's been up for forever. What's good, Mr. Z? Big up to Kev C and the panel. Thank you very much. And let me actually, okay, there we go. And let me put this up. And D Scott says, yeah, D Scott, I said it. And D Scott says, push you. Oh, why isn't that highlighting? Here we go. Okay, there we go. Push you off the cliff and grab your wig and Gucci bag. Damn shame. I think they all know they have mortgages to pay though. I mean, I look at these people like Paris. I look at what Paris Milan is doing, like borderline, like you should be arrested for what you're doing. I'm not about trying to sterilize you, like, or somebody of note in the black community need to get on her, like because this is not. Excuse me. Forget not sustainable. Not only is this dangerous, that she's really targeting young women because I think she barely turned 30. She probably just turned 30 if she's not 29 years old at this point. And so her audience skews younger. You imagine there's 21, 22, like I said, 18, 17, 16-year-olds listening to Paris.
So, here's the thing. You guys went through a whole list of women that are doing all of this rhetoric against black men. And the thing is, you got to divest because black men ain't shit. Okay, look. These women got to start producing results. Like where are all these marriages? Where are all these interracial marriages? Where are all the white men, the Asian, and the Hispanic men
have no answer
just ready to just take up all of these black women who are just so great and wonderful? Like they got to start producing results. And not only that, I'm putting pressure on the non-black.
Wait, chaos. Because after KFC, it's better you, and then you could go after that. Go ahead.
All right,
yeah.
Go ahead.
Yeah, not only that, I'm putting pressure on the non-black men to come pick these women up too. Like y'all, you non-black men you got to step your game up. You got to start doing the work. And I'm gonna tell you something. I actually follow some of these IR, these IR channels with the black woman, white man, and all this other stuff. And you know what? They're not getting these. They're not getting these dudes living this extravagant lifestyle. Going, living in mansions and going on expensive trips and wearing nice expensive clothes and stuff like that. These are regular guys working regular jobs. They don't have, they're not conspicuously good looking. They're okay looking. They're average dudes. And then on top of that, they don't have the muscles. They got the dad bods. Like, look, I had this idea that they were getting all of these amazing, just men that are so much better. And you know what? I'm like, look, if the narrative is that black men are so terrible, then you got to go get the better men and actually get the better men. They're just not doing that. And then the other thing too is, and I'll go ahead and say this real quick, and then pass it over to somebody else. Is that so? For me, the thing is very simple. If you're a woman and you get to the age of 30 and you still haven't gotten married, and then you try to come back over to black men, I would say, that's not your. Just you guys need to leave those women alone, because I look at it like this. That's that whole 20s. That's what she was doing. The whole point was to actually try to get the non-black man, and she couldn't. So now, basically, she's stuck with you guys. So you guys are the backups. Don't be the backups.
Right. So let me say this before you go, Big Kev, real quick, because I gotta address something that Kevin C said. Look, when you go through Yanni, because Yanni's all on this decenter men thing, right? You go through her comments when she first really started pushing this. You notice it's a whole lot of women talking about they're a year and a half celibate, 2 years celibate, 5 years celibate, 10 years celibate, 15 years celibate, 17 years celibate, right? And I think you even got 1 or 2 20-year celibates, but definitely 15 and 10 and 5 year celibate. And what that tells me, number one, that means you're not having relationships with no man. Forget the sex. You're not having no real intimate moments. You're not kissing. You're not hugging. Because eventually it's going to lead to that. And no grown-ass man is going to be around you for more than 3, 5, 6 months and never do nothing. So, going to what you're saying, it's not. These people are leading these women to like a life of misery. Because understand, these women are crying themselves to sleep at night. They're not happy. And I keep on saying on my channel, your homegirls are snitching y'all out. Your white homegirls are snitching y'all out. Your black homegirls are snitching y'all out. Your nieces are snitching y'all out. Your sisters are snitching y'all out. We know. So y'all don't tell the men. Y'all don't tell y'all brothers. Y'all don't tell y'all uncles. Y'all don't tell y'all dads. But your sister knows, and your sister's husband knows. Your sister's boyfriend knows. Your nephew knows, right? So we finding out about you and how you putting on a fake smile at work. You're miserable. You crying yourself to sleep at night. We know. And I'm not saying that to brag. I'm saying, y'all, first of all, y'all already have messed up concepts and ideas about black men. Then you turn around and listen to Yanni and Chrissy and Paris, and they turn it up to 11. And now you waging a secret jihad against black men, and you're the one who's miserable. And I'll pause right there. Go ahead.
Yeah, so actually what I had to say ties in with that perfectly. Like I think if it was just a YouTube thing, just a media thing, I think it would be a lot less pervasive. I know a lot of I shouldn't say a lot. I know a good number of women, probably at least over 10 personally, that are roughly 10 to 15 years older than me, which puts them in their late 40s to mid 50s. And honestly, what's her name? Paris Milan. They sound when certain things come up. There's a couple of them sound just like that, and it comes from a cultural thing to where speaking with them, it's like, oh well, I've been taught. Like one of them in particular, I'm thinking of right now. It's like, well, Mama said this about men, Grandma said this about men. All these guys ain't this, that, the third. It's like, yo, well, you sitting right here in your pappy house though, and he ain't charging you rent.
Hey, I keep on saying there's nothing. I said it before. We talk about a lot, like the brothers that are in their parents' home well into their early 30s, mid 30s, and nobody pays attention to the women who are sitting in mom's house until 41, right? 42. Nobody got nothing to say about that. And she making okay money. She making 50, 55, 60, right? 45,000.
Look at the housing market right now.
No, it's not just that. It's because they can't deal with no man.
Yeah. But here's the thing I want to mention. Here's the thing I got to mention.
Well, no, wait. Go ahead and land, because I could better you off. Go ahead and land better you, and then name her.
Gotcha. It's one of those things to where I really truly believe that until we deal with it as a cultural thing, until you have aunts and mothers and grandmothers that stop actually saying, you know what, stop putting everything else before a fucking getting a fucking man and relationship and family, if that's what you want to do, to actually speaking in a way that puts value on it. Because to me, the YouTube shit is problematic because it's loud, but it's not that pervasive in my estimation in terms of the totality of black folks. Okay. Like if I went up to some random person, it's like, yo, you ever heard of Paris Milan? They'd be like, who the fuck is that? Just keeping it real. But if I asked them, a random black woman, how did your grandmother, how did your mother, how did your aunts talk about black men?
Yeah, it gets real ugly real fast.
That's where you start to, that's where you doing Jordan numbers. So that to me is the bigger fish. And that's the one that you have to fix as a culture, because until you do something and deal with it, you're gonna have these women sounding misandrous as fuck, because honestly, they're getting it from the time they can talk.
Yeah. And that's not that's not sustainable. And this is the beauty of the internet for black men, though. See, before the interweb, black men were getting they were getting hit with 18-wheelers, like side hit by 18-wheelers, T-boned by 18-wheelers, right? You think everything good. You think all you got to do is follow Steve Harvey's 10-point plan or something like that. Listen to Dr. Umar, you're going to be straight. And what actually ends up happening is you get hit with a woman who is misandrous as hell and rips you out the frame and feels no sympathy for it. What the internet has done is have warned brothers, don't hate black women. If you date them, treat them right, but understand that this is a thing and this is part of black culture, right? And just be careful, be mindful. If she say these few things, that probably means she listened to Paris or Yanni or Chrissy, and you need to abort mission now. And that has really messed with their entire dating prospect. Because let's be very clear, and I'm so happy we got to this point. All that divested rhetoric was just gaslighting. We work with the white dudes, we know they ain't checking. We work with the Latino dudes, we know they ain't checking, right? A lot of the sisters gotta damn near throw themselves at those dudes. We know it. So really what it is gaslighting you with these mythical, magical white dudes that they don't have access to. And it was just to get you to be a mule for them. And now that we're in the place where we're calling their bluff and they can't shout out to KFC, they can't produce the receipts. That's the problem. They can't. They know they can't. Even Crystalline Karazin said they can't, because Crystalline Karazin said it to Kevin Samuels. The women won't even lose the weight for the white dudes they keep on bragging about.
Yeah, we're not trying to stop them from actually divesting. Just go ahead and do it. Get it done.
They can't.
I need to see black women married to somebody, and I don't want these kids all over the place. Right. And the white man the Hispanic man that's making these kids, you need to come get your kids too. Like, because at some point, what's going to happen is, because whenever I'm on a different panel and somebody's talking about black men and out of wedlock kids and black pookie, I'm like, oh, let's not forget about the non-black men. Let's throw them up in there too, because that number is actually increasing. And you guys are seeing that when you look at that CDC National Health Statistics Report, where they track fertility,
always been here.
that number is getting bigger every time that report comes out of the mixed race kids.
No.
Not black. Those are not black men's kids.
Actually, that's false. It's always been around. I know people back in the. No.
That's not what he's saying. Go ahead.
I know that's what he said. And that's what he's saying. Listen to me. That's always been around since integration. Period. And
wait, what are you saying?
Before and after integration, they always had children from bastard non-black men.
But those kids got dumped on black men, and black men had to deal with it.
Black men at the time never checked if these were his kids until the last few years now.
No, that's not what he's saying. So I knew.
No, I know that's not what he said, but I'm correct in saying that it said something is increasing. No, it was always the number that it either increased, decreased, has been here. The only thing now is we're looking at.
That's not true.
Chaos.
So
are you listening? Okay.
Hold on. Let me make this out. You know why I say it? Because I know someone. Y'all know someone that had a child. If you had families or friends, they tell you they had one from a non-black man, and the guy didn't stay around. But the problem is
that's not what we're saying. Okay, listen to what I'm saying. What we're saying is based off of the national statistics, the mixed child rate from black women is increasing, whether it got dumped on black men or not. What ends up happening is that they're keeping track of these things. So either they weren't keeping track of it accurately before, and that's why it's increasing, or it's increasing because black women are having more children from non-black men, or it's a mixture of both, which I think it's a mixture of both. And these non-black men are just not marrying black women, and so right now you have about 15% of children born from black women, born out of wedlock from black women, from non-black men. It's about 15%, right? So that's increasing, right? So with all that talk that black women are talking about, black men what black men are gonna do to white women, and all of this black men being the horrible fathers, they're having children from non-black men more than the marriage rate. Right.
Yeah, and they're volunteering to do this at this point.
Exactly.
This nobody's forcing this. This is voluntary at this point.
Yes.
So
that's all we were trying to say. Chaos. Go ahead. Go ahead.
So my point is this: this been going on. The white man keeps data. Everything goes on in his environment. How we know? Because he always checked back in the 50s what black people were doing the money back then. So he already knows he's keeping tabs everything in his environment. Period. We just now going into looking at the data now. This data's always been around, but we never look into it. Now that we have space like this now, so regardless what they doing now with their pussy, wombs, etc., and they decide to say, "I'm going to date out." You've been doing this, baby. Only thing now is we're going to pull the receipts that we already know you're doing. So now that we have actual documents to present, boom, drop this in your lap. I did a show on this last year when Dennis Perrin covered about the actual 1.2 now, probably 1.5 million babies.
It's 1.7 now. It's 1.7.
Yeah,
as of last report.
The 1.7 now that could they keep data. Now we see data from 2016 up to present day. If we go back if they update now. The point is they've been doing this right, and now they have no excuse to say, all right, you're going out, you're dating out. You're still creating bastard children, and these men not gonna want you anyway, and now they'll let you have the baby if someone's stupid enough to go somewhere. I know some family members on my side personally that had children from non-black mates, and they're not even getting married.
I want to say why this is important, because I want to stress, and then we'll let Kevin C go finish, and then whoever was trying to speak after that. I want to stress why this is important, because the conversation has been black men are not loyal, and black men date out, and black men marry out, and black women are more loyal than black men. And the reason why that matters, because when people hear that, they're like, okay, why does this even matter? Because what it was doing was questioning black men's character. What it was saying is that what black men are so hell-bent on ending up with non-black women, white women, that whether they have money or not, they'll end up with white women the second they get a chance, especially if they have money and they have air quotes they've elevated, or at least they're trying to elevate their status in this society. And black women are stuck with these disloyal men, right? And black women are stuck with these and black women are truly the ones that care about the race. They elevate the race. They care about black men. And if you see a black woman dating out, she's tried with black men, and it just doesn't work, right? That's why bringing up this interracial marriage rate for black women, or how many children they're having out of wedlock from non-black men, is important, because what it actually says is black women are human beings also. They're self-interested also. Some of them are selfish also, and they're trying to have a both and, which means they're trying to end up with these non-black guys, primarily white guys, some Latino guys, right? And it's failing, but they're still left with the mixed child from these relationships. So they're not getting the ring, but they're ending up with the mixed child who because of census data gets counted as a black person. Now when we reconcile the census data with the out of wedlock birth rate, and then we look at the fact that black women have more children, this is the part a lot of people struggle to believe. Black women have more children than black men, and the black community is the only community in America where the women have more children than the men. When you do the math, it's because black women are having children from the same guys, the same black guys. So multiple black women in the hood have children from the same black guy, right? And black women also have a lot of children from non-black men. That's the two reasons why black women have more children than black men. So the loyalty question and then the vetting question all comes down to the fact that they having sex with the same black dudes, and they're having sex and having children from non-black men, to the point where they have 1.7, like Kevin C said, 1.7 million children that don't have black daddies. That means they have white and Latino and maybe one or two Asian daddies. And we'll pause right there. Kev C, finish up, and then I know somebody else was trying to speak.
Yeah, so here's the point I was making with this. So 1950s and earlier, any kid that was born to a non-black man was forced onto the black community. Yep. Right? That kid went over there. It doesn't matter. That kid was somebody black was taking care of that kid because the white man was going to deny that kid. And then you get to the 1960s where it starts to fall off because of you get the civil rights and black power movements, right? So white men couldn't do what they used to do, like openly take sexually advantage of black men. As a matter of fact, there was a point where black men would work 2, sometimes 3 jobs to make sure that his wife and young daughters were never in a white man's household, because those men had free reign over those women. And if a kid popped out, then they had to take those kids. Now you get to today.
By the way, pause again for Kev C real quick. That's what Malcolm X was speaking about when he said black women are the least protected and most disrespected, least protected group. That's what he was talking about. And black women stayed throwing that in black men's faces. He was not talking about black men. Go ahead.
Yeah, and then on top of that, but today you got women literally volunteering to actually do that, because what they're trying to do, they're essentially trying to reverse engineer a family and a relationship. And when the baby comes out, the white man says, or that non-black man says, absolutely not, I ain't trying to marry you. And then what these Hispanic and white men do, and some of the Asian men, they go over to their women, marry those women, and raise their kids over there. And these kids are in limbo, and they're trying to dump these kids on black men. And see now black men today can say, nope, those are not our kids. We don't want them. You need to come get your kids. And that's the problem that they're having. So you got the black pookie who's doing it, and then you got the Asian and the Hispanic and the white pookie that's actually contributing to the problem too. This is why people like Vivek Ramaswamy talking about absent fathers. He's doing this. This guy's running for president. He's up here talking about absent fathers, this, that, and the third, but that's not what he's talking about. That's why him and people like him are so dishonest, because they don't talk about it in that terms. See, when we have this conversation, we're talking about it in that respect with the statistics to actually back this up. Remember, in the last report, it was 1.2. Now it's 1.7. Remember, those reports are always 18 to 24 months behind. So it's almost 2 million at this point of non-black men producing children with black women, and then abandoning those children, trying to dump them on us. And we're saying, no, we don't want those kids. You got to come get them.
And I see that number increasing. That number is going to increase because of integration and assimilation. That number will increase. And because it's not that a lot of black women want to get married to these guys. It's the men. It's the men.
They don't want to marry them.
Well, they're trying to reverse engineer the family by having the baby first. And the dudes are saying no. And then not even that. Those dudes aren't getting put on child support. Those dudes aren't getting called out. That same guy who's got a couple of kids with black women, he'll go over to his race of women and actually produce children and raise kids over there. That's what they're doing.
And by the way, I've seen this literally in my own family. So yeah, what Kev C is definitely if I don't even want to bring that up, but yeah. So I think so.
Let's not go
Who
there.
else was trying to go? And then okay, go
I
ahead,
just
better.
wanted to.
Wait, no, better. It was better you than Nema, and then we'll just keep it going.
Actually, I just want to say holla at y'all later because I'm going over to AB's because they're having a hangout right now.
Oh, okay.
So just meet y'all
I'll
there.
probably I'll be over there in a little bit. Hopefully, most likely. Yeah.
All right. See you
Okay.
later. One.
All right, Nema. Thanks for coming up. Go ahead, better.
Oh, I was just chiming in. I can definitely echo that. Like I have a couple of younger cousins myself that have they're females, but they have children by non-black men. And
you ain't say nothing about no wedding ring though, better you.
Yeah, so by the way,
I've never seen these motherfuckers.
Well, it's Hispanic men. Just so you guys know the numbers, it's Hispanic men who lead the way, followed by white men, followed by Asian men, and then all the other races after that. But those are the top three.
And you know what's crazy is how really a lot of these women use the same strategy that a lot of these non-black people do, which they get used up by white people, or they get used up by white men, or they get ran through by all of these other groups of men. They really want to be with them, so they're willing to take the abuse until they discard them. Then they come over and punch down on black men. That's the
isn't that what Chrissy did? Didn't Chrissy have didn't she date one of the I think a Latino, maybe a Filipino or something like that? And then now she's in the now she's over here talking about black men, and she got a non-black spouse. I think
Filipino is Asian.
she's
There you go.
Yeah, and she's dating a non-black dude. Well, she was at one point.
And understand, and now check this out, gentlemen. So, and Rakim and 18th, he can actually attest to this because we've been on panels with non-black people before, primarily Hispanics, right? And one of the concerns was, okay, so if you passport bros are coming to other races of women, you're going to bring your degeneracy and all this other stuff. I said, whoa, let me slow you down right there. I said, first of all, the so-called passport bros are generally the better men. They're the best and the better men. You're getting the top 30 or 40% of black men, period. So you're welcome on that. And then first of all, and one of the things that they tried to actually say was, well, you're going to come over here and make baby mama. I said, whoa, let me stop you right there. What you guys are doing, you got degenerate men from your racial group coming over to black women, turning those black women into baby mamas. And then, and those are the men that black men should be actually marrying. So you got your men from your group, degenerate men, ruining black women that black men should be marrying. And now you got these misraised kids, and then you're trying those same men are trying to dump them on us. So you got to check these people with this. I'm like, look, don't be trying, because black men are not doing it in reverse. Yeah, some pookies get over there and they break through. I get all of that. But when you look at the numbers, there's a much higher number of non-black men producing children out of wedlock with black women and abandoning those kids versus on the other side. Like that's literally what's happening.
Right. The only concentration of pookies that's out there that's going overseas are going to the DR because it's close by. That's it. Any other place where it takes to get money, whether it be Brazil, Colombia,
all the way to Asia, Africa,
you're not going to see no pookies over there. Now, any pookies from the tri-state area, or maybe from Florida, you'll see them probably in certain towns in the Dominican Republic because it's easier to get over there. But cheaper.
Even then, those pookies aren't running over there and running. Well, I don't know about running through the women, but they're not leaving a bunch of babies all over the place. Is what I'm saying. Even those,
not from what I hear, they're over there.
Because if it were a problem, we'd already know about it. Like, so you guys have heard that false study by Tiffany Calloway. I actually looked it up, by the way. I don't know if you guys have looked at the study, but Tiffany Calloway, this woman made it. She's a so-called independent researcher. She did a study. Nobody knows who funded her, but she came up with this study that says, black men, 92% of when they have babies with white women, that 92% of those biracial kids are being abandoned. Turns out that when you look at the methodology, there's a lot of plagiarism in that study or so-called study. The statistics don't line up. Basically, the whole thing was debunked. It was just something that somebody made up to just basically crap on black men. Like that's literally to the extreme that they're going to. And oh, by the way, that's not unusual. There's a black professor that just got fired out at Florida State University. For the last 20 years or so, he's been, modifying and actually adjusting and distorting and lying on his statistics to support his actual studies. Like you can't always trust these academics, is what I'm saying. Like you got to really look at their methodology.
We can't trust them at all. We can't trust them at all. These people in academia, hating black men is the way the system have constructed things. To hate black men is a multi-billion-dollar or at least multi-million-dollar business, and nobody's gonna turn over their livelihood in order to be truthful and be honest about certain things. You have of course these women that hate us, these anti-black male misandrous women, and then you got their cohorts, which is certain black men that are that do it like Dr. Umar, literally for money. Because like what Accountable Commentary pointed out on his channel with Dr. Umar didn't start pointing out what you call that, pandering to black women, until black men withdrew all their support from him with building that school.
Because he hadn't produced a school. He hadn't
produced a school. That's when he started pandering to black women to keep his support coming in. I do think some things he says is logical, but Dr. Umar is not for black men at all. And we need to call out the people that aren't, because in order for us to move and progress as black men, not only do we have to network and stick together, but we got to get all of these rotten apples out of the community and call them out as well.
Yeah, I want to be clear here. So people like T. Hassan Johnson, okay, he's legit. But I'm talking about the Brittany Coopers, the Ralph Richard Banks. They're using their PhDs to hide behind lies. And I actually got that book that Ralph Richard Banks wrote. I looked at it, I scanned through it, and I was already able to debunk it on my own. And I don't have a PhD, and that's the problem.
I saw the interview with him, and he's when one of the sisters, middle-aged sisters, when he was like, oh yeah, there's racists that tend to go after black women, and one of the sisters was like, ooh, which ones? And he was like, hey, you're gonna have to read the book. And it's like, bro,
and that's how he gets away with that stuff.
Yeah, we see the interracial numbers. Look, at the end of the day, I've said it before, I don't care how it make black women feel, we all you got. For most black women, the vast majority of black women, the best black men are all you got. And if you can't deal with that, then I would suggest you go lobby the U.S. government to make polygamy legal, or you engage in same-sex relationships. And I think that black women are already doing both of those things. That's why, number one, they're having children from the same dudes, number one. Number two, that's why black women are the most same-sex loving group of people in America. They're already doing it.
Well, so you got to remember those women that they're engaging with, they're essentially replacement stepfathers. That's what they are.
Yeah.
By the way.
Yeah, stud daddies. Exactly.
Yeah. And I'll say this too, with having recently got my master's degree.
Mm-hmm.
The misandry president in higher ed and education in general it's there and it's palpable. I graduated with a 3.9.
Mm-hmm.
I really truly believe I should have had a 4.0. And if I would have had a 4.0 if it was for the one black professor I had at that time was a black lady, and she dealt with me in a very unprofessional manner.
You said something about bell hooks, and she didn't like it or something.
She was very condescending. It was like she made comments on my first couple of assignments, like, "Oh well, you obviously didn't understand the prompt. You having some intellectual difficulties, blah blah blah."
Oh yeah, you did tell me this. Wow. Yeah.
Yeah. And I still technically could get an A for the final, so I asked her. I was like, "Hey, look, I know this is a long shot because I gotta be fucking perfect, but what is an A paper on this final?" And she went through. She told me, she was basically like, "Hey, look, I gave you notes on your milestones. If you do everything I said in those notes, and there isn't anything substantially grammatically wrong with it, I think you get a grade that you want." I get my assignment back. Mind you, I followed the notes. And she gave me a worse grade on my final milestone than she did on any of the previous milestones, even though it's a compilation of all of them. And basically, she wrote a note to me, and she's like, "Yo, you're such a disappointment. Like, I was so excited to read your paper, but it's just, I guess I expected too much from you."
Wow.
Hey, it's not even a wow for me. It's not even a wow for me because Dr. T. Hassan Johnson pointed out these misandrists in academia. They're all over the place, even for the regular blue collar guys such as myself. I've had black female managers who were just like disgusting towards like black men, like that they work with. They was nice to all of the white guys in there, but they was literally, they felt like that since they were since they was the same group as you, they can talk to you any kind of way, put you down, disrespect you, look for ways to get you out of the door. This is what we're dealing with in every facet, whether you walk in the banks, whether you talk about women in academia, whether you talk about women in some of these women in higher management. This is what we're dealing with, and like it just burns my skin when you have so many black men that think that these women are with us. They're not with us. The enemy is within.
Real quick, 18. Let me get this up. We have to have a real conversation about what does anti-blackness look like coming from black women. And none of this self-serving BS about, well, she will dislike what she look like in the mirror and she'll be critical of other black women. And no. What does anti-black male misandry look like coming from black women? As an employer, as a supervisor or a manager, as a bank teller, as a car salesman, as a loan officer, as a judge, as a police officer, as a teacher or a coach, a healthcare worker. What does anti-black misandry look like coming from black women, particularly professional black women? Not the girl at McDonald's who maybe she spit in your food, maybe she didn't. Not the girl that working at McDonald's. No. Your professor, right? Your teacher. Like, real quick, Kev, give me 1 second. And we continue to find many of these black women being educators, like literal teachers. Oh, Stefco told you she smiled when Will Smith slapped Chris Rock. She was a teacher, y'all. You see what I'm saying? We're finding, look at all these therapists that have come out over the past couple of years and spoke crazy about black men, right? We're finding out these people are attorneys, right? So, hey, I'm just saying, they have an issue with black boys and men, right? They're talking about, hey, raise your sons not to hit your daughters back. Once again, let your daughters hit your sons. Let black girls be allowed to hit black boys, and tell black boys not to hit them back.
Well, if you're raised with a father in the home, it's not going to happen.
Hey,
Mr. Z, can you highlight Ashley BW's perspective comment? I just wanted to add that really quick.
Okay, and go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, so look, you guys hear how we're talking about black women in general, and understand this is a specific and certain type of black women or black woman, and this is not bashing. This is constructive, actual criticism as to if you're a black woman and you're listening to this. This is ways for you to actually be better. The same way that we actually criticize black men who are out here, the same way we get on Black Pookie, who's out here screwing up the community and making a mess everywhere and being chaotic and dysfunctional. It's constructive criticism. It's to actually make you better. It's not like we hate you. It's not, something to actually tear you down. It's actually something that's going to make you better. But if you take it as, well, you're just bashing, that's the one thing I noticed with women. It's any kind of constructive criticism that forces them to be a better person is bashing. Now, when we hear it from somebody else, it's, okay, yeah, that's something that black men should not be doing. We agree with that. Yeah, we don't, no babies out of wedlock, no beating up black women, no beating, no committing crimes, all this other stuff. We actually agree with that. That's constructive stuff that men and women should be talking about. But when it's directed towards the women, it's just you guys bashing. Like, you guys basically, I want to screw up everything in peace. Don't bother me.
No, it is that. But who are you to be critiquing black women, Kev?
Right.
You're a lesser being.
I'm a productive black man, is who I am, Mr. Z.
Yeah. That's the way it should be taken. But in reality, you're a lesser being, Kev. What?
I'm a productive
so what if he's in the military?
Qualified and certified and actually has a body of work behind me that proves,
my work. This is true, but you are a retired military brother who raised a successful family, and you're in school right now. What does that mean? You're still a black man, though.
Yeah, I was going to say, Mr. Z, in the words of a white supremacist, you're still black.
Right?
You're a Negro in a suit. You're a Negro.
Negro in a suit.
Hey, you're a Negro, bro. That's all it is.
For these misandrous, for these anti-black male misandrous women, superiority complex when it comes to black men inferiority complex when it comes to white men. Just that simple. It's just that simple. You know, we're better than you. We'll listen to the white man tell us everything. We'll listen, and that's the funny thing. And that's the thing that irks my nerves about black people. Where have listening to like these white elite people, where have that gotten us? Where did it get the natives? Where is it getting the continent of Africa? Where did it get? Where has
anyone?
Latin
Anyone?
America, where has it gotten anybody? And people still haven't came up. People still haven't sparked their brains to understand that anything that's put out by white media more than likely is 80% lies with 20% truth.
Was it where was it that that was it Pinochet in Chile with the neoliberals?
Yeah, Augusto Pinochet. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Where did listening to white people get Chile?
And that's the fun.
White elite economists.
They're still recovering from that. Yeah.
And that's the thing that's getting me. They have created such a complex system of black men not progressing because we're too busy fighting our own women. We're too busy fighting non-blacks, and then the other non-blacks don't have this problem, so they're advancing. White people, they're already at the top. They're trying to maintain dominance and power. Yep. The women, they want to be with the white people, but are upset that the white men don't want them, and other groups don't really want them. So then they're taking that out on black men, and then they're trying to make sure that they maintain. They're trying to make sure we all in the trash heap, but they're trying to make sure that they're the queens of the trash heap.
Yeah.
So we're trying to maintain our dominance over you because we were told, due to the little crumbs that white daddy gave us, we were told that we were better than you.
Yeah.
So I know you got to read the super chat, but I got a point after that. Go ahead, Z.
And I am Wolf says, give me 1 second, trying to make it through this light without dying. I am Wolf says, is there a link to black women's higher ed and more misandry? No, there's no direct link. Oh, my bad.
But there's an association. I would agree there's an association.
Yeah, but there, I would say so, because think about it. If you're going to white institutions for 13 years and then another 4 years and then another 2 years, that's your master's degree, and then maybe another 2 years for your PhD program, right? Or you went to law school, or you went to, yes, you're being educated. I'm not going to take away from educated brothers and sisters ever, because I want to go back to school. I'll keep on saying this. But let's be very clear. Without a strong black foundation, right, and you just went to school for how many years? 13, 17, 18, 20 years of your life, and you don't think you're not going to come out anti-black? Shit.
So, to that point right there, Z, so, I went back and got another degree after I actually got out of the military, right? And it was interesting because I was one of the guys that read literally everything, whatever book, whatever the assignment was. I followed everything, all the rubrics, all of that stuff. And it was so much to the point that, I'm sitting up in class going, Professor, I read this chapter, and you know what? There's a lot of stuff that's left out. Like they don't really get challenged, and that's the danger of an older person going back to college and get more education. They're like, wait a minute, you just kind of because they're not going to get that from a younger person, because one, they don't have the life experience. They don't have the travel and the life experience. They may not have been married. They're not raising kids. They haven't seen the reality of the world, from somebody with more experience. So then you bring in stuff that, like I said, this is in the chapter, this, and this point here, the systemic issues and all this other stuff. It's just not there. So there's some dishonesty in this book. And then you got to start asking these questions. I would say when you do the rewrite, because they're supposed to update those books every 3 or 4 years, right? That's how you get that's how you get to the 6th, 7th edition. That's how you get all these editions. And I'm like, well, when you do the rewrite, this is a recommendation. Throw this in, because this is what's happening out in the real world. One of the problems with academics is that they kind of stay in the ivory tower, and everything's written based off an ideal scenario versus they never mix what's going on with the ivory tower versus what's happening on the ground and out in the real world. That's one of my criticisms of high level academics that kind of stay in that ivory tower mindset.
Go ahead, Barry. Go ahead.
I'll say this too. It's a lot of that, but what I find with a lot of academia at some of the highest levels, it's not even that. It's that some dude said it, and he's like the guru or whatever. He's well respected in the field, and it's taken as gospel. And when it comes to social sciences, because of the fact that you can't necessarily check their work, like if somebody publishes some BS on economics, you can't, take over an economy and run the idea to see how it's going to turn out. It ends up just getting taken at face value as gospel truth. And I find that happens more than we would like to think for a lot of fields, especially the soft sciences.
Well, consider all the liberal arts fields, right? The sociology, psychology, behavioral specialists, all that stuff. I like those fields, but one of the problems I have with those fields is that everything changes every 5 to 7 years, right? With history, nothing changes, unless there's a new discovery. But the only thing that changes is your analysis and interpretation, right? Like basically, Ron DeSantis, slavery was a jobs program. Now it's easy to debunk that, right? So you can't, because if you go back and look at the primary source documents and then all the books and everything and the third and fourth source documents that support that, that they're lying. See, you can debunk that very easily. Slavery was not a jobs program, and it didn't benefit the people who actually suffered up underneath that institution. My whole point, though, but you can do that with, so sociology, psychology, you can kind of manipulate the data and to include actually your analysis. That's the problem I see with those fields. I kind of look at everything across the board, and that's one of the things I'm actually finding out.
I think, and can you guys hear me well?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay. I look at this as, and I'm backing up better you with this. There wasn't a lot of pushback, and it actually, I want to say Big Kev so bad. Kev C said this also. That there wasn't much pushback in popular culture over the past 30 years for Black women. There wasn't that much pushback in academia, and what we're doing in this space is offering some rebuttals, right? And it's important because what these people are doing, because they're fighting for the crumbs on the bottom, and so telling Black men to shut up and remember the 2020 election, telling Black men to shut up, to ask, not even asking, really demanding Black men, who asked for your unsolicited opinions on just about anything, right?
Yeah, why did you guys vote for Stacey Abrams? You guys suck. You don't know what you're doing. Like, as if we can't think this through ourselves on our own. Like we can't see what's going on around us. If we're too stupid to analyze our own data, that's working against us and not vote for people who are going to harm us.
It's I think what they're dealing with now that they don't really know how to get a handle on is you have intelligent, well-spoken, well-mannered Black men who are offering real critique of what second wave plus feminism did to the Black community, and they don't have a real rebuttal. They can only call you a misandrist so many times. They can only, a misogynist, They can only call you a misogynist so many times. They can only call you a sexist so many times. Especially when we don't make ad hominem attacks and personal attacks, they don't really have no rebuttal to what we're saying.
So remember, when slander becomes a tool of the user, the debate is already lost, right? Yeah. So if they're already name calling, then ad hominem attacks, you're already done. They've already lost the argument. They're frustrated at that point. Look, it's very interesting because people they'll get at me, they'll attack my personal life, which is now I'm kind of getting away from releasing information. It's not major stuff. But my whole point is that stay focused on the actual talking point. If you can't refute my talking point and all you got is you suck, Kevin, then okay, I've already defeated you. You see what I'm saying? Like you're gonna have to do better.
Yeah, I mean, just like Maxine Waters, and for the Black men that voted for Trump, we will never, ever, ever forgive you. Oh my God, what would I do with my self-hating, miserable self, Miss Maxine? I don't know what I would do without Black women's approval like we ever had it. Get the hell out of here.
The thing, honestly, one of the most profound things that I found applies not only to politics, but to these debates like what we're having right now. A few years ago, some of you brothers may remember it. Newt Gingrich basically said something to the effect of, when he was asked about Trump's messaging, it was like, well, what Trump's saying isn't even true. He's like, yeah, it's not true, but they feel like it is. It's like, well, it's empirically untrue. And he's like, as long as he can make them feel a particular way, that's all that matters. And when it comes down to a lot of people like a Yanni or a Paris or whoever's talking in a lot of these spaces, it feels like the same exact thing. It doesn't matter what the facts, data, and statistics say for them, because those are the things that contextualize our experiences. That's not to invalidate anybody's experience, but if you have a horrible time and you find out like, oh, shit, only that experience of me getting beaten, drugged down the highway, whatever, that only happened to like 0.2% of people. Damn, that's not that common. But you try to go online and make it seem like it's something that, everybody's going home and beating their wife, hitting them with Mortal Kombat uppercuts or some shit like that. Like,
oh yeah, she brought up femicide. Good point.
Yeah.
Well, so even the data, see, I'm talking to a bunch of men, so you guys understand data and facts and verifiable statistics. Go to look at the CDC and the top 10 causes of death for Black women. Femicide doesn't make the list. Homicide doesn't make the list. It's not even on.
It's all diet related. They're killing themselves with what they eat.
Yeah, it's all health related, and primarily diet related. It's everything that's endemic to you not having that good diet and exercise. But femicide doesn't make the list. That's why I'm asking. Okay, so if it's so important, where's Kamala Harris on this? You got a Black woman sitting. Well, sometimes she's Black. I don't know when she's on the days that she wants to be Black when it works out for her. She's
when it's convenient,
right up underneath the president, ain't said a word about it. So if it's that important, why ain't VP Harris talking about it? Where's the National Urban League on this? Where's the NAACP? Where's all these Black and where are the white feminists? Where are they? Why aren't they getting on this? Where are all these people that's supposed to be helping Black women out?
But it goes back to what we were saying, Kev C, when I brought up 101 East. The reason why they don't cover it is because it's going to look real ugly for Black women. Number one, number two, if they truly are to cover femicide and then show how much of this is Mortal Kombat going on in these homes, and the man is just stronger, he's just faster and stronger, they don't want to have a conversation about who initiates the DV. They don't want to have a conversation about the fact that this was actually a fight and you lost. They don't want to have that conversation. So you get the Paris Milans who say these type of things online, and then first of all, she's banking on the fact that nobody of note is going to listen to her. Then she knows that if they do, they're not going to actually do the research, because the research is going to come up snake eyes for Black women. It's going to come up, oh crap, actually, we might not want to publish this or put this out there because it actually makes Black women look bad.
Yeah, again, that report by that fake study by Tiffany Calloway. All you got to do is look at it, and you see all the flaws in it.
Yeah.
You got another super chat. I don't want to overtalk you there.
Oh no, we're good. And D Scott says, and thank you for the super chat. D Scott says, link. We got a divester in the chat, and Kev C is so right. I've been kicked out of classes in the past 5 years. LOL. Right, but I believe it. And you said we got a divester in here. Who's the divester? Is it Ashley?
Yeah, but it's actually a problem. Sometimes it's a problem when you go back, when you have life experience behind you and you've been married and you're raising kids and you're like, Professor, literally the stuff that should be in this book is not there. And they don't really deal with that on a regular, because again, they got people that are 23, 25, somewhere between 17 to 23 years old in those classes, and they can't really, they don't have anything behind them to say that. And this is another thing I'll go ahead and say real quick too. So I didn't really understand. I never really got this when you hear the Paris Milans and the Chrissies and all the and especially the Sinji. This group of conquered Black men. They're so conquered. They're conquered. I'm like, look, okay, so now understand, Black men have nothing but a long history of actually fighting back and actually doing everything they can to get out of the situation that Black men have been in, and that Black men, women, and children have suffered under. And it's interesting that the women are upset at the men who can't get out from underneath those situations, when every effort to actually do that has been pushed down, beat down, to the point of people being, jailed, harassed, beaten into submission, or literally their lives taken as a result of it. You're upset with the men, the Black men, but you're not upset with the people who are actually creating the problem. No anger at them whatsoever. Not even mad at them about it. It's just, no, you Black men, it's your fault. So somehow it's always Jermaine's fault. You see my point?
Yep.
You're not mad at you're not upset with the group, or you're not upset with the men or the government or the institutions that creates the problems in the first place. No anger at them whatsoever. They have zero blame or any responsibility whatsoever. The only blame is basically, Z, you got the blame, better you got the blame, I got the blame, 18th. chaos. All of you guys got the blame, but not the people who actually create any of the problems in the first place. So the anger is not directed where it needs to go. It's, I'm upset that you guys can't get us out of this. That's the issue, right? Or part of the issue. What do you guys think about that?
I don't know if it's that much as much as it is coveting the white woman's position, as much as it is the myth of white womanhood. I think I'm not saying you're completely wrong, Big. I want to say, goddamn, Big Kev be on my panel so much, Kev. See, when you come up, I'll be saying Big Kev. But yeah, no, I don't think it's just that. Thank you. I don't think it's just that. I do think it's also the fact that they really want to be white women, and so their anger isn't just that black men are air quotes defeated. Their anger is that I want the social power of white women. It's not even all the money; it's also the social power.
And they hide behind behind the argument of black men being defeated because they don't want to be honest and say that they really want to be these mythical white women that's able to have this type of power. I mean, because look, when everything that they complain about these white women doing, the Karens, they do it too.
Yeah,
they do the exact same thing. They use the police against black men too. They lie and false grape allegations. They do
Brian
everything.
Banks, yeah, he was in 6 years for that. Yeah, Brian Banks.
They do everything exactly that they're doing. I mean, look at, and then when it comes to biracial children or anything like that, I mean, look at what was that guy in New York, the Sperminator? He impregnated all black women.
Yeah.
So logically thinking, black men logically thinking, okay, so if that's your issue and then white men won't accept you, then shouldn't your anger be directed at the men who don't accept you?
Yeah, but those men for centuries have told you that they're not interested in that way in majority, right? So what you think you're gonna do is somehow get black men to put you on the escalator to those white men, right? So if essentially what they want to be is Asian women. God damn, I said that out loud.
Okay. Yeah.
I'll say this
Asian
too.
women can get it done. They're doing it with no problem. And you know what? The white women aren't even upset about it. Then I don't really follow what white women are doing.
Low key white women are upset about it. I don't heard them talk. Low key white women are upset. They are.
All right. Yeah, I don't really follow it that much. I'm not. I don't get into this crossover stuff too much. The divestment.
Yeah. No, they're not as seething as like black women when they see black men, like successful black men with white women. They're not that seething, but white women I've heard white women make, like, personally have heard them make like sideways comments, and I've heard it also online, like white, as a matter of fact, when a story over a decade ago, this had to be maybe 12-13 years ago, maybe at this point, at one of these universities, a white dude, he deleted his ex-Asian girlfriend, and was it that? Yeah, it was something like that. And then a white woman on one of these news anchors made like a sideways comment about these white guys always going to these Asian girls because they think they're like softer and whatever. So and the way she said it, I was
pandemic. Yeah, you're right.
Yeah, I was like, y'all do feel a certain way. Yeah, the mask slipped, right? Because white women keep on acting like it's not bothering them, but that mask slip every once in a while.
Okay,
so yeah, they feel a certain way.
That was actually being put out from the Asian women. I kind of saw that because you had all these attacks during the pandemic, which, by the way, I don't want to get into that because they went a roundabout way to actually get what they needed to get by again blaming Jermaine.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah. All of that being said, that was actually part of the rhetoric. It's like, we are not these Asian dolls that you guys say. Like, so that was kind of a shot at that was a low level shot across the bow to the white women, and then to the men who actually fetishize them to some extent. But yeah, okay, all right, yeah, I don't get into
Asian women know they're being fetishized, but they want it because they want that particular position. Look, at the end of the day, this is really a woman of color coveting white women's position and coveting the white man to give them white women's position in this society. It's not just the black women are just so damn loud and neo-Nazi about it, but Asian women are on the same thing. Latina women are on the same thing. They're all on the same thing. It's just varying degrees of negative rhetoric about the men of their varying races and ethnicities, and not necessarily praising white men per se, but looking longingly at white masculinity, manhood, and patriarchy, because that's the status. the white man is the Benz S600 Maybach, right? You just don't want to say it out loud, but you do hold your man to that standard. Black women are just so damn loud about it, but Asian women are in the same thing. Obviously, the American-born Asian women in their interracial marriage rate. I mean, there's no clearer example of the fact that it's really about the white penis at the end of the day. It really is. You know, and I'll pause right there. And go ahead, Big Kev. When you get wait, somebody wanted to speak, and then Big Kev, go ahead.
I'll say this really quick too. I feel like it gets overstated in these spaces, the whole black men defeated type of thing.
Yep.
If you want to keep it a buck, Asians, Arabs, you name the people, nobody has fought white supremacy like, I'm gonna say it, American blacks. Even the people on the goddamn continent.
American black men. Black men, some of the women, but primarily black men.
That's I've said it. I've said it. Yep.
Yeah, and everybody else is trying to assimilate into this whiteness. American
black
and the
second
folks,
they get a chance, they go right into it. Irish, Italians, Asians to some extent, even the Hispanics. I get on them about that. When I was on their panels and I was challenging them to actually, they were like, but we do go at it. I was like, no, you don't. And you don't go at it in a way that actually makes any real significance or difference. Because if you did, then they just shut down any benefits that they give you, and you know that to be the truth. That's why that's why they don't go after it that hard. And they get a little hurt feelings behind it, but that's the reality of it. And to some extent, here's what you can't do completely with black people. You can't completely shut black people off and down. And you can't completely, just run roughshod, because what happens is you're going to get a revolt. So they got to be like, look, we got to temper this. That's what if you guys read the 1968 Kerner Commission report, that's what came out of that report, by the way. They're like, why are these black people still rioting after all this legislation? The 1964 Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, Immigration Act, the Fair Housing Act. What is going on? Why are they still mad? Because
this is literally
none of the recommendations were implemented. So that's
this is literally what Mitt Romney dad told Nixon. Yep. This is literally what George Romney told Nixon. Literally what Kev C just said. Another thing I just wanted to end on with this. All the defeat and Better You is 100% right with all this defeated talk. If you don't know anything about Indian history, no wonder you saying defeat. You don't know nothing about no Indian history now, do you? You ain't never heard of an Aboriginal in Australia, now have you? You ain't never heard of no Native American in America? Like, for you to call black men defeated, for you to call the black men defeated, you ain't never heard of Taino Indians. You ain't never heard of indigenous Americans. You ain't never heard of
the Aztecs, the Incas, the Mayans.
That's my point.
Where are all those folks?
That's my point. Where's the Tasmanians, the native Tasmanians in Australia? Where you just don't know what the hell you're talking about. Whatever black women ever says that, they don't. What happened to the Ottoman Empire, right? Like you don't even know what the hell you're talking. You just don't know what you're talking about, and I know you don't know. Right? And y'all go ahead.
This too. I'll say this, and I'll pass it to Big Kev. Honestly, if black men did not put up such a fight, we'd have reparations.
Yeah.
You unpack that for a second. Just what do you mean?
Because of the fact that we're a threat to the government. I'll be honest with you. If you gave black people what they were really worth, they'd be PMCs popping up all across this goddamn thing. Yeah. There'd be so much infrastructure and things actually being formed that would be legitimate threats. Not to topple the American government, but enough to give the American government a substantial headache. And that's why black folks are relegated to the position that they are in. Because honestly, I can't even necessarily say that they're 100% wrong in that if they lift their foot up, we gonna whoop that ass.
Take the foot off the tiger's neck. Yeah, I got you. I understand.
Well, didn't Thomas Jefferson speak about that, right? The tiger by the ears or the wolf by the ears. We cannot let it go or keep on holding it type comment he made, something like that. Somebody know the quote verbatim.
When Thomas Jefferson was writing the first draft of the Constitution and the Declaration of Independence, by the way, he actually addressed enslavement. That's why enslavement is actually vaguely referenced. 3/5 of a person. Indians, persons not taxed. those in servitude, in servitude, words to that effect, the 1808 clause, right? All of that. There's notably, there is no direct references to black enslavement because basically they didn't want that on their record. They're like, look, we got to deal with this, but we don't want to deal with it directly, so we're gonna reference this in an indirect way, and this is how we're gonna handle it. And then enslavement is just gonna eventually, go away, which it never did. Whenever important documents, some of the most important documents in United States history were being written, slavery, enslavement of black people was always a topic of discussion. Now, how are we going to handle it? What are we going to do about it? And it was basically the can was always kicked down the road until black men forced the issue in 1860 or 1861 ish, basically saying, look, there's a civil war right now. We know we're not a part of this, and this is not the reason you guys are fighting, but we're going to make you look at this issue, and we're going to make this be an issue, and this is going to happen because we got tricked the last time when we helped you guys out. This time, not only we're going to settle this and help you win, whichever side we decide to go with, but on top of that, we're going to get our freedom too. Like black men decided that.
Side note, card talk. I got to do this for like all of at least 60 seconds. Bruh, the Hellcat and the Scat Pack are the worst things to ever happen to the hood. I'm literally passing this dude, and he got a car full of cuties in this friggin' 392. This damn Scat Pack. I promise you, he got an orange Scat Pack, and I just watched him squeeze 6 girls in there. I was counting. No. They lapped up. I'm not joking. They're lapped up in the damn Scat Pack. I'm not joking. Go ahead.
Check this out. It's one of the worst cars for the hood on many aspects because when you in the hood with a Hellcat or a Scat Pack, you get pulled over, man. Pulled over.
Yeah. No. He good right now. He not in the hood, but bro, I just watched this dude squeeze 1 girl in the front and 5 girls in the back.
Well,
I literally just watched him. Right, it is.
You're right. I got a quick question for the fellas. I got a quick question.
Go ahead.
Question for all of you fellas. Starting with you.
Back to the subject at hand. We got to get Big Kevin here. Go ahead.
Oh yeah. I just wanted to ask real quick if it was a situation like I was saying earlier, hypothetically speaking, because somebody left a comment down there. D, shout out to D. D said eliminating traders is basic. So if we was to gain reins and control of our own community, how would you brothers handle the traders, the Paris Milans, the Chrissies, all of these women? What if they came to you, Mrs. E, saying, and all of these other people too, the non-black people, or even
I was about to say I'm not ADOS FBA. I was about to say I can't be the one. That's an ADOS question. Go ahead.
No, I'm talking about from a black perspective. Even all of the people.
Everybody's excommunicado.
Yeah, we want to be black now. We want to be black now. I'm sorry.
No, you're excommunicado because your history, your record, your history, speaks for itself. I'm gonna look at your history now. We're not talking about terminating anybody's life, but you're excommunicado. Like we're not gonna put contracts out you on stuff like that. But you basically you have no access to the to the system. You have no access to what it is we're doing. No support, no anything. You're essentially excommunicado. You're not in the group, and that has to happen because. If you have a history of traitorous behavior, if you're the Candace Owens, Brandon Tatums, Jason Whitlocks, and Larry Elders, we see you. We see your work. We see your body of work. And now here's the interesting thing. Pay attention to those folks that are doing all of that stuff, the Larry Elders and the Candace Owens. And whenever you have a non-black group of people saying, Candace Owens for president, I will follow her any day. Okay, put her in charge. Let her run everything in a non-black world over there. That's their level of. That's how important she is to them. If she's so important, if she has all of this influence, then why isn't she running anything over there? Why is she not running the economy or making political decisions or making laws over there? See, she's a tool. You see what I'm saying? You got to look. When you have non-black people who are actually elevating folks like that and doing it in a way that actually harms black people and they're demonstrating traitorous behavior, even the people who are actually doing it. Don't even, to some extent, maybe they realize what it is they're doing. I don't even know, and they're so used to it, they don't really go well. So where was Candace Owens in the Trump administration? What major position of power did she have? All of that stuff that she's doing, all of that sucking up, all of that.
She's just a firebrand. She's just there to make them feel better about the fact that black people, primarily black women, vote Democrat at over 90%, and she's there to obscure that number, right? So that people, especially outside of the U.S., would be like, well, I guess this particular party and this particular ideology isn't that bad because black people, black women seem to support him out loud, or they support the Republican Party. And I'm not making this a left right thing, but That's really what it's about. And Candace Owens know that's why she's there. She know everybody know what the game is, but we're
Yeah.
not supposed to say it out loud, right? So yeah, that's
I
all.
had a, I saw I heard I saw a white person actually go, "Oh well, why don't you take leaders like Candace Owens?" I was like, "Okay, so when you have non-black people saying Candace Owens is a leader, I'm like, well, why ain't she over there leading y'all? If she's so important, if she's such amazing, if she's this amazing piece of work, then she should actually be in charge of your institutions and running things over there, and they're not. So she's
It's
basically
the
a
same
sloop.
people that stole Thomas Sowell in your face.
Yeah,
It's the same people.
Oh,
Like
they
these people
love
don't know
Thomas
no.
Sowell. They
They don't know
love
First of
Thomas.
all,
no
if it,
economist name. They don't know about Richard Wolff. They don't know Kamala Harris. That is an economist too. They don't know none of that. But they know Thomas Sowell to throw him in your face. Get out of here.
yeah, exactly. But what was Thomas Sowell running though? What is he doing? Where was
Not a
Thomas
damn
Sowell at
thing.
all the major points in history as it relates to economics?
He
Where was
is
he?
that
first of all,
lecturing
if it,
down to black men. Go ahead.
There you go.
if a 3-year-old drew your tape
Wait, wait,
line, I
wait,
can't
wait,
take you
wait.
serious.
Let's do this. Big Kev, and then Better You, and then we'll continue. Go ahead, y'all.
Well, what was I
Big
about to
Kev,
say?
how would you deal with the traders?
Same thing with Kevin C. Excommunicado, and if they still want to insist on try to play sabotage, then okay. If there are no other options available, then it's like you know what I mean. Then it would be death, but that would be like as like a last resort for like the most egregious stuff. You know what I mean? But for you said for I guess you could saw the quote unquote commentator literally said it's just excommunicado. Just all right, enough of your shit. Get the fuck out. You know what I mean? So it's either that or death. So you know what I mean? Hey, you know
Jazzy Jeff out the door.
exactly. Just But yeah, even Dr. Thunder talked about how like most of these people who try to quote Thomas Sowell, try to uphold Thomas Sowell, I'm like, these people don't actually read what the fuck he's talking about because what he's saying is that he actually talks about a lot of the racist stuff that black people experience. He just doesn't come to the same conclusions to solve it that the left does. But like I said, what Dr. Thunder said is when they throwing people like Thomas Sowell in your face, like they're just saying it just to try to be snarky. You know what I mean? Like almost like a gotcha moment. But when you look beyond the surface, I'm like they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. You know what I mean? They're just talking. But in regards to yeah, like when you try to talk about these women talk about dudes being conquered, yeah, first of all, there's a major overlap between a lot of these the remnants of a lot of these indigenous cultures like the Aztecs, Tainos, etc., and many so-called Black Americans, being that a lot of them were sent as slaves to the southern plantations. And then number two, in regards to the what you're talking about,
I've been seeing those links, Big Kev. I've been seeing the links.
yeah,
I've been seeing you tag me in all of them. Go ahead, go ahead.
yeah, but in regards to the in regards to talk about when they talk about like these like second wave these academic critiques of like second wave feminism and whatnot. The reason why they have all this name calling is because listen, I don't play coy. I'm like they know what they're saying is bullshit. They know what they're saying is bullshit. They're just mad at you for pointing out the fact that you're calling them out on the bullshit. That's all it boils down to. Okay, when they talk about when people like Dr. T are getting threatened by a lot of these like left leaning goofies, you know what I mean? Um, or when guys like outside of space, like what you talk about the brother, and literally I forgot his name. He wrote the book called The Man Not. Tommy Curry,
Dr.
yeah,
Tommy
Oh, Tommy
Curry.
Curry. Yeah, yeah.
yeah. When he's getting threatened by a lot of these left leaning fucking goofies, I'm like, the reason why they get so much negative pushback is because most of almost everything they're saying is accurate. You know what I mean? As the saying goes, you catch the most slack when you're right over the target. So they know that they don't have an intellectual leg to stand on. So instead of trying to prove what they have to say, is they just want to shut down the opposition because they know if you let us speak long enough, we're going to eventually show with facts and evidence that most of this second wave feminism and most of this like tradcon macho BS this Trancon macho shit that they be preaching, it's all bullshit. It's all smoke and mirrors, cloak and daggers. It's a bunch of useless crap, And I think that's the real reason why they want to try to tar and feather the reputation of the space because if the conversation gets deep enough, it's not going to necessarily lead to violence, but it's going to lead to a lot of people holding a lot of these neoliberals, tricons, and far leftists holding their feet to the fire and saying, listen, y'all going to have to account for how y'all fucked up the economy especially fucked over young men. And I think they don't want to have to do that. Exactly. Like when Mrs. Z said, you know, but you're going to talk to them about, hey, y'all talk all this bullshit about how many
waging economic warfare on the middle class. Go ahead.
Exactly. Class warfare, especially against
middle class men.
men.
Correction.
Working class men, especially working class so-called black men. You're going to have to account for that. They're going to have to be held accountable for that. They're going to be held accountable for destroying marriage, and destroying the family unit. But they don't want to have to confront it because they know that, again, them admitting to it is going to destroy their credibility. So, I mean,
not January 6th. That's all I'll say.
Exactly.
Go ahead, Better. I think you wanted to go. Go ahead.
Yeah. Well, first thing in regards to like the Thomas Souls and some of those other folks, for 3-year-old drew your tape line, I can't take you seriously. But mine is really short. Toussaint was right. I don't.
Hey, bro. I don't got no tape line, but that shit was funny as fuck. Go ahead.
Ballies don't count. But
no, we in the stands laughing though. We in the stands laughing. Go ahead.
But no, Toussaint was right. I feel like when it comes down to people who are traitors, I hear the excommunication angle, but the biggest thing is I don't want any loose ends to ever come back and harm the collective or harm the cause. So it's like either you get down or you lay down.
Yeah. Well, so yeah, you gotta
agree. Better you.
Hey, when you said Toussaint, I already knew what you were saying. You know I'm Haitian, so I was already knowing. Like, hey, Toussaint and Dessalines were not playing, bro. They were really about that. Like, hey.
Yeah. Well,
either you get down or you lay down, and if you lay down,
I'll be standing right by the door. I'll be standing right by there. I'll be like, well, we're just gonna leave. I'm like, nah, where do you think you going? I'll be standing right.
Well, somebody asked me a while back, because I said, I said something to the effect of, do you really need, black men at this point, or do you really need the black population? That's the whole, when you look at what's happening in America and what they're trying to do, and, letting everybody in and all this other stuff, part of it is to actually replace the native-born black population. And they were like, well, if they don't need us, why don't they just get rid of us? I said, 21st century, consider the optics of actually just decimating a group of people for no reason, you just can't commit genocide against a specific group and just, one they're here one day and then gone the next, or going to the next, 5 or 10 years. So you have to consider the optics on that. But when you have a desperate situation, especially when you have people that's trying to sabotage you, the first thing you want to do is get them out of the group. If they don't go nicely, now you got to ramp it up. Hey, speaking of ramping it up, have you guys seen this? I don't know if she's new on the scene. She's not necessarily new to me, but I've seen her before. But she's kind of got this huge following. She calls herself the Queen Maker. You guys ever heard of her?
Let me see.
Yes, I've seen her.
Priscilla, the Queen Maker.
Priscilla, the Queen Maker. I've seen her.
She calls herself the Queen Maker, and
Priscilla,
it's very
yes.
Yeah, it's very interesting. She speaks in what I call the iambic pentameter format. It's very melodic and and staccato like, basically in the format of a Jesse Jackson and a Al Sharpton. That's kind of how she talks, and she sounds like when she speaks, she sounds like a snake oil salesman to me, but it makes a perfect sense to the women. Because basically everything's Jermaine's fault. There's no blame or anything to the women. They don't have any decisions or any responsibility for any of the decisions that they make. Same thing with Dr. Umar. But that's how she comes off, and that's my criticism of her. And she got on a panel with some dudes who were not ready for her, by the way. And honestly, I don't need to study any of her work. I don't need to read any of her books. Everything she said, I could have debunked her right there on the spot and had her stuttering and stammering. And I hate when I notice people like that. You know what I notice that they do? They make a point to challenge people who they know don't know their work, who don't know anything, who cannot intellectually, fight back and be on their level or above them. They make a point to actually stay just below their level, and that's how I've seen people come up and try to talk to her, and she gets them, and I'm like, I could have easily knocked that out of the park. Somebody like Mr. Z, I don't know if you ever listened to any of her work,
No, I've seen her before, but I haven't. So I'll check her out. But the
Yeah,
princess, yeah, look,
you'll knock her out. You'll knock her down pretty
Mr.
easy.
V,
I
you'll
mean, it's
run
just
circles around it. You'll run
that's my
circles
whole
around
point. I'm
it.
because everything for me goes back to, okay, so yeah, fine, I get it. Because here's how you defeat those people very easily. You're like, okay, you essentially concede their points. Well, black men are doing this, and black men are not. I say, you know what? I agree. You gotta have a certain group of black men who are unproductive, they're chaotic, very dysfunctional, and they're toxic. Okay, so now why are women having sex and making babies with these men? Can you explain that? See, and just that alone, she has to explain that. Nobody asks her stuff like that. They don't challenge her. They just listen to her go on and on and on about how terrible black men are.
That's when you tell them to date out or go eat some vagina.
Yeah, and then my point. Yeah, okay. Well, I don't know. I know I'll do the date out thing. I don't normally go into the LBGT stuff, but check this out. I'll go look. Yeah, no. By the way, if you're gonna date out, if the answer is to divest, then where are the receipts? You guys been at this for like 15, 20 years now, and you still have and actually the marriage rate is decreasing, not increasing. So where are all these non-black men who are going to save you? Where are those guys? Those
That's the
guys need to
part that
step
always
up.
make me laugh, Kev. Is wait a minute. You think the interracial marriage rate is going to increase while the overall marriage rate in America decreases? How that's supposed to work?
Yeah, that's the other thing too. Everybody's having trouble across the board, but you somehow, but the non-black men are going to save you. And meanwhile, understand that every race of man actually, and you guys know this from that book, The Dating Divide, right? Jennifer Lundquist, who did all the work, you did a nice video on that. Every group of women wants that the man at the top for social status and perceived social status and wealth and everything else, which is that one specific group. But then what do they eventually do? All the men are looking at the women in their racial group first. That's every man across the board. So if 80% of white men are looking at the women in their group, then that means you got the white women, the Asian, the Hispanic women, black women, all trying to get those white men. And then on top of that, now you have international competition. All right, then you have age competition. Like, I'm not a woman, but I'm like, damn, I'm fighting an uphill battle. Like, as frustrated as black men are, if you're a woman, especially a black woman, I can't imagine what you're going through. I really can't.
Their pride won't let them admit that they're afraid. Their pride won't let them admit, like, what you have the channel, I can't remember the name of it, where every other video it's a woman, whether she's black, white, Latina, whatever, excuse me, crying in her car about being single, crying in her living room about men being single, being 40 and single, being divorced and dating and horrible dates. It is just video after video. So I think for a lot of black women, and what something I noticed too, he doesn't cover so much black women, although he does occasionally. But the white women will straight up tell you, like, yo, this is some lonely crap. Some of the Latinas will tell you whatever. But black women, boy, they hold it, boy, they pride. And I'm like, well, then eat it. Right? Then deal with the consequences of holding on to your pride while you're lonely and single and miserable, saying you're not lonely, single, and miserable. Shout out to you, Yanni.
I wouldn't have an issue with them complaining about Black Pookie if they just said, it's Black Pookie that we're having sex with and making babies with, and all these other men are not doing it. They're the problem, and we can't get these guys to marry us. And they just kind of suffered in silence. That's not what they're doing. What they're saying is like, Z, Rakim, better you, Kevin. This is all your fault. You guys represent Jermaine, and even though we can't get Pookie to do what he's supposed to do, so basically we're upset that you guys can't get these guys to get in line. Well, those guys are being what they are. They're being Pookie. They're being irresponsible. Yeah. Which goes back to me, just kind of listen to that woman, the Queen Maker's rhetoric. I'm like, okay, fine. I can see your point, Queen Maker, or Miss Queen. All of these, you got a certain segment of the population of black men who are terrible men. They're doing all these bad things that you talk about. Great. Now, tell me how and why these guys are getting babies and sex. Can you explain that to me?
Well, you did say she speaks kind of like a preacher or whatever, and black people love them some melodic, they love them some good rhetoric, some good energizing rhetoric. Oh, and especially black women, black people in general, but black women specifically. Oh boy, yeah. Well, you put that good rhetoric on it. Whew.
Listen to how she speaks. She used to actually sell cars. She sounds exactly like that, like she's trying to sell you a car. I've had dudes try to sell me a car that I didn't need, that I wanted, but I'm saying, you know what? Thanks, but no thanks. This is, I'll say no to your offer.
Kev
Until
was about to pull up in a Bugatti on y'all. Go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, until I actually get them down, until I actually get them down to my offer, or I just take another deal someplace else. My whole point is, listen to how she speaks. It's very melodic. She speaks in that that Al Sharpton, Jesse Jackson type tone, and I am the pentameter, and it's very hypnotizing. If you're a woman and you already have confirmation bias, you already have unconscious, and then open conscious bias, and you're hearing all of this stuff, and then she's saying a bunch of stuff, and she's not putting any blame or responsibility to you or your bad decisions or anything to that effect, then yes, she's the woman for you. But if you ask, and I listened to, I'm not really in a place to kind of send you the link, but I looked her up, and then one of her little panels where some dudes were talking about her, and she popped up to try to defend herself, which she did to some extent, and then the dudes just kind of shut down and listened. They didn't challenge her at all. I'm like, she made about 4 or 5 statements that I would have challenged right off the bat. I was,
when you get a chance, if you said you're not in a position, just put it in the comments for this video when it ends and whatnot.
When I try to manipulate stuff on this device right here, I always kick myself off or something like that. Okay. Yeah, but I'll send it to you probably after this. I'll just put it in the thing. But it's very interesting to watch that, and you'll find 4 or 5 areas, 5 or 6 talking points where she made absolute mistakes, and then she gets into stuff about testosterone. I'm like, why are we talking about that? What does testosterone, a man's testosterone, have to do with you making kids with a dude who ain't worth a damn? What does that have to do with anything?
Hey, Kev, you just got to keep on going. You just got to keep on going sometimes. Just keep on going. Because if you stop, then people will be, wait a minute. Something you said 2 minutes ago. If you just keep on going, then you don't give them a chance to jump in and be like, wait a minute, lady.
Right, go ahead. She droned on and on and on. And I'm like, this is how she gets them. And I'm sure she's doing very well for herself. She's got 3 or 4 books. She used to be a military veteran, and she does have some trauma.
Wait, she's a military vet and she was a car salesman? Oh, them women don't stand a chance.
Exactly. And I think she played I think she was playing for the other team for a little bit, so she was into that.
Oh, God. Yeah. She a whole dude. Anyway, go ahead. Go ahead, Ben. Better you.
But I was just gonna say with Kev, you're right that they'll never admit it. But the thing you have to keep in mind, because you're thinking too logical. You gotta get out your man. I keep on
telling y'all, you gotta. You trying
to can't do anything but think logically, man. I can't do anything but think logically. I got to look at the data, and then I got to make an intelligent, logical conclusion based off the data and observable, and anecdotal information. I can throw that in.
You know what I'm gonna do for you, Kev C? I'm gonna make you a '90s R&B playlist. So you can get into your emotions and your feelings. And then we're going to ask you a set of questions with a zapper machine. And every time you answer wrong, until you sound like them.
I try to understand what these people are talking about, but I can't do it. And I'm not saying I'm some analytical or quantitative genius here. I'm just looking at the facts, man.
Right.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
I was about to say, I think with the frustrating thing that pisses like a lot of dudes off is like, how can I put it like this? It's not the fact that they're making an emotional argument. It's that the emotional argument is such bullshit. It's not even an emotional argument. It's not something that truly tugs at your heartstrings, and it's like, oh my god.
You said it's not the homeless dog commercial. It's not the abused dog commercial. You can't even watch the whole thing.
Exactly. It's just such bullshit. Like, how can I put it like this? And prime example, right? When people made a lot of emotional arguments against the use of chemical weapons and whatnot. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Make an emotional argument, like you said. When a lot of these dudes be saying, SBE. I'm like, you goddamn right. Same thing when it comes to nuclear weapons. You goddamn right. I'm going to use SBE. Yes. Shame, yes. I'm a shame, blame, explain.
Shit, I'm gonna make an emotional argument on nuclear weapons. Exactly. Hell yeah, you're right. Hell yeah.
You're goddamn right. I am going to argue like a bitch as to why this is such a terrible idea. Yes.
Yep.
You're correct.
Speaking of which, I just saw that movie Oppenheimer. Very interesting.
I want to see it. I want to see it too. I've been trying to watch it this weekend if I can.
Yeah, it's got multiple storylines, but there is a moral argument as to the use of atomic weapons and what comes after that. And how it played out, and we know how the story ends, but they're telling the story, using of course primary source documents, and then behind the scenes stuff and everything else. So they're telling the story, and then they're infusing his personal life and then what happened with Oppenheimer post World War II. So it's very interesting.
Exactly. So, but what was I about to say? But yeah, that's just my thing about it. You know what I mean? Like, again, it's like, it's not the fact that they're being emotional or using emotional arguments, it's that these emotional arguments are such bullshit.
Big Kev said it's trash.
Like I said, it's trash. It's a trash argument. It's a trash premise. It's a trash argument, and they want to keep trying to get mad at you because saying, "I'm not compelled. I'm just disgusted." You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
no,
it's like their whole emotional argument is basically this, right? Their emotional argument boils down to this: is that the root cause of a lot of this.
Better you will have you after Big Kev. Go ahead.
The
Go ahead,
whole
Big Kev.
emotional argument is this: that you know the air quotes real reason for a lot of their negrophobic attitudes and behaviors, as well as just this hyper dysfunctional worldview in general. You know, the air quotes real reason why they act like that is either because of so-called black men in America being way too misogynistic, or
Yawn.
because you know, of us being inherently inadequate as men. We're just inherently inadequate, and because of that, they have no choice but to just go completely off the fucking rails. You know what I mean?
Okay, so Kevin, Big Kev, I can see your point. Now, what does that have to do with black women twerking on top of a slave castle in Ghana?
Exactly.
Explain that to me,
Look, they were twerking the spirits out of the Atlantic, because you know the spirits is trapped in the Atlantic Ocean, right? So they were twerking the spirits off of the Atlantic Ocean back onto the west coast of Africa.
You tell me,
right?
And all you women who support that, tell me why you think that's acceptable behavior.
It's at the end of the day, I think the reason why me and PK mentioned negative liberty so much, I think black women are doing their best rendition, and you know, Kev, you being the oldest of us on the panel, you remember the quote "Free, White, and 21"? Right?
Yeah.
Like that's black women right now. That's just their. I'm grown. I do what I want, how I want, when I want, where I want, and like the more anyone or any institution or any rules tell me I shouldn't do that, or any type of social norms tell me I shouldn't do that, I'm going to do it even more. That's what we're dealing with. We're dealing with a group of people that just want to be, air quotes, free and liberated to do whatever they want, however they want. And I don't think there's anything wrong with that, except when the consequences come and they start equivocating.
Yeah. See, and God forbid a black man even try to correct you and say, you know what, Lizzo, that's probably not the best thing for you to be doing. She's out there, but putting bananas in tailpipes.
Kev, we trying to tell you, no lesser being can correct a better being. Black men can't correct black women. We're lesser beings.
We told you not to do that, and yet here you are. Now you got a bunch of lawsuits. We said it's not a good idea.
Hey, thank you.
Yeah,
I watched it. Jason Black covered it. He went through deep, withering detail, and I was like, and there you go.
Yeah,
and it was black women that turned around and sued your ass.
Yeah, the irony.
Yeah,
the irony. What is it? What do they call that? Anyway, but yeah, essentially irony.
Yeah, no. It's
poetic justice, perhaps. Poetic justice, perhaps.
Yeah, I mean, like at the end of the day, you said you do all of this to represent heavy-set black women, and it was heavy-set black women that sued your ass, and there you go.
Yeah, I mean, it'd
be like that.
Again, hell, I can make an emotional argument, but I'm going to do it based off, some statistics, and then some data and something I can verify. And one of the things I find, and this is one of the, and if there are any black women listening, I know there's some women who hate watch you, and that's fine. One of the criticisms I do have of black women is that they've done an outstanding job of twisting themselves into mental knots, trying to figure out how not to be blamed for their decisions. Like they've done an outstanding job of that. So much so to the point that, you even have black men who believe it's Jermaine's fault. And you have non-black people who believe it too.
Hey, that's great for you. You go ahead and eat that single life, right? And here's your bottle of antidepressant pills, and have fun when you retire in your lonely ass apartment. You didn't afford a house. I don't know why. Like all this black women are buying all these homes. Yeah, foreclosure. But yeah, so I agree with you. They want to tie themselves.
2008 crisis, right?
Yeah.
Did everybody already forget the 2008 crisis?
Yeah, but yeah.
And the subprime loans and how that worked out.
Yeah, they forgot. Yeah, they forgot. They forgot. But let me let Better You go because he was trying to speak for a little while. Go ahead, Better You.
I'm like, Kev basically just said it. It's
Oh.
about skirting personal responsibility. Like they would never say to what you were saying earlier, Kev. Why don't they just say that we messing with these pookies? Because that would imply that I am purposely choosing a man that I know is deficient and of lower stock, and that they are men who are better quality, but I am purposely walking by them because I want Pookie to rattle my goddamn skeleton tonight.
I think I'll go one step further and say, because now I got to be held accountable. I can't even play plausible deniability like I didn't know.
Okay, so no. Check this out.
Right.
Check this out. So we can't. So Better You, and I don't want to. I'm not getting on you here, but let's not relegate the Pookie argument to him and his sexual proclivities, because an intelligent, analytical, hardcore, responsible man can rattle your cage too. The issue is that it comes with standards, requirements, conditions, and things that you're going to have to do as a woman. See, Pookie don't put that on you. See, and that's the difference.
He's not in a position to put you in that position. Yep.
Yeah, you're gonna have to meet conditions, standards, and requirements for a productive man, and he'll rattle your cage too. But but Pookie's like, I ain't got no standards. I'm just here to rattle cages, man. I'm out.
Yeah. I'll say this, Kev. You're not wrong, but I'll say this: Pookie is a homosexual. If he don't show up, he out there.
You I get what he's saying. So big, I'm sorry. Better You is pretty much saying like you could have a bad day. Pookie can't have a bad day because this is Pookie's livelihood, right? this is how Pookie. Perfect example. What's his name? Kiki Palmer's ex, right?
Oh, Mr. Darius, young Darius.
Yeah. Kiki Palmer's ex. Mr. Darius. His problem is you are just supposed to be the good-looking guy with the penis, and you thought you actually had a family. You thought you actually had a woman that maybe one day would be your wife, and clearly not. Yes, okay, fine. And I'm willing to concede the point to certain black women when they say, "Oh, he should have never went online. He should never said this." Yeah, and he did, and now what?
Yep.
And there you go. What they really want to say is,
check this out. The offense was public, so why can't the correction be public?
Because he didn't know his role. Your role is to provide vitamin D, right? And get on somewhere. And that's your role, to provide vitamin D and shut up and stay in the corner, and I'll give you whatever couple dollars I want to give you, and you can enjoy this lifestyle with me. And he thought he was actually a father and a potential husband one day, and
he had some authority in that relationship. The interesting thing is, inadvertently, women have actually rewritten the rules. Oh, okay. Well, you're not married, so you have no pull in this relationship. Oh, is that what we're doing now? Is that how it's gonna go? Is that what we're doing? Okay. Yeah. See, now when men pull that, it's now you're misogynistic. You're mistreating, being disrespectful to the women, and all this other stuff and everything else. But on the flip, and understand, and remember the amount of support that she got, and there's very few and far between women who actually push back against this nonsense. India Arie, who was it? That
I saw it. Yep. No, India Arie, it was India
Arie, all the debauchery at the Essence Festival. She's like, look, ladies, y'all got talent. We don't need to do that. And they're like, shut up, India. Shut up. You're, and black men are like, okay, that's what we need. And they're like, women are like, shut up. We didn't ask your opinion. And the men are like, but that's literally what y'all need to be hearing. Her opinion as a woman, which is coming from a black woman who was affected by. See, one of the problems with all this negative activity is that good men and good women get the second, third, and fourth order residual negative effects. That's the problem. Okay. Yeah. The reason you get stopped, Mr. Z, in that in that fast car that you're driving, right, is that you have men in the racial group who are literally creating this stereotype. They're playing into it, and then that bias, conscious or unconscious, gets passed on to you. Yeah. Somebody I was trying to explain that to somebody, and they weren't really quite getting that. One dude, he said, I was listening to a show. I didn't go up on panel, but they were having this conversation. They were talking about politics, and they were explaining something about black men and this, that, and the third. And one of the guys said, well, do you think that probably one of the reasons that black men as a collective get treated a certain way is because of the crime that's happening? I understand the criminal element is literally like maybe about 10 to 12% of the population, black male population, 10 to 12%. So why is the way that I'm treated, in any way, my constitutional rights, consistent with the Declaration of Independence and the U.S. Constitution and all the laws and everything, due process, which I'm supposed to get as a United States citizen, full citizen, why is that predicated on how some pookie is behaving? I'm not the pookie, so don't treat me
because
like
we wanted to treat y'all like this anyway.
Exactly.
What they say, black people are just one big N-word. So yeah, we want to
there you
treat
go.
we want to treat you like this anyway. So it's he is you and you are him, and that's what it is.
Yeah, even though you're not him, then you get treated like him because you get the residual third and fourth order effects from that. I'm like, whoa, wait a minute, you're not dealing with a pookie here. Like, don't talk to me that way, or don't treat me that way, or I haven't had it happen yet, but I don't know, maybe that lawsuit is coming. Because I've had it about, I don't know if you guys, I know most of you guys or some of you guys have had interactions with police officers, and all of mine have gone, relatively benign, only because I didn't do anything to escalate. So I look at it like this: it's my job to actually survive the incident
encounter,
or the
right? Exactly.
And whatever happens negative, I ain't do anything wrong. The officer did everything wrong. It's kind of like that dude who just got attacked by the dog. You can argue that he made some mistakes in there somewhere. Now, if that were me, you'd be like, "Hey, Kevin didn't make any mistakes. All he did was get stopped."
Here go one to remember, Kev. The guy from down here, the mental health expert that he, remember the mental health expert. One of the men was outside and he was acting a fool, but he mentally challenged, and the mental health expert went out to try to fix the situation, and then the cops started barking at him and whatever. The guy laid on his Kev. He laid on his back with his hands up towards the air.
I remember this.
Perfect, and they shot his ass anyway.
Absolutely, I remember that.
They shot him in the butt, didn't they?
Why did you shoot me, man? I don't know. I don't know.
Yeah, he said, well, the cop said, I don't know. He said, why'd you shoot me, man? Because he survived the incident, thank God. And I think it was a white Latino, a Cuban cop. I'm not even gonna say duh, but yeah. So if I'm not mistaken, and so yeah, the guy was like, "Why'd you shoot me?" He was like, "I don't know, bruh. You so trigger happy. You're trigger happy.
You know it's bad. You know it's bad when other guys like Charles Faulkner Jr. basically tell you it's like, no, these motherfuckers deserve to be prosecuted. You know what I mean? This is official misconduct. This is clear cut official misconduct. You know what I mean? And like you said, it's like again. That's why they want to shut this space down, because again, we're gonna have to hold a lot of these tradcons accountable for this cop worship nonsense and basically intentionally overlooking police corruption and official misconduct. You know what I mean?
But big
and I do apologize for being silent a little bit. I was just playing like Madden 07.
No,
you're good. I came all the way back and won. So
here's the thing though, Big Kev. It is the cop's job to regulate one particular demographic in America. So police misconduct is warranted because we really are trying to civilize, and I do mean that in the colonial way, civilize this one group of people in America, right? So we need them to crack and break a couple of eggs a couple of times, right? So yeah, police misconduct. What police misconduct?
Exactly.
Yeah. You guys just saw the C4 Bennett situation, right? Where two white men were accosting this dude and harassing him, and he actually shot and killed one of the men, and then the other one he injured. And they arrested him.
No, I'm joking. Go ahead.
He was arrested for actually defending himself against an attack by people who were being openly racist towards him. So the message there is, the message there is, look, no matter what anybody does to you, especially if it's a racial attack, it doesn't matter because you cannot defend yourself against that.
Exactly.
We're going to arrest you and not them.
Right. You don't have a right to self-defense no matter what. Even if your life's in danger, even if they're breaking inside your house, even if they got guns pointed at you, you don't have a right to self-defense. Like, get the fuck out of my face with that bullshit,
Let me read this real quick. And K. Dot says, what's women of color obsession with white men? It's the status. It's the status. It's both the status, and I would argue I'm not a what's the word I'm looking for?
They want to
mental,
have a right to be classist and elitist,
yeah, elitist, and
so-called black people as well. When they talk
it's
about colorism, they're just mad that the classism and elitism is being used against them.
yeah,
They don't have a problem with it
they're
in
on the
themselves.
outs. They're on that.
Yeah,
They're not one of the in-group women. What I would argue too is we've never actually sat down and had a global conversation about what white colonialism did to the minds of women of color over the past few centuries, right? We talk about the men, we talk about we especially in the West, we talk about the men like they're jealous of white men. We go in about that. We implied, we suggested every once in a while, we say it in the black community in America, we say it a whole lot, but we really don't speak about what colonialism, what white masculinity, what white manhood, what white aggression, what white male power has done to the way women of color think about masculinity, manhood, and particularly white men. We no one wants to have that conversation because it's gonna get real ugly. And hypergamy is gonna be the talk of the town. And nobody really wants to have the conversation about women of color chasing after white dudes because they deem that type of patriarchy as attractive.
yeah.
Right?
Not only
They
that,
don't care how brutal they are. They just care that they're on top. They don't that and no
While
one really wants
complaining
to
and
have that
railing against it,
conversation.
right?
Yeah,
Also, the
well,
whole time
yeah,
complaining and railing against it.
yeah,
And
yeah.
see, it's actually a few things. It's the
Hmm.
actual status or perceived status and the associated
Yes,
privilege that comes with that,
yes.
right? Which is why when you hear women go, well, black men are trying to get with either white women or non-black women based on status or privilege, that it doesn't work that way for the men. It does not work in reverse. You marrying a white woman doesn't give you any more status or
Yeah.
anything. Or as a matter of fact, you can argue that it's a knock against that white woman, by the way,
Yep.
from her group.
And
So
you can tell that
it's
because
it's actually giving you problems, if anything.
yeah. I was about to say yeah. Just look at Romeo Say from Park, the funky African
Yep.
academic. He's married to a
Yep.
white woman.
Yep.
He didn't just suddenly start, growing blonde hair and get blue eyes and say, "Yeah,
Hmm.
what's up, bro?" Like, no,
Yeah.
he didn't just suddenly transform into a different person. Like, no, he's the same guy. He's just, you know what I mean?
Yeah,
Just
Married to a
married to
white
a
woman.
white
That's it.
woman.
yeah.
And
You
then
dealing with a
listen to the
non-black
way he
woman doesn't give
speaks.
you any status or any benefits or
No.
privileges whatsoever. It
No.
actually causes problem for you in certain circles. Really, it
Yep.
really does.
I
And
got a quick
that's what it is. And that's why I loved when give me like 20 seconds. That's why I love the coverage of the dating divide that I've done, Shay Sade has done, Obsidian has done, because it puts women of color, primarily for black women, that's what we care about over here, that it puts their back to the wall. So all this talk that y'all been doing, when we really do the research, it's really y'all chasing after white dudes. And now what? I'm just saying.
Right.
Hmm.
I got a quick question, Mrs. Z.
Yeah.
For men, where do you put men like FD Signifier in the equation? Because he's for sure not an ally. For somebody that's educated, and I'm pretty sure he knows more than what he actually portrays not to know or understand
No.
about.
This is a thing. FD signifies trying to be an ally from a feminist bent. He's trying not to upset the apple cart while also trying to flick a couple of crumbs from black feminist table to black men. But he wants us to come off as non-offensive, which is not a thing. Right? It's the tone policing. Like when he was on my channel and I was like, bro, you trying to tone police us? And he said yes. Because what he's really trying to say is like, could y'all not be so antagonistic? And that's why you hear Kim Foster now speaking about antagonizing now. Because we can't, I want y'all to understand, in less than a decade, we really broke down the door with the numbers. We broke down the door with the stats. We broke down and there's white people listening in, right? You got Richard Reeves with of Boys and Men. So now all they got left is you being antagonizing, right? They can't make the baby daddy argument no more. They can't as much as Paris try to push this femicide thing, it's never gonna catch because they don't really want to have a conversation about bidirectional violence in these homes. They don't want to have a conversation about the likeliness of a child, a black boy, to be murdered by his mother. Like they don't want to have that conversation. So now it's about tone policing you so that as your message starts to really gain ground, you water it down and you use euphemisms, right? And you for them come off as less adversarial, even though they're the ones who talked about tone policing. Feminists are the ones who brought that phrase into mainstream. Tone
Not only
policing.
that, not only that, but they
Go
have a
ahead.
well-established history of being openly misandrous
Yeah.
towards so-called black men. I mean,
Yes.
both black and white feminists. So it's like, how can you reconcile that? Like how can you reconcile that? I mean, you look at people like Sojourner Truth, who literally argued that somehow so-called black men getting the right to vote would somehow be worse than white men having the right to vote. Or you look at
Yeah.
people such as Margaret Sanger, who installed Planned Parenthood and pushed for a lot of these abortion clinics for the express purpose of reducing our population numbers. You know what I mean? Like,
Mm-hmm.
they have a long, well-established history of being classist, elitist, and racist. So and what a well-established history of promoting a gynocentric and misandrous philosophy. How can you reconcile that? And I think, again, FD signifier guys like them just don't want to admit that being somebody who's on the far left, which
Mm-hmm.
he admits to, okay,
Yes.
they don't want to have to take accountability for the dysfunction that they stirred up. It's just a way of deflecting accountability away from people in his camp. That's all it is.
Yeah.
That's the reason why he wants to talk about tone policing and tone policing that, because eventually, they're gonna have to start holding guys like his feet to the fire as well. Like, well, how the fuck you keep co-signing these people if you know they have all these terrible
He
hot?
he said he's under the tent with Kim Foster. Kim Foster over here calling black men, particularly in the black manosphere, useless. She over here making very classist arguments. Y'all don't got no, y'all supposed to be on the left, anti-classist talk, right? Y'all let her get off all that crap, right? And so, you know, yeah, the problem is that you're associating with these people who they're using these leftist critiques to essentially do the same racist crap that the right is doing, just from a very leftist perspective.
I
That's
said
not,
this. Yeah,
go ahead, go ahead. And I know
I
better
said
you trying to go afterward. Go ahead and Stink Man, you can jump in whenever after better you. But go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, I said
Hmm.
this. I was like, listen, when you go down the rabbit hole of a lot of these political extreme, like the far left and the far right,
Hmm.
what they want you to do as a so-called black man is that the real problem they have with you is that you're not both super rich and white. That's the real problem they have.
Yeah,
That's
yep,
the
yep,
real
yep.
stick up their ass that they have about you. This is why they're always air quotes offended by
Hmm.
your presence, and oh, we shouldn't have to talk about your issues even when it's proven to be completely valid. You know what I mean?
Yes.
Because think about this on the left. How can you claim to represent the downtrodden and oppressed when you look at the empirical evidence? You look at, hey, the people that face the most negative discrimination based off of race, gender, and sexuality are straight so-called black men.
Because you're not
Like,
respectable in their and it's the super simple answer in their mind. The reason why they don't speak about you is because you don't fit neatly into a box that they need you.
exactly.
You are not a woman. You're not you don't have any different type of sexual proclivities. You are not a child. You are not white. You are like and so you don't fit neatly in the box as a black
Hmm.
man. Number
Hmm.
one. Number two, and because you don't fit neatly in this particular box, you're not because we speak about, you hear me speak about respectability on the right all the time, where the left has their own version of respectability,
Yeah, it's called
right?
identity
And
politics. Yeah.
yeah, exactly. And so because straight black men don't fit nice and neat into this particular type of identity politics where you're kumbaya, we are the world, with the entire weird stuff that's going on the left, and you turn a blind eye to it so you could just grab your pieces of crumbs, because black men actually have a real critique of what's going on the left, that they don't want anything to do with you. So yes, you might be the most oppressed in different ways. That don't mean anything. Can as a matter of fact, this is where BLM come in, right? Can we use your oppression to garner support and money for other groups, other marginalized groups, right? And that's where that comes in. But yeah, let me let better you go, and then Snake Man, you could go in after that.
Oh,
We good.
I was almost done.
Oh
And
wait,
then
okay. Big
Oh,
Kev,
okay.
finish up, and then better you go ahead. Mhm.
yeah, and then when it comes to like the right, you know what I mean? How can you claim to be pro male, and pro masculine when you have a long, well established history of helping to undermine the family unit of so-called black men and an economic growth of so-called black men, and then on top of that, you want to keep preaching to so-called black men about being air quotes real men, even though number one, okay, we
What does
spend
that
too much
even
time
mean
on
on the left to be a real man?
exactly. But what I'm saying on the right? How you gonna sit up there and have this fake moral high ground about us being not being air quotes real men, like the subculture violence theory and all that other crap? How can you preach that when in the same breath you're forced to acknowledge number one that so-called black men on average are more involved as fathers if they become a father, number one, and then number two, for the young so-called black men that are in shape, they have the highest testosterone level. So how the fuck you tell them about being a man, especially if they have a long, well-established track record um of being supportive of women's freedoms and stuff like that. You know what I mean? Like, how do you like what you're saying, Mr. Z? You don't fit nice and neat into their box on the right as well. You don't fit nice and neat into.
Of course.
See,
Yeah.
I think I got the answer for you, Kev.
One second, Barry. I've said this on the Roger Report one time, and it's like the problem with the left is that you can't be a man as a black man, and the problem with the right is that you can't be black as a black man. That's the problem. You got to drop your race when you're on the right, and you got to drop your sexuality and your manhood and your male identity when you're on the left. And as a black man, right? And
you know what? I see that.
that is
Shout
the
out to
issue.
Jamal Bowman. I actually see what you're talking about. Shout out to Jamal Bowman, and then on the right you got Larry Elder. So yeah, it makes sense.
You see what I'm saying? So that's all it is. But go ahead, better you.
To circle back to the point about FD, it's not that I feel that FD is an enemy personally. I feel like after having read some of the stuff like bell hooks, like I've ordered Kimberly Crenshaw's on intersectionality. I probably need to sell somebody couch after all this bullshit.
Go ahead and drink
I
while
don't even know how you get
while
through
you're
that
reading
stuff,
that.
though, man. I applaud you for reading that stuff because I can only skim it.
Well, I'm reading it because I'm in.
You black feminists, that's the best I can do. I can only skim your work. I'm not going to read it because I already come in there with my own ideology, and I already know I can debunk it just on anything that I read. Like it's too easy for me. I hate that it's so easy for me to actually go against a PhD level, academic. I hate that they're making it so easy for me.
Yeah,
But anyway,
I'm reading it because it's I'm involved in certain things at work, and that's entailing resources and whatnot, and it's a lot of intersectionality talk that's used to decide who gets what, and I'm reading those works so that I can better understand and better make the intersectional argument for black men, and from that perspective. With FD,
that clock is ticking though, and Blum is coming after black women's everything. Go ahead.
Yeah, for FD, I feel like what he's done, what he's trying to do, rather, he's read these works, and bell hooks make certain points where I don't necessarily disagree with her, but it's kind of like reading Marx was like the critique of capitalism is on point. The solution, what
Yawn,
the fuck?
right? Exactly.
The critiques are on,
And the thing with and the thing with FD is in that whole side of it, a lot of what hooks, in my opinion, from my experience, from the experience of those who grew up around me, she ascribes a lot of the failings of the white patriarch to black men. And I feel like what FD is trying to do, he's trying to square the circle, and he's trying to somehow thread the needle to where it's like, you know what, we as black men, are there areas we can improve? Yes. And Hooks and Crenshaw, they got all these answers and all this stuff. And it's like, nah. I personally truly don't believe that the answer to manhood and men's shortcomings is ever truly going to come from a woman, especially not a woman like Hooks, who herself in her own works, she's pretty much like chapter 3 was like, yeah, you know, I want this enlightened man, and then she got him, and she was basically like, I was an asshole to him.
Yeah. How can I say this? Listen, the problem with like bell hooks, Alice Walker, people like that, all these feminist scholars. Here's the problem. They come out the gate arguing in bad faith, right out the gate, and it's like people are afraid to say it because, oh my God, she's a woman, she's a so-called black woman. You can't say that. We're supposed to act like their shit doesn't stink, and it's like, listen, everybody's shit stinks. Okay, the difference is that whether or not you can wipe your ass properly. That's the difference. But we're so afraid of just telling them, listen, you're full of shit. Like, what you're saying is bullshit. Here's the empirical evidence that shows that that what you're saying is bullshit, and that's just what it is. You can be mad, but hey, it's not going to negate the fact that what you're saying.
We can make a emotional argument on that one too. That's why I continue to bring up the video
God,
that
how
Army.
could you say this? Oh my God, the tone and
No, and not even that. Just look, your patron saint of black feminism, Bell Hooks, on stage with Gloria Steinem, talking to all this bullshit about I was looking for love, but everywhere I went, I found patriarchy. Moments later, you talking to Gloria Steinem. She told you her greatest love of her life was some broke ass dude, and you were like, "Oh, not the man for me," and nothing else need to be said. That's it. That's every single thing. If the patron saint of black feminism, second wave feminism, is Bell Hooks, and she sound like this, the rest of them sound confused as fuck too. If she sound like this, the rest of them sound like that's why they're so conflicted. They don't want the power. They want the baller dude, but they don't want him to exercise any power on them. That's never gonna be a thing. Ever. So you want baller dude you want the baller dude's prestige. You want the baller dude's obviously his resources. You want all that. You want the protection of everyone knowing, but it don't mess with this Mr. ZP girl because he got that money. So even if he don't see you, he gonna send somebody to see you. You want all of that. You just don't want him to ever flex power on you. So you don't end up with that guy. Fine. You end up with a Pookie. But then the problem with Pookie is he don't got the resources. So you that's why so many of them are single or in same-sex relationships. Because they're trying to square the circle and it's not working. Right? And go ahead and finish up better, you and then Big Kev again.
And I will say this. I agree. This is where I do agree with Hooks. I do with the modern social dynamic where it has placed a lot of emphasis on women, in particular their earning power, in particular their ability to financially provide. I do think that you really truly need an expanded view of masculinity that doesn't just distill a man down to a walking dick in an ATM.
You mean the way black men been fighting for this shit since the jump?
Exactly, and
because black men started off slavery as a walking dick in an ATM for some white folks to make some money off of your labor. So black men been fighting to be seen as full human beings, and yet black women trying to put them right back into the walking dick and walking wallet type of category. Yeah, that part. Okay, go ahead. I'm just making sure we're saying the same thing.
Oh no, exactly, and that is the irony of it that you have this black woman who's the mother of black feminism, who is honestly through her work trying to impose white patriarchy on black men.
You said that out loud.
Honestly, after reading her works, I can honestly say that I don't see, by and large, I don't see those men that she's speaking about as the black patriarchs in the black community. Like we have by and large not operated in the same way that white men have.
We couldn't. We don't, and we couldn't. And quite frankly, most black men don't want to be white men.
Yeah,
we don't want to be boiled down to just our resources. Be very clear, y'all objectifying white dudes too. Be very clear, y'all are boiling them down to nothing but I keep on saying this when it comes to the African brothers, particularly Nigerians. When it comes to white men, y'all just looking at them as big dumb lames, squares, green to the game with a whole lot of money. And so you go ego stroke them in their air quotes manhood and masculinity, so you could get them resources out of them.
Or bloodthirsty tyrants.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that's all it is at the end of the day. Y'all objectify those men too. You don't really care about those men either. You just want the status that comes with being with those dudes. That's all.
Yeah,
Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah. What was I about to say? But yeah, like you said, and again, that's what makes people uncomfortable because it's like you said. It's like, I mean, imagine how embarrassing this is, right?
Mhm.
Think of think. Okay, let's look at the mindset of like a young, let's say 18 to 20 something year old young woman. Today's environment. Okay, you've been taught this whole ideology your whole life, especially in the so-called black community. Oh my God, these men are out to get you, the big bad men, and the problem with the root cause of all your problems is men, and that these brilliant enlightened feminist scholars are here to save you. You know what I mean? And can and they can show you the way. And show you the path to true quote unquote femininity. Imagine how embarrassing it is to have a conversation with somebody who's halfway knowledgeable, like Kevin C, Mr. C, etc. And literally within 5 minutes, I'm like, yeah, what they're telling you is bullshit. Here's the stats. Here's what reality is. They're blowing smoke up here. I stay the fuck away from them. They're fucking crazy. Like, imagine how much of a massive blow to your ego that has to be. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Especially if you're somebody who's not like who's willing to be open minded. Like, I mean, that's gotta sting a little bit. You know what I mean? Because remember, like you said, is you know they've concocted and defined and fine tuned their whole identity around being antagonistic towards you as a man, especially a so-called black
Yes.
man.
Yes.
That anything that basically destroys that reality, it has to be something wrong with it. Oh, it's not that the information that you were told is wrong. It's that you're just a misogynist that hates women. It's not that, this worldview is low key bullshit. It's these men
High
they
key
just
bullshit.
wish, right, high key bullshit, right. It's not what you're being peddled to is complete bullshit. It's the fact that you're just mad because you're not a bloodthirsty tyrant. It's like
Mm-hmm.
no, it's not that. It's the fact that whenever you try to critique a man, especially so-called black men, you come right out the gate peddling lies and BS. So
Yep.
how can you hold somebody accountable when you're not even criticizing them for where they're fucking up at? Like, it's like trying to criticize a defensive tackle for not doing like making like a pass breakup. I'm like, motherfucker, that's not their goddamn job. Like, first of all, you know what I mean? Or it's
Man,
like trying to criticize the offensive lineman because hey, you didn't average at least 10 tackles a game. It's like, bro, he's on the offensive line. That's not his goddamn job. You know what I mean? Like, what the fuck are you talking about? So, but again, it's
I'm laughing
so
because Timekeeper said they are defined by their defiance. EA. I'm
yes.
still in
Make
that.
that a
That's a genius
yes. Make
quote.
that yes.
That's a
Just like that,
genius
they're
quote.
defined by their defiance. That's exactly what
Yeah.
it is. Yep, defined by their defiance, especially defiance of so-called black men. So anything that destroys that reality, it has to be seen as quote unquote evil, even
Yeah.
if it's completely valid. So
So, Mr. Z, so you talked about this in terms of reparations,
Mhm.
and then how black women are trying to define it, or at least certain black women are trying to define it. I'm looking
Mhm.
at the comments, man, and it's just very interesting. Okay, so look, one woman talks about how black men shouldn't have any part in reparations since they had a
Yep.
substantial role in enslaving their own people in the first place. Look,
Listen to
can
that.
we talk about daughters of the slave trade? Can we
Ooh.
talk about
Most of them never heard of it. So
yeah,
that would be if we're in a courtroom, which
yeah,
I don't think black women want to play this game because
yeah,
I think they're so this is what like this is when we get into like this
yeah,
emotional thing that make you so myopic.
yeah,
They there's no way the US government give black women reparations and doesn't give black men. What
yeah,
will
yeah,
happen is that you torpedo reparations for both black men
yeah,
and black women,
absolutely.
right?
But I mean,
So
but yeah, but to that point, can we talk about Chancellor Williams and his book, How Europe Underdeveloped Africa, how it talked about how the women actually contributed to the colonization,
yeah, but that's my
the
point.
role
So
that
like
they played.
that's exactly where I was going. So once again, it's the like I mentioned earlier, Crystalline Kerosene wanting 101 East or somebody to cover the DV rate in the Black American community. I'm like, you don't actually want that though. You think you want that because you think you know what the outcome would be, right? And like talk the same thing. They don't know the book, Daughters of the Trade. They don't know. They don't know any of that. And that's the thing. Like we listen to them far more than they listen to us. Far more than they listen to us. That's why we can make actually cogent arguments. They don't listen to over. They think they know what's going on over here. What ends up happening is that you'll have once in a while, maybe Yanni will snoop in, Chrissy will snoop in. I don't think Paris does. Let's be very clear. And they'll snoop in for long enough to find a subject matter to cover, and that's about it. But they're not actually listening to be listening. So what ends up happening, they think they're saying something. Hey, black men shouldn't get black ADOS men shouldn't get reparations anyway because they're married to white women and like, wait a minute. So once again, if you don't know that 15% of children in the Black American community are born out of wedlock to non-black men, then you would make that argument, and then a badass attorney would just flip it on you. So what are we supposed to do with all the mixed children from black women and non-black men? Are you supposed to get reparations because you're having sex and you're having children from non-black men? So those black women shouldn't get. So that's 15% of black women. Boom, cut off top because you don't even know. You're not really anticipating what the other argument is because you never care to know. For you to be a good adversary, you have to be somewhat sympathetic to the other person. That doesn't mean you have to agree with them, obviously, but you have to actually put yourself in their shoes and be like, okay, what's their argument? Why are they making their argument? And do they have any points? So I can construct my argument to rebut that. But the thing is, they think that we're such jokes. They never think that they actually have to engage with what we're saying.
Yeah. Sun Tzu, the art of war, right? You have to know your opponent as well as you know yourself. And that way you already know the outcome of 100 battles. You can fight 100 battles, but as long as you know your opponent as well as you know yourself, then you already won the battle even before you started.
Yep.
And that's not what they're doing. They're literally, and what does George Bush say? They underestimated me. Right?
Well, yeah. So that's all. And that's
Bush
all
43, by the way, who said that.
Yeah.
They underestimated me. Which,
it's crazy that is the son of a former CIA lead and
Harvard,
a former president. Yeah.
Harvard
I thought
graduate.
Yale, Harvard graduate, Yale graduate, but still, like that. It's crazy it's crazy. We got George W. Bush after George H.W. Bush. Hey, that's.
Well, that's the legacy,
crazy.
right? That's the legacy privilege.
Yeah.
The first one comes through. He gets, and understand. And by the way, 41 should have never been president anyway, just based off of what he did as the CIA director and the whole, crack epidemic, right?
Yeah.
That literally tore apart the black community. That ushered in the new era, the 21st century mass incarceration.
Hey, if you put your tinfoil hat on, apparently he was in Texas during a certain somebody's assassination. I'll just put it down. Just leave that one right there on the table, and we're just gonna leave that one right there and continue moving along now. But gotcha. Yeah. Hey, because both of their fathers were competing for the numbers. Both of their fathers knew each other too. Prescott Bush knew Joe Kennedy. Yeah. They knew each other. The Bushes and the Kennedys knew each other real nice.
There's a low level theory out there that somewhere along the way the patriarch Kennedy, I forget is it Joseph Kennedy?
Joe, yeah, Joseph
Kennedy, the patriarch.
That's the name of the dad and the first son that was older than JFK.
Yeah, somewhere along the way he made a Faustian deal, and then that's why that family's been hit with such tragedy.
Yeah,
because with a Faustian deal, you get the benefits, right? But on the flip side of that comes the consequences.
And the consequences are 3 sons: Joe Kennedy Jr., JFK, and Robert. Yeah. And Ted barely made. Ted almost died a couple of times.
Well, but he got Chappaquiddick though, right?
Yeah.
You got
that's what I'm saying. Yeah. Isn't that the one where the lady died?
Yeah, that was Chappaquiddick.
Yep.
Yeah, so that's somewhere. There's word on the street is there's somewhere along the way there was if you believe.
And not only that, you lose a grandson too for good measure.
There you go.
Because JFK Jr. with the plane there, that nobody still don't know what the hell happened. That part.
Yeah.
So that's the flip side. Jesus.
Yeah. So the only other thing I would say too. So I know we referenced that 2015 CDC study a lot. So a lot of people dismiss that. And and I hate to say it, man. I saw some dudes from the Black Manosphere. One guy from the Black Manosphere. The other people were just kind of nugs on the panel, and they didn't really push back as hard. But they were debating this white dude, and they referenced that study, right? And they didn't know how to actually counter his talking point when he referenced that study.
Wait, what study was it again?
It was a
Kev?
2015 CDC study, Black Men are the most involved fathers.
Oh,
And
yeah,
then
yeah.
even now Oprah is saying that. So here's the problem with that study. So what people do is they allow their unconscious bias to actually go to. They allow the racial stereotypes and their unconscious bias and conscious bias to actually play into that to dismiss that study. Because what they're doing, they go, oh, that's just self-reporting. The methodology was this.
That's what I always hear too. It's self-reported, so it don't count.
Yeah, but not everything else counts though, right? See, and that's part of the problem. See, if the CDC is a legitimate government agency, and we actually support what it is they're doing, and they actually conduct verifiable, studies in a legitimate way, which you can kind of, we know the studies can be manipulated to some extent. But let me ask you. But then you have to ask the question: why does any government agency have any reason to say anything positive about Black men in any way? The Information Operations Campaign for the last 400 plus years has been Black men are demons, right?
I don't even got to go that far with it, Kev. It's real simple for me. The question be, what other study do you disagree with the CDC on? And just get real quiet.
Yeah.
That's all you gotta do. What other, because they don't even know. They don't even have anything. So okay, you disagree with it. What other study has the CDC done over the past, let's say, 5 years that you disagree with?
Now here's the only legitimate talking point against that study is that it's 2015. Usually studies are good for 5 to 7 years because if they do another study, now the information could change. See, that's the only negative talking point I could actually come up with against that study. But the study is the study, the data is the data, and you're right. Okay, so if you say that study is no good, so what else has the CDC done that you actually disagree with?
I mean, we really, if we're gonna be, bro, I think we have to have a real conversation about this. Also, like, you look at Adam Lanza, him and his brother were estranged. He hadn't spoken to his dad in forever. That was the one up there in that was that Sandy Hook, the one up there in the Northeast somewhere, right? So like, and then he deletes his mother. Yeah, he deletes his mother, and then he goes to the school. Say it again. Yeah, no, that was that's what I'm saying. Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. So like, and he was estranged from his father also. Like, there's a whole lot of white dudes that don't have relationships with their fathers, and yet we act like this is number one just a black thing. Like you were saying, these fathers are not involved. Even when they're in the home, they're not involved. They're not involved. And so the CDC study showing that black fathers are actually fathers. They're actually involved, right? They're actually involved.
Well, what they're doing is they're going straight to Pookie. That's what they're doing.
Yeah.
See, Pookie's never there, so that's what they're like. Wait a minute, that doesn't make sense because Pookie he's never there. Well, yeah, but in order to be in the study, you actually have to be an active.
Wait. I got something for you though, Kev. I don't even know if Pookie's not there if he's not in jail. I don't even know if Pookie's not there. I think Pookie's there. Pookie's, you know what? As a matter of fact, Pookie, I put money. Pookie is still involved. If he's not in prison, he's involved.
I could
when he's allowed to be.
Wait, name him, please. Wait, name him, please. Let Kev finish, and then you go afterward. Go ahead, Kev, and then name him.
Sorry, Kev.
Yeah, no, I'm good. Go ahead, Jim. Go ahead.
Okay, go ahead, name him. Go ahead.
When he's allowed in that kid's life, and if he knows that's his.
Oh yeah. No, you're right about that. Yeah.
Everything. Put all the facts on the table, because half the time, because let me put it this way: any woman could be having 3 kids by 5 niggas. The math is math. Don't look at me like that, motherfucker. You know good and well what I'm saying. The math is mathing right here. What I'm saying. She's got 3 babies by 3 motherfuckers. It's like if I gotta use a movie reference, Tracy Morgan was that one movie with Ice Cube when they're trying to rob a church, and his name was
yeah.
Lee John. He said, "Why is your name Lee John? My mom had 2 boyfriends, Lee and John. She wasn't know who the father was, so she called me Lee John."
But so at the end of the day, America has a hard on for negative rhetoric about black men, negative PR about black men, destroying black men's image that's already in the mud, et cetera, et cetera. And so black women have got a hold of that also, obviously. They decided to throw in their lot with the white racists. And I think that's fine. It's your prerogative, but then you got to deal with the consequences of your own negative rhetoric when you don't have a man, um when you find yourself alone at night, when men believe you, and they're not even putting giving you sperm for the sperm bank. I mean, like, all of these things directly affect. I mean, if you are also perpetrating negative rhetoric and trying to intellectualize your misandry all across academia, then why are you surprised when on the other end of that you don't have husbands? Why are you surprised when on the other end of that, um, black black men that are upwardly mobile choose to date out, right? Why are you surprised? Why are you surprised about any of this when black men that are upwardly mobile, the best they got to look forward to is a Ebony K. Williams or a Kim Foster? What?
Well,
What?
so
What? Go ahead. Go ahead.
yeah, so here's the thing with that. It all whenever y'all hear somebody, especially a woman, go, "Well, black men are the ones that date out, the most within the black race." There's never any explanation behind it. It's basically you guys are dating out, and you shouldn't be doing it. But I'm not going to explain to you why you're doing it. You see what I'm saying? Like you have the women with the kids who don't. You got the if you got so for example, we know the census says 61% of black women with children, and out of that 61%, over 50% have kids and no husband. All right, so you got men who don't have kids, this is the irony of the 54% of black men with no kids, right? And not married, is that you got the same number on the opposite side of the women with kids but no husband. Technically, those men should be married to those women. They should be paired up, right? Married up, and our marriage rate would be at least 70% plus, if not almost 80%. But what's happening is that those women already have children, and those guys don't want to be stepdads. And then and don't even get me started on the kids that are mixed race in that group, right? So that being said, those men are like, well, I don't want to be a stepdad over there. So you know what? But I still want a wife. I still want a family. I still want legacy. Where am I going to go? Okay, so now I'm going to look for a black woman in another country. Okay, maybe I didn't get that, or I don't want to do that. So now if I can't get a black woman, a black American woman, then now I got to start going down the roster, which is now you start going to the Hispanics, and after that, maybe the Asians, and after that, maybe the white women. So there's never any explanation. It's just like, well, y'all just date out. Okay, but why though? You have evidence of black women twerking on top of a slave castle.
Yes.
So that's the type of woman I got to marry? The woman who twerks on top of a slave castle?
A
Just
slave
because she's black
castle.
American?
Twerk. Look, I keep on coming back to this. I keep on mentioning negative liberty. They don't want anything that they deem as constraining or restraining on them. No social norms, no code of ethics, no none of that, right? None of the outside judgment. So there's nothing wrong with that. But if you're with a 10 toes down man, if you're with any type of heterosexual man with two pennies to rub together, he's going to have certain rules and regulations to be in his space. And guess what? If you believe in this negative liberty and you want to live this type of life where you don't have any rules put on you, then you can't be with a black man. You can't be with no man if we're going to be 100% honest. You can't be with the man if your goal in life is to have no one be able to tell you anything that hurts your feelings for 5 seconds, that you have to think about for 5 seconds, that tell you, no, baby, you ain't going out with that, right? Or no, you're not speaking to me like that, or no, you're not speaking to the waitress like that, right? And that's what black women continue to run into. That's putting them in this position, whether they're educated or not, whether they're upwardly mobile or not. They keep on running into the wall of their own ideology biting them in the ass, and then they turn around and say, well, it's because black men are not on my level, it's because black men are not doing this, and it's because black men are not doing that. Well, that's why you're not with no man.
So
Ebony
check this
K.
out,
Williams,
Z.
go ahead.
I'm sorry, go ahead. I'll let you go.
No, you go ahead. Go ahead.
Yeah, so interesting enough. So before the red pill, before the black manosphere, before all of this stuff, So I was divorced, unfortunately. I was in a long marriage, and then
Wait,
unfortunately,
y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat. Y'all, once y'all sleep, go ahead, Kev.
Yeah, unfortunately, the marriage didn't work out. All of that being said, before the advent of the red pill, the manosphere, the black manosphere, before all of the discussion, live streams, all this other stuff, I dated a woman, and she had kids, I had kids. So I'm like, look, we both got kids. Let's see if we can make this thing work. She was horrible. She was a terrible person. And you know what? Without any help from anybody, I made an express decision, an executive decision. I said, look, I gotta cut away clean from this woman. And even then, she tried to punish me for getting away from her. Right? And I'm like, look,
she wanted her pound of flesh.
Yeah. So that's my whole point, is that even without any input from anybody, from the manosphere, just an intelligent, logical man is going to be like, look, you're a problem, and your kids are a problem, and everything associated with you is a problem. I cannot deal with you. You know what? I'm cutting this relationship off. She was upset about that because, look, essentially, I was the last train. I didn't realize it, but I was the last train, one of the last trains leaving the station. You know what that means? Is that basically,
last train to Georgia.
I got I got a productive man here, and I figured out a way to drive this productive man off instead of working with him and cooperating with him. And understand, this is a woman, both of us divorced, both of us with kids. I didn't have any issue with that, even though now my rule is now, if you've never been married with no kids, then don't deal with a woman who has kids. But if you're already been married and you're divorced and you got kids, well, then there's a little latitude there. That being said, again, none of that stuff was in place. I just saw a bad situation. I was able to recognize it and got the hell away from it. You don't need any help. And a thinking man doesn't need any help from anybody. He can figure it out on his own. That's
Let
why
me
when
ask you
women
something,
go,
Kev. Did that lady ever get married?
I don't know. You know what? I think she did, and literally, I think she had a. It's very interesting how that worked out. I think she had a dude that was always in the background, that he was waiting for his little opportunity.
Okay, one of those orbiters. Okay,
exactly.
so she had an orbiter.
I'm glad she was able to do that, because that helped me get away from her faster.
Yeah.
Wow. Mr. C, if I may.
Wait. I cut Kev off, and then you name her. I cut him off to ask him that question. Go ahead, Kev C.
No, that was it. I essentially, her having that orbiter, and she did have. Matter of fact, check this out. One day she actually threatened me with the orbiter. She's like, "I got other men." I was like, "You know what? I'm going to give them the opportunity. You go right ahead." and I ended that relationship. The fact that she even threw that up in my face and thought it was like, okay, so I got other men trying to get at me, so you need to work harder. I'm like, I'm going to give them the opportunity to actually get at you. I'm not working any harder than what I'm already doing.
This is exactly what Mr. Z would say. That's a Mr. Z. That is definitely a statement I would make. Go ahead, Namer.
I mean, honestly, you should have been like, "Oh, you got the numbers?" Should have asked them if she had the numbers. Have them call. You would have called them and said, "Hey, yo, my man, I'm out. She's all yours." You could have added insulted it like that way. But the thing is,
not even. I'm Ghost King. I think she should just wake up with all your stuff gone and you gone.
God damn.
Okay. Anyway. Okay. Now, obviously, it's clear to me as a Bone Thugs fan that Mrs. Z's been listening to that one Busy Bone song called "Don't Ask Me Why." We talked about how to escape from a fucked up relationship. Anyway, yeah, it's called "Don't Ask Me Why." He breaks it down how to get out of there. When you think about it, most of these women have this weird sense of entitlement. But where does that come from is the question. And of course, they don't want to avoid. They also want to avoid accountability. I mean, am I wrong by saying that?
No. A lot of it is avoiding accountability. A lot of it
That's one of the main points. One of the main points is actually avoiding accountability. Like if they could do what it is they wanted to do without any blame, that would be ideal. And because we won't allow it, look, we won't let them be screwed up in peace. We won't allow it.
For real. No, that's true. That is one of the biggest gripes.
And by the way, that's not mine. That's the Roger report. That's his intellectual property and statement. So I'll give him look.
Shout out to the Roger report.
Yeah, we won't let y'all be fucked up in peace.
We
won't let you do it.
But go ahead and finish up, name. Go ahead. That's a good one. I got to give Roger his props on that one. Go ahead.
Habitual line steppers. That's what they all are. Habitual line steppers. But it's like like Z says about like like you mentioned this few minutes where like there are fathers there who are there, but they're just there, but they're not helpful because you don't know what kind of
Yep.
relationship the mothers had, like the Adam Lanza case. You don't know what kind of relationship the wife and the parents had because they were divorced. Let's understand that.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, you're forgetting also one thing. Lanza had a younger brother who lived with his father,
Mm-hmm.
and they talked about
No,
that he
I
was
mentioned that earlier. You missed when I said he had a strange relationship with his brother also. You didn't hear when I said that, but
okay.
I said it too. Hey, but these people. But
Younger
look
with his
at the.
mother, and
Say
his
that
mother
again.
was kind of pretty much an enabler to him, and she had the weapon. No,
Yeah.
she was pretty much an enabler because you notice like if you understood like his backstory, how erratic his behavior was and everything, and she was just enabling him. Not to
Yeah.
mention the weapons he used, the firearms he used were hers.
Yeah. Yep. Yep.
You
Hey.
had, and even take a, like remember Columbine. The parents were there, but they didn't know what was really going on with their son. Because like I thought our kids were
Oh
fine.
yeah,
No,
but
no,
both of them because one of them was what army brat, was the son of a military man, right? And the
Mhm.
other one, I don't know, I don't remember his backstory, but yeah, yeah, parents involved in their
One of those
lives. Yeah.
mother has been one of those mother has been an activist to raise awareness about mental health and mental disorder because
Hmm.
because that forced her to confront her own shit, her own mental health issues. In fact, I remember a documentary about that. They asked the FBI psychic profiler to read the book, to read the letters to those two.
Hmm.
Turns out one of them was suffering from severe depression, and back then this was '90s. The stigma on that was being is huge. But the other one apparently may have been in the anti-SNAP.
Mm. Yeah. It look these
May have had anti. His lack of empathy, but
Oh,
hard to
you
catch
breaking up a little bit, Nema.
That's
Okay,
why
I thought you had got quiet. Okay, you're coming in and out. I don't know what's
No,
going
no. Can
on.
you hear me now?
Yeah,
Can you
no,
hear
I
me
can
now?
hear.
Can you hear
Yeah,
me
yeah,
now?
yeah, yes, yes.
All right. Yeah. So some shit's
Yeah,
like,
but
yeah. Oh man.
at the end of the day, that's really
Wait a minute.
Snake
Who's
Man. You
Snake
can
Man?
go
What
whenever
is
you
Snake
want, Snake
Man's?
Man. Snake Man changed. He changed his thumbnail. I'm like, yeah, he's
Yeah.
been super quiet. I don't know.
You know who he changed his? Yeah, that thumbnail. I know who that is. That's
Mhm.
Barkad Abdi. He was like he was the main. He was the leader of the group of pirates in Captain Phillips.
Oh, yeah, yeah, yeah,
Look
yeah,
at
yeah,
me.
yeah, yeah, yeah.
Look at me. Yeah, he's a Somali.
That's the I am the captain now guy.
He's I'm the captain. In fact, all four members of them they were actually U.S. citizens. They were all Somalis who were based in, or from Minnesota.
So I'm.
Barkad Abdi. That's the guy. Oh, by the way,
I was listening, and
Mm.
Kev actually was cooking really well. A
Mhm.
plus. I just wanted to
Mhm.
say, because I was listening to the topic, like, which should I start with the black woman thing or with the
Where, where,
left and
where,
right
where,
thing?
wherever you
I'll be
wanna
back
land,
later.
wherever you wanna start.
Okay,
Actually, wherever you wanna take off.
okay, then I start with the left and right thing and the
Mhm.
FT signifier. The
Mhm.
problem you guys don't understand, even in the left, FT signifier and his ilk
Mhm.
is seen as insane. Like all
Oh
the
damn.
big lefties, especially on YouTube, all the big
Mhm.
lefties, communists, they see this group as insane and actually like rightish. And you
Mm.
must understand you must understand the reason why the left truly do not like or do not like to engage with black people is the only one they have are basically insane, like lefty, or in their eyes insane, like FT signifier.
Mhm.
The normal black people do not fuck with them, and they know why. Because you must understand, they always want to have the crown of we are the global lefty movement, but no
Mhm.
African, no South American, even no European, even no Asian are fucking with the movement. So they talk a lot about leftist and global and of all people. But if you look at the ranks, it's basically white
Yeah.
bread.
Yep. Yep.
And they know that, and the reason and the problem is that even in America, let's talk about the leftist American, the average, let's just state on black men, the average black man is not really a part of the movement, what hurts them a lot, and most leftists, even in the leftist space, do not, when I'm now talking about white leftists, do not like actually being, or they are not really aligned with the feminist. And most black women are feminist and not leftist. That's why you don't see a lot of black women into great leftist debate or into the great leftist space, because there is nothing to debate this.
No, that's true.
Just as an outsider looking inside. Now, when it comes to the black woman and the inferiority complex to white women, I find it always funny, because you must understand, as an African, I would think to myself, hey, at least I try to be the second highest woman. If I cannot be the first one, I try to be the second highest woman. But one thing I noticed is that for some reason they don't care about the second position at all.
They don't think they should have to compete against other women for men, especially not for no black man. So second to what? Not to mention they'll just do the same sex loving thing if it's that bad.
You've
but
actually
the problem
had,
is,
I'm sorry, go ahead. Yeah.
No, Kev, continue.
You've actually had black women saying that I don't compete. Like they will get up here and make videos, and they'll actually say this in conversation and discussion with other women, but they will say I'm not competing. I'm like, well, so what's the
when
point?
low key they are?
Yeah.
They think flirting with their white coworker isn't competing. They think like all of that type of stuff, right? No, man,
We're
it's just
all literally in a
ahead.
competition. We're all of us. We're competing against other men.
Yeah,
We're doing that.
always.
No issue with that.
Always.
I don't have any problem with it. But here's the issue I have with the competition. If it's rigged to favor anybody in a way that's against me, I got a problem with that. Now that's not real competition. It's very interesting in the sense that, you know, people love to do this thing where they go, well, this particular group of men is so much better. I'm like, well, that's never really been proven, because nothing's ever been fair. If Tom Brady has 7 Super Bowls, if we knew that he cheated in order to get those 7 rings, would we call him the greatest quarterback ever?
No.
And so there you go. So how are you the greatest if you've been cheating the whole time?
No, but the problem, Kev, is if you look at the stats, because one of the things that the Black Manosphere did, or the Manosphere as a whole, the stats is they really wanted to snipe for the highest position as a man in America. So would go for the small head guys or for the Asians, but they don't. And that tells you a lot. So if a black woman tells me, I want the highest man, but she's only talking about bread, and a specific bread, and also bread with a Make America Great Again hat. And I look at the stats and see that Asians and smaller people are literally speed running away from bread, like it's a speed force. And I think to myself, something in your equation doesn't make sense.
Yeah,
like,
that's actually the low level resentment that they have against the that certain group, is that they're still doing better, while, you know, even though they have the overall power and control, that other group, that one particular group, has like a lot of influence, so much so to the point that they can actually push back against them. That's how you get the carrier.
But I would think, if gunning, I'm basically monkey branching to the highest position, but they don't even try. Like, they see a bigger tree and they just ignore it, and I think to myself, but you just said you wanted the highest man.
You got to beat the Asian women too, right? You got to beat the Asian women who are already vying for the men in the group, to include, you know, anybody else who's gonna. It doesn't usually work out that way, but you know, the men don't really go out as much. But you still gotta. You gotta. There's a lot of walls you gotta actually get over, and hurdles you gotta actually.
And that is what I wanted to say, is because if you follow the rabbit hole I just opened up, you realize all the talking points they're talking about, it's not really about the highest position. It's not really about getting the highest man or having the highest status or being the highest status woman. It's literally just, if you follow that equation, which group of men hates black men the most?
Oh, well, good point.
Because even the small heads have a long history of fucking over black people, but they are not really out there being loud burning crosses and it's the same as the Asians don't really like us, but they're not out there. Let's formulate a plan how to fuck them, because they have also energy, but the only group that somehow, even they are not the highest in this society, if you follow the stats, but somehow they flock to the one group that has one specific trait. Let's stomp out the black man. Because
That
even in
tends
the
to not
black
work out in the end, though.
yeah, because even in the black diaspora, as Mr. C can say it, black women don't try to be the highest woman in the black diaspora. Did you ever see any effort for them to be the queen of all black people?
They don't even. I don't even think they're thinking like that. Or yeah, no.
No, they don't care. They don't care. But
Mhm.
if you listen to them, what the argument is against you, the black man in America, and then you listen how they act and what they do and how the stats are, it makes no sense.
Well, that's
Besides,
my argument against the divestment arc. That's my counterpoint to the divestment. Okay, so if black men are just the worst thing ever, there's so much terrible, and then you cross over to a different group, and then you're gonna be living this comfortable, luxurious life, taking their fancy trips, driving fancy cars, wearing fancy clothes, and drinking all this expensive wine. Then fine, go do that. Okay, now show me the results. Show me where that's happening on a large scale. I need to see. I need to see it. I need to see the again. What do the young people say? Show me the receipts.
Show me the receipt.
Harrison, show me the receipts. Chrissy, Paris, show me your work. Show me the answers to the. I not only need to see the answers to the test, but show me how you got your answers, so
I
that
mean,
way we
it's the
can all learn
same.
something.
It's the same way because we are mostly in the Afrosphere, but when the divestors came to us, they tried to sell us the point that somehow the Arabs love them. And now we get one story after another that they get imprisoned because they go against the code of Islam. And we try to explain to the divestors that the Arabs don't love you. No, don't really. They don't just they find you actually like the poster child of all the sins a woman can have, but they love your money. That's it.
Yeah. Well, so I look at it like this. Again, I talk about the obstacles that they have. Look, there's anti-blackness and racism in every racial group. It's
Mhm.
just what level are you willing to deal with, and how many hurdles are you willing to overcome. Now, remember, when a woman goes to the other way, when a woman actually attaches herself to a black man, either through relationship or marriage, she might be contaminated to the other men in that group. But the bottom line is that there's not a whole lot of hurdles that she has to cross as it relates to going the other way. Now, understand that black men don't get anything out of that other than the woman. That's literally all we get. We get the woman, maybe some sex, maybe somebody who can produce children for us and help us raise those kids. She just happens to be non-black. There's no special privileges. There's no power. There's no benefits outside of her just being a basic woman. That's it. That's literally it. That's all the men get. And you could argue, like I said earlier, that her being non-black can also bring you problems with the women in your racial group, some of the men possibly, and then the men in the group that she comes from. Like, her coming in your direction actually can create problems for you as a black man. There's actually disincentives that actually go outside of the race. And understand, black men are keeping it pretty low. It's under 20% right now. I'd be interested in what it looks like in the next census. If it goes outside, if it starts to creep over 20% plus, yeah, I would say that even the men, I'm not gonna say the men have anything to worry about, but I would say especially the women have something to worry about.
I think
Because
the problem is because black men, you know how we are. We love our women how they are naturally if they're not overweight. We love them, and we made a lot of online waves how we love our women, and still a lot of non-black women come to us. That's the point. They come to us.
Yeah.
We don't come to them, and I think that is what annoys black women very much. Is that because
They
if it were
refuse to.
literally
well, yeah,
different.
and remember the stigma is actually being removed as well. So you have a lot more grandparents and great grandparents going, okay, whatever. As long as he's a good dude,
They
I'm fine with it.
they die a little bit inside when they see that prom picture where it was all the brothers with nothing but white girls,
Oh
and like
yeah.
you'll be hard pressed to see 10 black girls out of a high school with nothing but white dudes, right? Like it'll be a little bit more difficult to find that it's possible, but it'll be a little bit more difficult,
So
and that's all it
somebody,
is, man.
so Z,
Mhm.
somebody actually spoke to that, and I
Mhm.
can't remember who it was. I wish I could remember who it was, but it was a content creator. So a lot of the identity for men, if you're a man and you're a young man coming up, a lot of your identity actually points to your father versus your mother. So if you didn't have your father coming up, then you don't see any. They're like, well, my father wasn't there. I got no real reason to be attached to my black identity, my black heritage, my black culture. So whoever I marry is what's the big deal? See, so you have a lot. So you have these younger guys who are thinking that way. And remember how a lot of these young guys come up. All right, there's no father in the home. All right, we can argue why that's happening. And again, if he's the product of a Pookie, and he just happens to still be productive anyway, despite the fact that his mother didn't have the father involved, whatever reason, whether the guy didn't want to be there or she drove him away, it doesn't matter. The guy's not there. He's not necessarily attached to the culture. One of the ways you actually drive that attachment is there's a father there to actually reinforce that ideology. So if you don't have it, then maybe you get it from the mother, maybe not. But then again, the connection is not as hard as if you actually have a father figure, a real life biological father who gives a damn about you, going, look, son, do this, follow this. This is my recommendation. You should be doing. You see what I'm saying? If that dude's not there, then what does he care?
Good point.
Where he goes.
Good point. All right, y'all. We're about to end it on out. Anybody want to say a few final words and or close it on out?
Yeah, first of all, Mr. C, I find it very good that your phone battery got upgraded. I'm very happy that
it's been on the charger the entire time, yo. The entire time. It's been on the phone charger the entire time. I was not reckless enough to think I was gonna do this stream for this long and then, Y'all like, share, subscribe, hit the super chat on the way out. And this was a great discussion, and I really wanted to bring this to y'all because when I saw the thumbnail pop up, when it was last night or the night before, whatever night, I was like, oh crap, oh boy. And I already knew what type of angle Paris Milan was gonna come at. I already knew, and I didn't know it was gonna be this bad though. I didn't think she was gonna. I'm not gonna lie. I didn't think she was gonna say sterilize black men who owe child support. Like God, like that one right there. Whew, I lost my breath a little bit. And
the problem is that so most people who own child support are white men. You know how that is.
Yeah,
they really don't think when they talk. Like if a white man here from a black woman owes a sterilized black man who owe child support, you know what the white man is hearing? Because the laws in America are different now. They want all men to be sterilized to owe child support, would be majority white men. Yeah, now we wonder why those divestors never get white men, because they're too retarded. They don't think big.
Yeah, no. And I don't think you saw, but so in my I played. It's the link is in my description. I played a couple of segments of Paris Milan speaking about why black ADOS men shouldn't get reparations. So she's not against reparations. She just thinks that black women should get it and black men shouldn't. And she said, things like rappers shouldn't get it if they ever use the B word or call the black woman a thought or anything like that. Black men that owe child support shouldn't get it, but if they do, they should have their reparation garnished for whatever the amount is for child support, and they should be sterilized. What else she said? If you have a white wife or a white girlfriend, you shouldn't get reparations or something like that. Like she just was going in and this is just a one of those type of black women that really, really she's going for broke with the neo-Nazi talk, right? So
but that's not even neo-Nazi. That's not even neo-Nazi talk. That's just I'm trying to booty clap for neo-Nazi talk. Because even the neo-Nazis would look upon it. Trust me, grew up in Germany. Even the neo-Nazis would look upon this woman and think to herself, man, she makes no sense. What the fuck is she talking about?
She's married to one of your peoples, though, Snake Man. She married to a Nigerian cat.
Yeah, but we Nigerians don't really give a fuck. The first thing I would ask her, do you ever was in Nigeria? Because if you're not in Nigeria...
think so. I don't think she's ever been.
Yeah, then you're a side woman. Then you're a side woman. I can already tell you, if the man doesn't take you to her family, that means he has one or two wives with children in Nigeria. Yeah, that's how it is.
She already sounds crazy now. You imagine if she find out Buddy Rowe had a family in Nigeria?
Yeah, because you must understand, if you are the main woman, which children get everything, you must be legitimized by the family. That means you must carry your ass to the continent. If he doesn't take your ass to the continent, that means he has already a woman with legitimate children who inherit everything.
Hysterical.
Oh man, yeah, wow.
No, I think she I think he was born here maybe, but Nigerian descent. But either way, yeah, your point still
Yeah, that's
stands.
an interesting point. Yeah, yeah, that's very interesting.
Yeah, that's still the point still stands. Who else want to say something?
Yeah, so I'll go ahead and close out. So actually,
Mhm.
when I saw your reparations, I actually thought you were going to go in a different direction. I've actually had people make.
Oh no, I got my rant. I got my pro reparations rant. I got.
Okay,
Don't
yeah,
worry,
I've
it's in the
actually had
chamber.
people. Yeah, okay, good. Because I've actually had people make I've actually had people make response videos against my. I came up on panels, one or two panels, and one guy decided to make a response video to all. I talked for about 2 hours about reparations. I shut down everything that everybody came at me with. Apparently, I'm too knowledgeable. All right, and then one dude was so upset he had to make a response video to
Listen,
what I
that
was
to
saying.
put that in the comments too. Put that in the
And,
other video you was done. But put it in the
and I
comments
might
after
add,
the
Mr.
video.
Z,
Yeah,
those was
but
black people. Those was black people that Kevin
Oh,
speaking.
you were there too, 18 letter. Yeah.
yeah,
So
exactly. And when you
I'm guessing it's somebody that listen to Radical. Go ahead. Yeah, go
Yes, but
ahead.
when you do that video, I'll pop up for that one too if you and
Yeah.
you invite people up. But
Yep.
I
Yep.
have a whole different take on the because of that though. I have a different take on reparations and how it should actually be approached when we're having these discussions. By the way, but
Yeah.
thanks
No.
for letting me up. Very, very informative. We
No
covered a lot of
problem.
good
No
talking
problem.
points, and I hope people got something out of it. But you
Yeah,
guys
I
take
hope
care. Have
so
a good
too.
one.
Because, black men just be careful. Because especially ADOS FBA black men, be careful. Like I said, shout out to who said that? Victor Creed. Victor Creed said that a little while ago. Y'all need to check what y'all girlfriends and wives are looking at and watching on YouTube, right? It's not just about whether she's cheating on you or whatever. But look at who she subscribed to on YouTube, on TikTok, on Instagram. Some of y'all gonna be shocked when y'all find out she listening to some Paris Milan or Chrissy or one of these folks. All right, you wonder why your arguments be going the way they go. Anyway, and Too Watchful, thank you for the super chat. And Too Watchful says a little something for the excellent info. Thank you, brother. Thank you. Who else? Who else we got next? Want to say
I
something?
wanted to speak unless any of the
Go
other
ahead.
brothers wanted to speak first. I just wanted to say, like with us as black men, once again, like I said before, we must stick together. Because it is right now we're experiencing attack on black male masculinity. And a lot of this is because they don't want black men to reproduce and they don't want black men to be heads of households.
Yeah.
For some reason, we are a direct threat to the white elite, more so than any other race of non-black men that that they have had dealings with and interactions with. When you look at what's going on right now, we are at by should I add that it was not a gender war until black men started fighting back.
Right.
Then it became a gender war. But what we don't understand is that right now we're dealing with a situation where the women is on a full-scale attack against black men based off of the rhetoric that they have listened to for decades. Some of these women are too far gone that you can't help based off of the fact that what people don't understand that even though it's lies and it's misandry and a lot of it can be debunked, this is how these women have felt the most important by investing
Yes.
in these lies, investing in this rhetoric, investing in misandry. It's like almost if you take this away, who are they? I'm a nobody because now I've relished and made a name for myself where I'm actually somebody important. Where if I can't get the white man with status, then I can be somewhat of a status figure amongst a bunch of miserable, divesting black women, and that's monetary, I might add.
That's true.
So
No, it is.
we have to understand what's going on here in America as far as black men. They're trying to phase us out. You have what the situation on what they're doing to Haiti, especially with that being a first independent black republic, on how they're suffering there because they don't want to see a strong representation of a well black led country. Kamala Harris going over to Africa trying to push LGBT on the continent over there in a lot of these black countries. Bill Gates talking about the population of Africa is becoming too large and we got to find a way to depopulate.
Did he really?
It's real
Well,
out here.
that's not new. Yeah, that's standard
Yeah.
operating procedure for
Right.
somebody whose dad worked for Planned Parenthood or who
Right.
volunteered or whatever it was. So that sounds just
So
about right.
we can all agree that HIV was a man-made virus, right along with a lot of
Mhm.
other things. So,
Shout out to Gastron Dugas,
So,
but
so
yeah.
the only thing I can say to big girls, hey, your black gay grandchildren will not like that shit.
but I'll just say this and I'll land the plane. So,
Mhm.
me personally, I have no patience for a lot of these women. These women make me sick to my stomach. They disgust me. I would definitely, I don't want to say it like this, but I would definitely take the Toussaint route if it was up to me.
Hey,
Like, I would
hey, I
definitely,
hear you.
I would definitely take the Toussaint route because me personally, I feel like you have to. The only thing these people will understand is force and fear, unfortunately, and we already know White Zaddy's is not going to back them up a lot of the times because when it get heavy, they like, look, we got to dispose of the tools. Y'all do what y'all do with them, but it's important for us to understand on the levels of what we're facing and also these simps and these uh black female apologists like Dr. Simp Watkins and Umar Johnson and
He said Dr. Simp Watkins. Hysterical.
FD Signifier and all of
Mhm.
these other guys,
What? FG
you know
Simplifier?
Simplifier, exactly.
we got to understand what we up against, and it's important that even though us as brothers may disagree on certain things, we have to be a strong, solid unit because that's all we have right now. I want black men to stop thinking on an individualistic mindset, and if you're a black man and you love being a black man and you know your history, because that's another thing. A lot of us don't read our goddamn history,
Yeah.
which
Yeah.
is a problem.
It makes it easy for some
Yeah,
halfway college educated black women to just rip you apart.
because the problem with
Or
like
white
when I came up in my family, when you read your history and you have a knowledge of who you are as a person and
Mhm.
you understand economics, even if you come from a family of idiots, guess what? You'll realize, oh, my family is idiots. I'm the only person that's like a strong sounded person in my family. And I
Mhm.
gotta, make sure I'm able to help who I can help and progress and different things like that. So that's important for us to really understand because they're only using a tactic that they've been using since the beginning of colonization, and that's to lie and manipulate, throw a bit of crumbs out there, divide and conquer, use certain people against other certain people, and hopefully the problem will rid itself. That's the only thing that they've been doing, man. And
Facts.
we have to make sure that we stay on our P's and Q's and stick together and for black men that are on code, not for the ones whether you coming from the continent or the Caribbean or the homegrown coons. We got to make sure that we
Homegrown coons. Full fat homegrown
we got to
non-pasteurized,
right right
non.
out the woods of Mississippi.
Right.
We got to make sure we got to make sure that
Uh,
we have a solidified front and hold each other's down, man. And as brothers, we got to network with each other. I don't care if it's a brother, if you dating a woman from the Philippines, if you dating women, South America, black men unify and work together. And for the sisters like Toya that support us, those sisters will be definitely coming into the fold. And
mhm.
that's because we're gonna have to have some type of solid community and trim the fat of the weak minded people within our group. And that's it. That's all I got to say.
I agree. I agree. I
Um,
agree.
uh,
Who else
very,
wanna?
very shortly, it's
Mhm.
the 18 letters. If you want to find out why, even for Mr. C, why everything looks like from the West trying to reduce our numbers, is
Mm.
try reading the studies like the Mouse Utopia that
Oh
came
yeah.
after
Yep.
colonization.
Mhm.
But read the studies and then try to apply it with black people as
Mm.
a separate mice. Try to apply it, and you understand they already made the equation how society should be, and even in that equation that was after colonization, they never included black people in those equations, in those studies, in those how society will evolve. Now understand we are a unknown factor And what do you do in mathematics to try to reduce the unknown factor, which will be aka black people?
Back.
So that's why, basically, they made up studies how they want to control the societies. They never included us, but we are still here, so they try to reduce us. So that's it. That's the entire
Shout
thing.
out to Argentina. Go ahead.
No, I'm done. You can. And I just wanted to point out why they always try to do that, because of 40-year-old studies or the experiments.
Gotcha.
Better you. Why the hell are you still up? First of all, go ahead.
Well, first of all, I got a little baby girl that thankfully she been asleep this whole stream. So,
oh man.
But just kind of
we should have made noise to wake her up to torture better you. I think we've been up all night.
Oh no.
No, I can't. Go ahead.
To piggyback off of 18th and Snake Man a little bit, the reality of it is this, man. When it comes down to this fight for reparations, it's one that is vital for us as Black Americans. When we're talking about wealth and we're talking about financial literacy, we're talking about all these things, they're distractions from the real problem, which is in order to build something, you have to have something. Black folks have one of the best savings rates in America. They also have probably the lowest, if not, because we don't, as a collective, we don't make a lot. And you know, it's one of those things to where people like this Paris Milan, people like all these folks who talk out of both sides of their ass, who don't think for 2 seconds and rub a brain cell together. Like, for one, I personally feel that we need to give them the microphone. We need to honestly interact with them and have them explain this shit and make fools of their goddamn self. That is how you deal
Paris
with
Milan is not one of those people, man. Paris Milan will fold if someone like me, someone like you, someone like Big Kev or Kev C. Look, man,
Hey, check this out. Check this out, Mr. Z. Chrissy debated one transgender, and ever since then, she ain't debated nobody else because Chrissy know and Paris Milan know they can't hold the candle to the sun. They not gonna get out there and because they know what they're spitting is bullshit. They know what they spitting is bullshit, and their main objective is to lie and manipulate. They use white supremacist elite tactics to lie and manipulate to these women to keep their cash flow going, and that's
man. I told you when I spoke to Paris Milan and she tried to bring up the college thing, and I was like, well, college is 60-40 split right now, women to men, period, across America. And she was like, well, I'm talking about Black men, right? So like she instantly pivoted. No, I'm talking about how crappy Black men are. I don't want to know about the system and what it's doing to young boys and men. Like, and so when someone does that, that lets you know like they really don't got no answers for nothing. They just want to talk about how horrible you are because her channel is that. That's what her channel's about, bro. Paris Milan's channel is rage porn for Black women, period. That's all it is over there. It's pop culture gossip crap and rage porn for Black women. She don't got nothing informative over there unless it's about talking about some type of femicide rate or something like that. That's the only thing. That's all she about over there, you know. So yeah.
I saw. I looked up because I was trying to see what she looked like, but I didn't see anything.
No, Paris Milan is not an ugly woman. She all right. She you know, whatever. But it's not. That's like it's not for that. Like Paris Milan looks isn't her issue. Paris Milan, you could ask 18 later. She evolved to what or devolved to what she is now because of the money.
Absolutely.
So it's not even you're talking about somebody that may believe in what she's selling now, but she got here because of the money, right? So like it's the what is it? It's hard to get a man to believe something, especially when his paycheck is dependent on him not believing it. That's Chrissy and Chrissy and Paris Milan, and I would argue maybe Yanni also, right?
Yanni as well.
Yeah, so they're really about it's about money, especially for like Paris and Yanni, because Chrissy, I think she still got a 9 to 5 and she's still making money.
No. She stopped that 9 to 5 a long time ago. Remember?
But I remember she just said she She said a couple of weeks ago, like I still have my gig or my job or whatever. She said that like maybe a couple months ago at most.
Okay,
Yeah, but
because like
maybe
when I was listening, I haven't listened to her in a very long time. But when I used to listen to Chrissy, she worked at an airport. And she said she had quit her job, just like when she used to say she had a house, but she sold her house for that luxury apartment in Indianapolis, which is where she's from.
Oh, she's from
So
Indianapolis? Is that
yeah,
where she
she's
is
from
now, maybe?
Indianapolis. I don't know if she's still there, but I know that's exactly where she's from. And
on.
and like so a lot of the things that I think the YouTube money was going real good for her to be able, but now she's kind of, she does her lives. And see, the difference between Paris and Chrissy is that Chrissy is more slicker. She's a gato, man. She's a gato when it comes to
Oh
a lot
yeah,
of
no, she
stuff.
good.
She knows
She
how to
good.
hide, and she knows how to manipulate, and she says just enough. And what she does is insinuate certain things for her audience to go to the extreme, and then she hide her insinuations that she said in the first place. So she's like,
just more mature. She's more mature than Yanni in Paris, and she's older than they are. So she moved, like you said, she moves very slick. She's very slick with it. But everybody know what that is too over there, right?
if you remember when what was her name, Jessica X. If you remember when Jessica X called Chrissy out on her live stream, because Chrissy had did a video back in the day talking about why don't the educated lane promotes his image, and she was critiquing everything she said in that video. Once Chrissy got wind that Jessica X was live critiquing everything she said in that video, she deleted that video right there on the spot. And Jessica X was mad because she didn't download it.
Yeah, that's happened to me. There's a couple of videos that I wish I would have downloaded. Who was it from Paris, right? From Paris, especially. Like I said, when I had that conversation, where I so regret like not having that conversation, because like she straight up told me to my face when I was like, Paris, you sounded like a right racist from the 1950s. She said it's to my like they were right about y'all back then. She said white racists were right about black men back in the 50s. I'm like, well, there you go.
So
So
I'm
I don't know
assuming
what
they was
Dr.
right
Umar
about
Johnson or
other
any one of
gender
these
as
people
well.
want us to do. Say
Yeah.
again?
I say, so I'm assuming they was right about the other gender as well. That's right.
You're looking for logical consistency, 18th letter, and that's not where they at. They're not. It's not about consistency. It's just about talking crap about black men. Go ahead.
But just to close it on out, and along those lines, I got plenty rope, and Tucson was right.
Right? Hysterical. All right, y'all. We're gonna close it all out. Yeah. Chaos, you got anything? Okay, Chaos probably sleep.
Yes.
Okay, go ahead. Go ahead. Chaos.
I got some. It doesn't matter what these chicks say, personally, and here's why. They don't got the power to do nothing but run their fucking mouths. That's why they're on YouTube and TikTok, especially. And see, young people are gonna be influenced. I said it personally. When Obie Allen interviewed one of the chicks that's in her 30s that was on that panel with that racist, she admits she gets heavily influenced through social media and what she sees through television. So obviously, if you're so influenced at that age, whatever age you're, it's easy. Whatever happens to you, that's on you, boo boo. You get me? If you like to get influenced by these chicks that run their fucking mouth with big channels or getting big channels, then that's on you. You know what I'm saying?
Well, the Roger report said we got to hold you accountable for what you believe in. So yeah.
Yeah. Think about it. If their end game is to make as much money possible, then black women, you are the nicer bag that they're gonna get. They're talking about getting, and you know, it's funny thing. They're talking about getting this fucking bag, and I say, bitch, how you getting the bag when another woman's getting bag on you?
Well, that's right. So that's what I said. They're gonna walk you to the edge of the cliff, and they're gonna pick your wallet right when you fall off.
Because
right when you fall off the edge of the cliff.
Do you remember Mrs. Z? Because Chrissy also did videos that's for her Patreon of her interviewing black women that were in interracial relationships.
Oh yeah. Yep, I remember that.
But the funny thing is, Chrissy has insinuated plenty of times for these women to go out and divest. And like what you pointed out in previous videos, like with the college article and different things like that.
Yeah,
When
yep.
Chrissy catches wind of that, or if even certain women within her subscriber base start to challenge her, she gaslight them into believing that they're not trying hard enough.
Yeah.
Or because they don't even think to themselves to ask her, well, won't you create like a dating situation and put it on Patreon to introduce us to these white, because she know the type of caliber of white boys are not out
checking.
there.
They're not checking. Look, the type of caliber of white dudes like that like black women are already with the black woman. They're
Absolutely.
with the upwardly mobile, and I've met a couple of them. The when I say upwardly mobile, I'm talking about 85,000 plus a year, 85, 100, 120, 150 a year. If they're into black women by 28, 20, they're married. They have their black wife already. They gone. They off the market.
It's not enough Robert De Niro's to go around.
Yeah, man, they gone, man. My sister used to go to this church not too far from our house, and there was a chiseled chin, white dude. He had him a nice, cute chocolate sister as a wife. He been off the market since like 27, 28. I think he married her or something like that. Like, bro, them dudes if they're into black women, they're gone. So I don't know what Chrissy would have for these black women. They can't. That doesn't mean they can't get them a white man. You're gonna get you a divorcee with 2-3 kids already from a white woman. That's what you're gonna get. You're gonna catch him on round 2, maybe round 3.
And I just wanted to add this before Better You goes, because I want to let Better You speak. I just wanted to say, and let's keep it real, majority of these women don't even like each other. I can see all of the fellas interacting with each other offline, meeting up with each other. Chrissy wouldn't dare meet up with some of these women online that she talks to. Paris Milan either. I mean, probably for a meet and greet, but outside of that, she don't want to speak with these women offline. Like,
let's be very clear. Paris Milan thinks she's better than more than half of her subscribers. She's a classist asshole, just like Kim Foster. Y'all better stop. But ladies, y'all don't be listening to Paris. Paris is a classist asshole also. All right.
What you said on that $2,000 meal, Mrs. Z, I deserve this. Oh, I deserve this. I mean, what have you done? Who are you? But that's all. I want to let the brother Better You speak.
I was just gonna wrap. You said a little bit of it, but I was gonna wrap it up with this. Like, for those women who really want to get with that type of guy or any guy, period, stop throwing sex at them, because if sex is all you got, all you're gonna do is end up being somebody's target practice.
I'm telling. Hey, better you work with him, he'll know.
Like, real talk. Like, pretend it's a boxing match, and sex is your best punch. You got to take it off the table. What else you got? Or do you bring peace to somebody? Do you
listen? Better you?
Are you nurturing?
So these women are they self-esteem is so low that they don't even care if they can get a piece of the bread. That's all they want, just a piece. If I can get a piece of, I'm satisfied with that.
Not God piece of my love. Not God piece of my love. What the hell?
Better you. Then knows women then knows it. Do you know why? If you really wanted it, so it would act like, if you really wanted the bag, as I say, the permanent bag, so it would act like all the other women. Did you ever notice that the black women are the only ones that goes the opposite direction? Did you ever notice that? From the entire women collective in America. So they know that, because women always have a hive mind, always talk with each other. They know that. They just don't want to.
I maintain it's really the negative liberty thing. They want to do their own thing. They're just gaslighting black men with white men, because what they're really trying to say is white men don't got no standards. White men let white women do anything, and they still provide for and protect for them, because their manhood and masculinity is so great that it doesn't matter what a white woman does. A white man is still going to be a white man and take care of her and make sure she's good and the kids are good. So all of that is just gaslighting BS talk, right? And I agree with, it's just I want to do what I want to do. I just want you to be there for stability when I inevitably bust my head on this wall.
Yeah. And I'll say this and I'll drop down. Stop fucking thinking Charlie is a goddamn mark. Yeah. Charlie will bust your fucking head to the white meat.
They don't know. They don't know. Some of them do know, actually. Some of them do know. Let me take that back. Some of them do know. But many of them really believe that Charlie is they really think he's a mark, though. They really think he's a mark. All right.
Yes, they believe that. They believe that because once again, even when I was on the divested channel, I brought up the stats and brought up the two also group of men that are way, way higher, but for some reason they go only for quote unquote Charlie or the custody as I call him. Because the thing, I don't know why exactly. I think it has historical and sociological things to do.
Yeah.
Because logically it makes no sense. It makes absolutely no sense.
But the funny thing
but
is,
Charlie is not stupid. He knows that. Hold on. You talking about higher men? In my own stats, two other groups are higher than me, but you're going for me. So that means you're capping, you're bullshitting, and you think I'm weak.
Yeah. Naive, weak, dumb.
Because don't forget, those stats are from Charlie.
But
so
see, what
Charlie
a lot
knows.
of these men, they don't try that. They don't try these men like that. A lot of them, they know better. Some of them, they know better to actually go think that they're gonna go against these.
Shout out to Uma Johnson.
Wait,
Shout out to Uma Johnson, who told that black women can act stupid with black American men, but not with African men. So
I was watching if you pay attention to the Paris Milan video, she pretty much say exactly what Better You was saying, which is like, I'm not Better You, I'm sorry, my nose, I'm sorry, yo. No. My bad. Give me a second, yo. Okay, there we go. Okay. Now when you have that sniffle, but no, exactly what 18th letter was saying, which is Paris Milan really gaslight her subscribers. And when brothers were saying in the comments, I guess like they'll do it for white men, right? Like brothers are saying like black women will do it for white men. She's like, well, that's about your masculinity. What about your masculinity is not bringing this out of her? And but so it's like once again, it's always Jermaine's fault. And no matter how she acts or doesn't act, no matter what she does or doesn't do, somehow it's because you're lacking, right? So that's all I want to say with that one.
Mr. Z, it was a what's that channel where the woman is with this Viking looking white guy? I forgot.
Oh yeah, the little petite chocolate sister.
Yeah. She was in a situation where her child was being called the N-word within their neighborhood or by some of his family members or something like that. She complained to him about it. He did nothing. She didn't.
And that's a big ass white dude. That
Yeah.
is a big. He could break somebody's face if he wanted to. So in other words, and God bless all you black women. God bless all you black women. Y'all raising these mixed kids with these white dudes and okay, I'll give you that. Okay, the white dude ain't racist. But when a racist event comes up, he remind you he white, but he don't do shit.
Right.
He played it down.
Yep. What's the other chick too? It was another chick. Oh man, I'd have forgot. It was another chick as well that was involved in like it's a lot of them, man. It's a lot of, and these stories really don't go. These stories go untold.
And we need to talk
under
about
the rug. You should make that a series, Mr. Z.
I'm swept under the rug, right? But no, and we need to really talk about how damaging that is to that child. You going through you going through anti-black shit, and your mom feels a certain way, but your dad over here playing it down. It's not that serious, or he does not. And I'm telling y'all, the dude that 18th letter is talking about is a big ass. Well, this is like a 6'3", 6'4" diesel ass, big ass white dude.
Doesn't matter.
Right? And he got a little petite ass fucking sister. She cute, little cute chocolate sister, and it don't mean shit because your kid is going through some racist shit and you don't know how to respond. Of course he doesn't. He's been a white man his whole life, a white dude his whole life. Of course he doesn't.
I can tell you, Mr. Z, that is why I call it the Andrew Tate effect. You will never get an Andrew Tate with his masculinity with a white father. White fathers cannot they cannot even raise black women, right? How do you think they can raise black men, right? They just cannot. I in my community we have some mixed children, and every time it's a white father, it's like the child is lost. We already know, that will be
because
two ways this child will grow up. There are 2 ways this child will grow up. He will become the greatest bootlicking coon we see on this God clean earth, or he will become the greatest Pan-African. My black queen, queen.
You know why? Because the best a white man can do with a black son is raise him to be a good person. And that's if anybody that's not black just heard me, they're like, okay, what's wrong with that? That let me
That's
know you don't get
basically
it.
code.
That
That's
let me know
basically
you don't
code.
get it.
That's
Yeah.
code for slave. That's
Yeah.
code for
The
slave.
the best a white guy can ever do with a black son is raise him not to be a bad person. You which means he's gonna get his head taken off by all these non-black people. That's not you. And he's not going to be prepared for this world that's going to treat him and step on him because he's black. But because he has this white father that was air quotes, quote unquote, loving, he's going to always be looking for the good in fucking non-black people, primarily white people, and particularly white men that don't mean no right by him. And they're going to crush his ass. So,
And,
hey.
and the perfect example too, Mrs. Z, the one woman I forgot who's in an interracial family, but her husband got caught making racist tweets against black women online, and she tried to say, "Oh no, he was just joking," and all of this other stuff. And then you got the women that's defending what's the guy name? What's the guy name that just got caught doing some involved in some freakish homo behavior?
You mean the
Oh,
Frenchman?
Vincent. Oh, you talking about Vincent LeBeau?
You
Yeah,
mean the
Vincent LeBeau.
Frenchman who
Yeah.
says black man evil or some shit, and in the background is like, man, I need a dark chocolate man
Right,
in a
hey,
uniform.
Yeah, that guy. The divestors that's defending him. So we have to understand we have women within our community that has a deep inferiority complex, but they can hide it so well because they can just because that our image is so jacked, they can just hide behind our image and really say that, oh, these men look at the femicide rate, look at what they're doing, and then turn around and hide everything that these white men that they get beat half within an inch of their life. They just hide it and act like it never happened.
Brad is still Brad. Brad's still Brad. Brad was still Brad on Keisha. And when Brad's on Keisha, she either act like nothing happened or she's so mad at the world because what everybody told her was gonna happen does happen. So either or, it's either she pretend like it didn't happen, right? And bro, you ever find out like some of these divorce cases, and then you find out a black woman that was married to a white dude for 5, 10 years, and then she start telling the truth about shit, and you be like, bitch, you was lying and hiding from your family the whole time.
Right.
Motherfucker was coming out his back. Yeah.
Mrs. Z, the one woman, it was another woman. And shout out to the brother Accountable Commentary, because a lot of these stories is on his channel. Shout out to Accountable Commentary. I advise all the brothers to go over to his channel and watch his stories. It was another woman that he covered, that this woman was involved with a Brad. She had mixed children. Something happened where they got into some type of argument. He came over with his dad. She got to going back and forth with his dad. The dad, both him and the dad jumped her.
Yep. Saw it. Yep. You just look, man. I'm. It's funny and not funny because black people. You just gotta be more aware of the fact that whatever these white folks tell you, you still ain't safe yet. You still ain't safe, bro. And so when I hear divestors talk, I think what's so dangerous about the divestors, the divestor adjacent people, all of them, right, is they set black women up for failure. That what they're doing is actually supremely dangerous. I keep on saying it because you're telling black women to have their guard all the way up with black men. All right, cool, and then have the don't. And Chris ain't trying to mitigate and do 1 foot in, 1 foot out, but be open to love and relationship with non-black men. And what really you doing is setting black women up to be marks. Because let me be very clear, white dudes can smell y'all coming from a million miles away. They can smell your desperation. They can smell you coming from a million miles away. And contrary to popular belief, they're gonna act square. They're gonna act like they don't know what you're doing. They're gonna let you flirt with them, right? They're gonna pipe. They're gonna play your ass, and then we'll see you back here in 6 months with your little heart broken, talking about men aren't good people. Get your lame ass out of here. So yeah, that's all it is.
Yeah, we'll see you. We'll see you like what's her name? Lexus Exodus. Oh, watch out for all men. Yeah, we'll see you on that tip.
Yeah, well, she had to do that because look, when you send your subscribers out there, right, to go do this swirler divester shit or this dating non-black man shit, cool. When they come back with horror stories, now what? Because it's not an if, it's when. Because the vast majority of them are going to come back with horror stories. So when they come back with horror stories, what are you going to do that? Like you said, they're going to gaslight them. They're going to gaslight them. You ain't doing it right. And even Chrissy, look at that. Chrissy said the word compete. She said the word. So here we go. Black women should not compete for black men. Black men are losers. But black women should compete for non-black men. Yeah, okay, all right. Y'all let me know how that worked for y'all. So on that note, I'm gonna close it on out, everybody. Y'all have a great rest of y'all night. Y'all go check out other Black Manosphere content. I know AB is still streaming, so y'all check out AB Media 83. And we'll pause right here, right? Y'all have a great rest of y'all night. Like I said, love, peace, and chicken grease. We'll pause right here. Go check out other Black Manosphere content, other non-Manosphere content. And Mr. Z gotta go. All right, y'all. Y'all have a great rest of y'all night. All right, panel,
Peace.
chat.
Peace.